Check, check. 1, 2, 1,
Check.
2.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah,
Oh, are we? Oh, I do. I do hear it. I do hear it.
great. We're in business.
Yeah, but before we go, there's actually another issue. There's one other issue before we So I'm looking at the Twitch screen, so it's not picking up my what I'm reviewing basically. Like on my screen right now, I'm reviewing. I have an empty board. Oh, never mind. It is. Okay, I'm dumb. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. We'll start over. We'll do our main introduction again. Hello, everybody. My name is Paige, and I am 5 Don AGA, and I am one of your amazing commentators. Actually, I'm probably just the most amazing commentator.
Absolutely.
Okay. But we also have. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
And hi, everyone. I'm Jared Nishikawa. I go by Jarstar on OGS and KGS, and this is my first time commentating. And yeah, I'm pretty excited. We're gonna have a great time today, right?
It's gonna be very exciting. And we, just to mention, we also have more games coming. There are lots of tournaments. I mean, lots of tournaments going on right now. We've got 3 tournaments going on, so we're going to have a lot of games that we're going to be going over as we go along. And the first one we get to start with is actually really exciting. It's Mingu versus Jay, and they're both players that I actually know. I know both these players. Um, it's really exciting because they are both opposite sides of the spectrums. Jay is a very aggressive player, and Ming Yuan is a very solid player. And they have and some of the players. This is also very interesting because Ming Yuan is the player that comes to every tournament in Chicago and is always very strong, but he only plays like 2 games a year. Well, not 2 games. He plays like a whole tournament out, right? But he plays through those 2 tournaments and he doesn't put any practice in. And Jay, on the other hand, who also doesn't really put that much practice in, but it's also very interesting, and I'm really excited to see how this matchup goes.
So you said earlier when we were having audio problems that you played Mingu Yuan before, right?
Yes, I've played him 3 times. The very first game, I lost by about 5 points, and it was really exciting because there was at one point where I was kind of mad at myself in the first game because there was a way that I could win if I risked it for the biscuit, like where I
Sure.
played a move that would have made the game, minus like 50 points for me, but if it worked out, I would have won. And
Sure.
I ended up choosing to play the theoretically correct move, right? Um, and I lost, even though I knew I was going to lose if I had done that. And I was kind of unhappy that I didn't, go for that risk because
Hmm.
sometimes you have to be risky to be able to win some games. Uh,
Absolutely. But when you're in a tournament, sometimes it's scary to try and to play the risky move.
Yeah, that's actually really common as well. A lot of players do play a little bit more held back in tournaments. However, I did crush him the second, third, and fourth time I played him.
Oh
So
wow, okay. You have quite a good record against him.
yes, yes, very much so. But let's go ahead and get started with this game. I'm very excited to get into this game. I'm actually quite excited about some of the games today.
Hmm.
Um, but let's go ahead and go forward. So we got a pretty simple and standard opening. Um, Pretty much just Joseki. Ooh, Mingyuan starts with something that I am not. I am familiar with it, but it's something that I don't play super often.
The nice
Which
move
is
here.
yeah, the Knight's move. Some of and to be honest, like one of the reasons might be because my favorite Josekis are generally like this, or
Sure.
if my opponent plays something like this, I like going into this corner Joseki. And there's a reason I really like this Joseki. I actually consider this here to be the absolute strongest corner in the game. It is a powerful corner, and there are so many powerful proverbs that you can use to play around this specific Joseki. Like one really common mistake you'll see is that you don't want to have is extending from a living and strong corner. And so again, as I mentioned, this is the strongest corner in the game to me, and so one mistake that you might see really often is players do this, and this is an extension
Hmm.
from a really powerful corner. And so whenever I'm given the opportunity, I really like going into this kick and taking this, what I consider a really powerful corner and just really
So
solid points.
yeah, when you take this very solid corner, if I'm understanding you correctly, like you just leave it alone, and then for
Mm-hmm.
the rest of the game, it's just points, and you can explore the rest of the board.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
It is self-sufficient. It is self-functional. It does not require anything else. The really cool part about this as well is that a lot of players misunderstand the use of this Joseki, making this even better when you are at the lower ranking and you are playing black in this position, because a lot of players don't actually know how to utilize this wall here. So like a really common mistake you might see, and trust me, I've tried all of them here, is you might see players kick here, you might see players jump down here, you might see somebody do this or this, and these are all incorrect. These are all the ways that you would not want to respond to this.
Hmm.
The correct way to actually respond to this is this. This is
It
how you
looks, yeah,
locally respond to this move. This is the best move that you would play locally. But the true response is actually to just ignore. You would actually just play somewhere else. And you wouldn't actually bother with this shape at all.
gotcha.
Um,
So when
what?
black plays a knight move, he's not taking the corner, but he's also not strengthening
He's
white.
Yeah, he's kind of being a little bit more flexible. So he's saying, "Hey, I don't really mind if you do something like this attachment." But we probably won't see that because you generally don't want to get into this kind of result. It does feel slightly better for black. You want to be a little bit more flexible as white, and you want to go for this kind of jump out.
Hmm.
And it kind of is a similar move to Black's Knight's move because, again, we're asking a lot of questions. We're like, hey, do you want to kick here? Which might be a little slow as well. Because now we can see that it's no longer the same corner. It's a kind of like a forward knight's move rather than an extension.
Yep.
But also, we might see something that's a little bit more aggressive like this. So white and black are keeping their options open and they're being very flexible.
It seems like black is playing fairly territorial with the 3/3 in the lower right.
Possibly, yeah. I don't quite understand the reasons behind the different corner Joseki's here. So, would you Kakashi at H11? Just so everyone aware, we do have two different chats up, and we're gonna try to keep up with them. We will do our best. Would I Kakashi at H11? H11 seems very in the center of the board, so I can't imagine them playing H11 anytime soon. Maybe the wrong coordinates.
Maybe they're talking about the peep at H10. I'm not sure.
H10. Mine.
Ah.
So this is H10 on my screen.
Maybe I was looking at the wrong. I had looked at the end of the review to like where the current board is. Maybe they're asking
Oh,
about
okay.
that.
They might be asking about something early, later on. We'll take a look at things as the game gets further in. But we do want to stick to um, where we're at.
Gotcha.
Um, okay. So black chooses to be flexible. So one thing that you might want to do when you're thinking about a move, and one really common thing is a lot of players will try to stick to a part of the board, and that can be a mistake because maybe the best move isn't here right now. And so black is saying, I'm going to play away first because I didn't find a move that I liked or was like I didn't find a move that I thought was good over here, so I'm going to play away. And so far, the game's even. This is all perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with any of the moves up to this point. They're all possible. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, and are they all under the eJournal account? Okay. Okay. Okay, I technically have all the games up, so but I'll type in all of them just to make sure that I'm showing up. Okay. Okay. Okay, and you want us to just kind of introduce the players? Okay, yeah. So in this one here, that is still ongoing, we've got Nepon versus Tien Shu. Now, I do actually also know one of these players. I do know Nepon. She's pretty young, and she actually has a really unique and interesting style. She's also from Chicago, I believe. But her style is probably the most unique style you will ever see somebody have. She plays it a very interesting way. It's hard to put into words. It's definitely something we'll have to kind of look at, and you'll kind of see what I mean when we look at it. But she has a very interesting way of playing, and it can definitely throw you off. Um,
Very interesting.
yeah, it is. It's a very unique style. It's very unique. Um, and she's very cool. She's very awesome. Uh, and then Tien Shu, I don't know him. I guess he's kind of like I don't want to quite say dark horse because obviously he's this kind of the strong player, but when I say dark horse I more so think this guy. I don't actually know him. I was looking at his AGA record. uh he seems really really strong. He might even arguably be the tournament favorite to defend against so it'll be interesting to see how Ron defends against Tien Shu, because I don't know Tien Shu very well. Do you know any of these players at all?
I don't know anything about either of them.
It's a very very large gap matchup as well. 5 Dawn versus 8 Dawn. The pod has to overcome quite a bit, but again, when you think about those interesting and unique styles, Nepon might have a style that could pull, off an upset or something that, could really change the outcome of a game, right?
Well, I'm very intrigued to see how she plays. Should we go back to the beginning and go through the
I
board a
think
little
I
bit?
think we're just introducing the players
Oh,
right
okay.
now.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Ooh, okay, that's the other interesting one that I'm very interested in. Okay, okie dokie. Okay, and these players are Sunsu Kim versus Doy Yup Kim. And again, I know both these players actually. I've played both these players a lot. Um, and so we'll start with Doy Yup. So Doy Yup is actually pretty famous in the West. He likes to go to different HEA tournaments and different HEF tournaments and dominate them. He loves coming and just destroying our players. um, I have also played Doy Up a couple times. I played him actually in my very first tournament. My
Wow.
very first tournament back in 2022. He was actually my very, very first opponent. And
What tournament was that?
that was the Cleveland tournament. It was a
Okay.
Cleveland rated tournament. So it was just a kind of like it wasn't even like a big tournament. It was just kind of a for fun. And he just showed up because he was coming to Chicago a month later, and he destroyed me. Um, but yeah, he's pretty strong player. He's very aggressive, so expect a lot of fighting similar to Jay, very similar to Jay. But I would say Doy Yup's a little bit more laid back. Also, somebody that is probably a favorite for the tournament as well. And now his opponent, very interesting round one opponent. So Sunsu is somebody that can punch up very hard. He is a very hard punch upper. He can beat a lot of strong players that you would not expect. He beat Bill Lind, the one Don professional, not that long
Mhm.
ago. Um, and now he does have a weakness, and the weakness is the clock. He needs to keep really good time management because if he gets really low on time, he will struggle more. He's not a very fast player. He takes a lot of time to think about his moves,
Yeah.
and that is how I usually beat him as well. I have a nice positive record against Sunsu, but I will say that every time I play him, I'm always behind out of the opening, always behind in the mid game, and I usually come back in the later half of the game where time management for him becomes the problem.
So speaking
So
of time management, what are the time settings for the Chicago tournament?
that's a good question. Is Chris
Okay.
2010 Fisher time? Okay, okie dokie. All right, and we got another set of players that I do know as well. No, I don't know Yuan Zhao too well. I've heard quite a bit about him, but I guess I don't know him super well. Do you know Yuan Zhao?
No.
Oh, he's also a slow player. I don't actually know that much about him. Honestly, I've seen him commentate. I know he's very funny when it comes to commentating, I think. But I haven't actually gotten to see him play, so this one will be unique to me. As for Michael, I know him very well. I do talk to Michael a lot. We're both streamers. Um, and I think Michael is actually the ultimate commentator. I think he's considered, in my opinion, Michael is actually the best commentator you could ever have. As far as his play goes, he's also a very aggressive player. And just so everyone knows, so we know the difference. This game is not part of the Chicago. This is part of Maryland. Because we got three tournaments going on, three. And yeah, so this one's going to be pretty interesting too. I'm very excited. I would say Michael is the favorite here, but I do think that Yunzu could be another player that punches up. And we'll have to see.
So when I first started playing Go and I would hang out and watch games on KGS, I remember seeing Zichen 7 down, 8 down on KGS, always like
Oh,
one of
back
the
in
top.
LKGS,
Yeah,
yes,
the old
yes. I
days.
actually have a really great record against Zichen 10 years
Nice.
ago because I used to play him a lot 10 years ago.
Okay.
We probably have over 50 games, and I definitely in the positive.
That's awesome.
I believe that's Alex Chi, right? Okay. Okay.
Awesome.
So we have another interesting matchup. Now I don't know Duan at all. I don't think I've ever heard of him, unfortunately. Do you know this player?
I do not.
That's okay. Neither do I. Um, I don't. Unfortunately, I don't have much to say about him, but he is 7 We'll see what he can do, especially against Alex Chi, who I have a lot of high hopes for. Um, I think Alex Chi is a player that you might call kind of the hope of American professional players. He's very active. He works very hard to get to become stronger. While I don't think he is the strongest 1P, I do think he is the one of the hardest working one-on professionals from um, here in the U.S. And so I'm very excited to see, what he can do in this tournament and what he can do in future games, and maybe even get up there with in strength in terms of Ryan Lee. So that's gonna be really exciting as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, okie dokie. Yeah, it's definitely a lot of fun. I always have a lot of fun commentating. I'm always very nervous, but it's very fun.
I'm having a good time. The common theme seems to be that I don't know any players.
You gotta come to more tournaments. It's okay. I just started going to tournaments in
Mhm.
2022, and after playing Go for 20 years, had no idea what I was doing. Was very nervous, but it was by far tournaments are like the best experience for Go players. Like I guarantee you, if you've never been to a Go tournament, Go is very different when you start going.
It's true. So did you like almost exclusively play online up until then?
Yes. Yep. I lived in a state where the closest players were like 2 or 4 hours away,
Oh,
and I was very nervous, and so I just never reached out to anybody or went to try to meet anybody.
yeah.
And then in 2022, I moved.
Maryland
All right, and
1-1
that's
is that's
Yi
Michael Chen.
Chen versus
Yeah.
Yunzu. Okay, awesome. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, awesome. Yep, I should be good. Uh, just making sure the stream is following it. Okay, okay, awesome, it is. All right, so yeah, so we do got that quite interesting matchup. I do think out of the gates we're probably going to see Michael take going to be taking quite kind of leading the game. But we'll see if Yuan can put up a fight, or maybe even take a game off of him. And Michael is playing black, and Yuan is playing white. Let's go ahead and go forward. And instantly we see the 3-3. So I'm actually not a huge 3-3 fan.
Hmm.
Um, and one thing that's actually really good to mention, especially for players, that are at that, SDK or DDK level, one huge issue that you can run into with an early 3-3 is that sometimes you will have this situation happen. And obviously, when you look at this, it feels really good for black. Um, but this can be very difficult to handle when you are playing black and you don't actually know what you're doing. Um, Even though Moyo size things like this are not as popular these days, they can still be really hard to deal with. Um, and so that's something that
Yeah.
we want to be thinking about when we are in these kinds of situations.
I was just gonna say that some people might really like that as white.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Some players would really like that as well. I know I'd probably like that a lot as well. Um, though I don't like when players jump into my 3-3 instantly.
Hmm.
Uh, but we actually see quite a different, a very interesting, different move here for Michael. So he goes with this jump. So how we would normally play this is go push and respond with N3, and we kind of get this very large wall as white, and so we get kind of this really big wall. This is also one of my favorite just white because I feel like black is very low and white is getting a really big wall because of it. However, this is actually a pretty common Joseki as well, and it is an even result. It just feels much easier to play from the giant wall than it is to play from, this very low territory here.
Sure.
But we can see black goes for something a little bit more interesting. Black decides to play the greedy tiger's mouth. That's kind of what I call this shape here, kind of similar to the tiger's mouth, but you only get one wing. So
So
I
I
guess
suppose
diagonal in this
like
case.
they're playing the diagonal because they don't want to go down that variation you just showed.
Yeah, so the wall is a little bit smaller, but generally the wall can end up being similarly large. But kind of in the end, it isn't really that big of a difference. My general thought is that maybe black believes that white is more likely to um, take sensei here than if it's in this kind of variation here,
Okay.
where it's more likely that white might not take sensei, just because it's easier to Atari from this side like this,
Hmm.
and it's the risk is a lot bigger. Um, but that's not what we end up seeing. We see the knight's move, which is probably a little bit more common as well. Uh, and you can kind of see that a lot of players are being very light, and this is actually really important as well, because one thing you don't want to do is, for example, this removes all of the Aji from the corner.
Right.
It's kind of just like a, hey, there's all my Ataris, there's everything that I have with this corner. But when you play here, it's very light, it's very open. And later on, we might look at, hey, this is a code threat. This is a pretty big code threat that I can play. Do you want to defend against me, kind of thing, right? And so there's a lot of room here with White's moves. Very nice. Oh, I was really confused. I was like, there's no way Black just played at the top of the board, actually. And so we can kind of see that maybe even that part is true, that Black really didn't want White to have Sensei here, because we can see that Black is instantly coming over here to take care of that wall. And so Black chose not to play something like this, where White would actually start building this wall, which can be a little difficult to deal with as a human player, versus where a bot might not really care about this side and just say, hey, you'll probably get that anyway.
So if you were gonna, I don't know, if you're going to pick a point on this right side, which points would you consider playing?
If I was going to play on the right side, I would
Yeah.
probably play this one. I think this is the most comfortable, because we can see that if or white is to play on the bottom here, it's really easy to be able to create a nice base here, just a normal base.
Hmm.
Just a nice normal base feels pretty good. If white kicks us, we've got our nice two-space base. We might even
So
look at something like
yeah,
this, which could be really interesting as well, and leading into some wedge joseki.
just out of curiosity, let's say Black played R10. What are some things that you might not like as Black?
Um, so let's say that white plays let's just say as an example, white plays the same side.
Sure.
We might not want to do this because we might get pincered instantly.
Yeah.
And if we play here, it feels very slow. It doesn't feel very efficient. So when white plays this move here, it feels a lot nicer than it would be if it was connecting to our stone. Because one thing that happens when you play this way and white kicks is white is attaching to this black stone. White is attaching to the black stone here. And so now when black extends, that is making black stronger. And so, like the common proverb goes, if you attach to something, you're going to make the opponent stronger. And so, here, when we play here and we're trying to go further away, our opponent is no longer attaching to us. So, black isn't suddenly getting that extra strength. And so, now black might be more inclined to play a jump like this.
Hmm.
And if we lean on this side, we're a lot closer to this wall here. And when we're closer to the wall, there's a lot more pressure being put on that group. So now it might be a lot easier for white to go ahead and lean on this and be like, hey, I want you to fight against this wall here. And that can be really tough. And so that's why this is probably the perfect kind of middle point. So now if white plays over here, we have a little bit more room when we're dealing with this wall. It doesn't feel as great when white plays this move, because white is getting even less territory between here. So now white might not even, be interested in this kind of leaning move. They might do something different.
That makes sense. Yeah. Well, thanks for going through that other
Yeah.
variation. These kinds of small decisions, I don't know, I don't know, maybe some other people at my level or lower might just pick a point without thinking through some of those variations.
I actually think it's really important to make sure that the opening is something that you're comfortable with. I think a
Hmm.
lot of players tend to rush through the opening, and that's not good. A lot of players will tell you, though, that the opening doesn't mean much, and that part, in a way, is true, but not
Hmm.
quite the way that they mean it. Um, what I mean is, a lot of players are fighters. A lot of people like fighting. I don't know why, but a lot of people like fighting. Says a lot about the human race. But but the thing is, if you have a really sloppy opening and you are a fighter and you are trying to fight in the middle game, you're going to have sloppy stones to fight with. Your stones are not going to be in comfortable positions if you're not careful about the opening. But yeah, at a higher level, the opening doesn't mean that much. And when they say that, what they mean is like this move is not that much different than this one. You might get similar value between these two moves. It's going to be a
Yeah.
style difference. But
It is
if
kind of trendy. It's trendy to
yeah,
say that like the opening doesn't matter these days.
yeah. As to where if black is just playing really sloppily, really close to this wall, we might see something like this. And this is not healthy for your mid game. This would be very bad for your mid game. So you can't
Right.
just pick anything in the opening and make it work just because. And so it is really important to make sure that you are trying to find that good middle point where you're like, I can fight and I will have a comfortable middle game that I can comfortably go into. Something that I also tell my students a lot.
Hmm.
And so we can see white now goes back to this corner, kind of saying, okay, I don't really, I'm not worried about the possibility of this happening. And so this is what I think white may have actually really been worried about, because there's this idea that if white pushes through here and black accepts the Panuki, sure, white gets the corner, but we have to remember that the corner was already white's. This was white's corner to begin with. And so it's okay to make this trade where we take this, Panuki, give white back their corner, and we're kind of making a trade. Now, of course, there's a difference here. White now 100% has their corner, while black does not have 100% have their corner. So this might have been something that white wanted to avoid, even though it is very unlikely that that would have happened, but that is still a possibility. And so we can also read from that that white really did want to work on this wall, and white doesn't actually care too much about their corner.
I've
And that's
I've
really
never
cool.
seen that variation before, but I liked Black's Panuki.
Yeah, sometimes if you're really thinking that you don't want the corner, or you really think that white's going to go for this, right side here, you can make this kind of exchange and go, hey, this is okay for me. I'm going to take the sente here because it is sente for black, and
Sente
that's
is
what
nice
makes it
here.
kind of that even result, and that's what makes that trade kind of okay.
Yeah.
Um, and so that's why white chose here. They didn't want to lose the possibility of taking their right side. And of course, Michael's like, hey, I'm aware of that. I'm thinking next level. I'm going to just invade right now. I'm not even going to worry about this, because a lot of players might feel, if white drops down here, they're starting to build here. But Michael says, nope, the right side's more important. I think the right side's more urgent. But let's go ahead and move forward. And we can see that white does decide to play from the top right side rather than here, which is smart. You generally want to push your opponent from the wall. This is actually also a really common mistake or misunderstanding. A lot of players will try to play from their wall to try to get all these points, but it's unlikely that your wall is going to be equal to the amount of points that you want with your extension. Maybe if black was way over here, sure, we might look for that. But what's happening is white says, okay, I don't think that I'm going to get enough value out of just playing here, and so I'm going to push black towards my wall. I'm going to utilize that strength of my wall. And so that's also something that's really important to think about when you're playing, especially when you are building those walls, because they are very misunderstood.
Hmm.
And we can see immediately that white is kind of using that strength. They're leaning on this low black group. Now, I'm not sure if I would have played this. Now, this is not to say that white is wrong or right. It's just more so stylistically. My general idea is that I don't feel like I'm very great in this direction. I'm not very good towards the center of this board. And so by leaning, I don't feel ready to try to fight for the center. And so I might look for more of a corner move stylistically, because I don't think black is going to add a move over here right now. I think black might do something different. And so I'm not expecting that this area is going to be too urgent. But I do think that white's move is acceptable. I think it's probably perfectly fine.
I think it makes sense because I was thinking about what if Black peeps at N5?
Ah, this is so you want to be really careful about these moves. So this is also a really common mistake.
Okay.
It's really common at a lower level, but you can get away with it at a lower level. It's very common mistake at a higher level, and you generally should not be able to get away with it at a higher level. So one thing you have to worry about when you do these peeps is that white can play these kinds of attachments or completely ignore your cut.
Hmm.
And now you don't really have time to come back and do these kinds of peeps because you have so much to worry about. And so you have to be really careful about when you play these peeps. And whenever they happen to you, you should always think about the other options, like this extend here or like this. As long as you are perfectly fine on both sides of the board, then you don't actually have to worry about connecting them. And so
So
this move
as white
doesn't.
here, like you would feel okay as white even
Oh
if
yeah.
black
Oh
cuts.
yeah.
Okay.
I'd probably look to play. I'd probably end up playing exactly what White played,
Mm,
and I would completely ignore this cut. And I would
interesting.
have a game of who's gonna end up, who's gonna lose first. And I'd be very confident, and that's generally because this cut can be considered overplay. Now
Gotcha.
it's not always bad, but sometimes it can be good. Uh, but let's go ahead and go forward. And so we can kind of see here, black says, I'm worried about my right side being pushed low. So even if we were to do something like this right now,
Feels too late now.
yeah, because we were being very pushed very low. We might even just see something like this and say, hey, you're not going to be able to have time to do anything over here. Timing in Go is very important.
So
Uh,
black responded. What was white's plan, or what do you think white's plan would be if black tanukis instead?
um, so I would say that if black were to Tanuki, it would technically be textbook wrong, incorrect. Um, there is gates that you should always ask yourself when you're playing. First one is what is the most urgent move on the board? And then you ask yourself what is the biggest. And these two sentences are very misunderstood. Urgent moves are ginormous, which is bigger than big. And I'm specifically saying that because a lot of players do misunderstand. They're like, okay, but urgent moves aren't big. You're right, they're not big, they're ginormous. Urgent moves should always be taken care of first. So this group is urgent. It is an urgent in an urgent situation. So we should urgently add a move because it is ginormous, which is going to be bigger than big.
Hmm.
And so if black were to play away, we might even see continuations like just leaning here. And even if we don't, we might see white decide, hey, I feel like I'm not ready to go ahead and exploit that yet. I'm gonna go do something different. And so we might see something like that. But I would not recommend playing away as black, and I would not recommend playing away as white. I would probably immediately try to exploit this in some
Hmm.
fashion, right? Because it just seems so important to be able to press this down on the second line. But let's go ahead and move forward. And so now here we can see that black jumps out and white plays away. That's because now the urgency is gone here. There's nothing else here that we really need to really think about. Both players are kind of settled on that side of the board. Sorry, I'm making the chat a little bit more visible on my side so I can see what you guys type. Krista says, would be nice to have colors put next to the players' names again if the colors are not there already.
I'll fix that. And
Okay.
we're ready on Chicago too, whenever you guys want. We're not rushing you, but we we have a lot of games to get to.
Okay, well, I'll speed up a little bit. Let's at least get to like move 50 or something. So we'll go ahead and go forward. And so we can see here, so this is actually a really cool part about this shape here. So now that we're a little bit stronger on this outside, and we're kind of looking at this board, sure, black could play here, but this plays into another proverb, corners, sides, center. And so if we're going to play a move here on this side, we would probably rather protect the corner rather than take the side or protect the corner like this. But black says, instead, I'm going to be proactive and I'm going to take your corner. And it's especially strong because of this shape here, because we can see that black cannot die directly. Whenever you have this shape, there's only one way that this can go, and it's going to be the ko, right? You got this kind of ko shape. You can't really outright live. It's very difficult. I guess in this case you can because you got all of these cutting points. If we played here now, it'd be very easy. But yeah, so the idea here is that black wants this to secure this corner to disrupt the life of white. White wants easy life, and black wants to be able to take that away.
Hmm.
And so we can actually kind of see that. However, black decides to not play this connection. Black plays this here, which is also a very strong move and plays very well into Michael's style. And so we can see that if black just plays here, they live, and they live in Sente even. And so why is this not good enough? Well, a lot of players will tell you that the most important thing you can have in Go is fighting spirits. You never want to just give the opponent what they want. And by playing here, we're simply giving our opponent what we want. Now, of course, there has to be a happy medium of like, am I giving up too much? Am I not giving up too much? And so we want to be careful to make sure that, hey, our corner can actually live and that we're not going to die, or that at the very least, we want to make sure that if we're going to take something, that we are really pressing white down towards this wall.
So it seems like he thought it was worth it to give up the corner to get this outside.
Yes. Yes. So it is more likely that black says, I'm going to give up this corner and I'm going to take a very nice outside of the board, which is looking like kind of what we're going to end up seeing here. And so you can see here that black expected that this is going to die. Now, a lot of players at like a mid level might not like this too much because it feels like you're giving up too many points. But you will see this a lot as you climb that ladder and get a lot higher. A lot of players are willing to give up this corner, especially again when you consider whose corner was this even to begin with. It's like, who cares if white has the corner that was already theirs, right? It was already their corner, so who cares? Uh, and so yeah, we'll go ahead and go forward. And so we got kind of this wall now building. And so we can already see that Michael's actually going for kind of which is really interesting, a bit of a building style, which is very different than what we might normally see. Ooh, okay. Actually, we'll go ahead and actually swap games now because this is about to get really complicated, and we're at 50 moves. So we'll go ahead and take a look at another game.
And you are in, and I'm
Swapping
I think I've got the colors. I've got the board 2, so you're good to go.
Chicago
okay,
too.
and this is
We're getting better. Oh, Jared, do me a favor and tilt your camera down slightly. We're getting a little too much space above you. There we go. There you go. Nice. You guys are doing
all
great.
right.
Thank you.
Of course. And now we're back to Sunsu versus Doy Yup. I'm very excited for this matchup. I am so excited for this matchup. This is probably the matchup that I'm most excited for just because I know how hard Sunsu can punch up. And so I'm excited to see how he handles it. However, Doy Yup is probably going to be one of the harder opponents for him specifically because Doy Yup is so aggressive. He is a fast player. He is the kind of player that wants to get a time advantage. And so Sunsu is going to have to punch up extra hard this time. Extra hard. And we got a crosscut game, which I'm not super familiar with. Are you good at the crosscut? Do you ever play the crosscut?
I do play it.
Oh, that's
As
awesome.
yeah, as black and white, I invite it on both sides. I personally like low scoring games, so like small territories, and I find that
see.
the cross games tend to lead to that more
That makes a
often.
lot of sense, especially because if you consider that both players play on the same side, they're generally trying to build the territory on their respective side. But when you crosscut, it's kind of hard to have that respective side. I never thought of it that way. Maybe I might like some crosscut games. Maybe I might learn some. uh, but I do find crosscuts very interesting, and it does mean that we are in for a very fighty game, which is going to be a little bit against what Sung Su's good at. So I'm excited to see kind of how he handles that. And so right out of the gate, I want to mention something really important that a lot of players, and this is going to be something for some of our earlier, lower ranking audience. It is good to be aware that an approach is not sente. It is not a sente to approach. You do not have to respond or add a move when your opponent approaches. Please be aware of that. A lot of players feel very forced to respond when they are approached, but an approach is not sente. And we've learned so many different Joseki that help us with being able to minimize the amount of damage when we are taking that sente. And we can kind of see that's happening here. So black chooses to lean, and this is a completely even result. This is not a better result for black. This is an even result. So this is okay to play, and this is something that you might even look to play in your own games. And so white takes this bottom of the board, some simple, nice territory, and black is kind of aiming for a wall on this right side. Now, I expect to see both players playing a lot of sente. A lot of both of these players really like taking their sente. They really like taking their um, chances, their punches when they can. So we're probably going to see a lot of tanuki, a lot of tanuki this game, I'd imagine. And we pretty much already see that this Joseki was left immediately, this was left immediately, and we're already jumping into the third Joseki of the game and only the first 12 moves. And so we can see that black is choosing to take their own corner. So other options might be here into kind of this, but white this black decides, hey, I really don't want to try to play for this territory because if we go into this, we can see it's kind of easy to just be able to jump in here and kind of play this game. And I think this is actually the famous shape of why the peep is bad. Um, so something that we might not see in this game particularly, but a lot of people will make this mistake peep here and kind of go into this, but this drop down is a little too easy for black. And we kind of get into this shape, and now this peep is just really bad. Uh, and this is generally the example that we often use to look for when we are trying to figure out if those peeps are really bad or really good.
So black
Uh,
takes the corner. I know this Joseki should end in Gote for black,
yes, yes.
but I think black maybe needed to get some territory. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so black probably does feel like they need territory. That's actually a really good observation. When we're looking at this board, if we play this, we are playing for that influence. We aren't taking direct territory, and right now on this board, white has all that territory. So what's happening is black says, I don't want to play a game where I'm fighting for territory that whole time. And what's really interesting about this Joseki is the AI actually does prefer white here. White will always prefer taking this position as white because the Panuki is just so powerful and so light. And there are a lot of follow-ups. So, for example, if we play towards the bottom as white, black has a lot of follow-up here. But the thing is that white is so flexible in this position that what a lot of players don't realize is that what often happens is
Hmm.
white is actually willing to even sacrifice those stones that they spent over here and got a Panuki with, and they won't even save these. It's very rare for white to actually try to save these stones when we get towards that higher level. And so it is a nice flexible position for white. So AI really likes the flexibility of these stones.
If you were to try to assign a point value to black capturing these four stones on the top, how much do you think that's worth?
You're asking the wrong person. I am the worst counter in Go in the world. Eric might even say that paid count. How does that happen? I misread Liberty races. That's how bad my counting is. If
Fair
you had
enough.
to assign a value, what would you assign to it?
I would say maybe that's worth like 15 to 20 points. And I was thinking if black has to spend three moves to do that, white can get three moves somewhere else
Yeah,
that's worth
yeah,
more than 20 points.
yeah. That's yep, exactly. That is a really good way to look at it, and I would not doubt if that is true. I would agree with you there. There's also a really good Joseki example for that as well that I do know the count for because Eric told me the exact count, which I won't be showing, but it is a really good way to help in those kinds of positions. Um, but yeah, so we can kind of see that White still chooses to jump in here because again, a lot of players, a lot of human players especially, are really nervous when it comes to fighting these giant whales, even though AI will often not even care and they'll just go off on their own little tangent. But a lot of us, a lot of us people will go back and be like, I really don't want to deal with that giant moyo that possibly is going to build, right? That's just too hard for me. That would be a lot to count. And so we do choose to jump in immediately. And black is choosing to make a base here. And we see the extension. And so one really interesting thing about this extension that we might see is that white kind of, might try to this to kind of get that extra base here. But we can see that white chooses not to do that and says, I think it's probably worse for me to waste that Aji right away.
Sure.
So what we might see instead here is a follow-up like this in the future, or maybe the Aji of this corner. I guess this is probably another really good thing because this is one of the biggest co-threats in the whole game. This is one of the biggest code threats that you can make. And so throwing this away early for that, those extra points might not be worth it here. And of course, black plays away. We don't want to, handle this immediately. That would be too slow. So black plays away. And white takes the territory on the top. Black takes the territory on the left side. We'll go ahead and go a little forward here. And so here we kind of come across another really thing that I want to mention. A lot of players, and this is going to be for our low DK and our SDK. We want to make sure that we're being proactive and we're not just connecting these these Atari stones here. And we're going to try to be proactive. And we can see that black is choosing to lean on these two white stones because they are deep into black's territory. And these are something that we always want to look for. A big issue with a lot of players is that they won't take advantage of things that are happening. And I will always tell you, and anyone who's watched my streams, I often say that I never kill my opponent. My opponent does that themselves. They kill themselves on the board. And so when that's happening, you have to be able to take advantage of the weaknesses that your opponent is leaving behind for you to exploit. It doesn't just happen. You have to be able to exploit those weaknesses that your opponent's leaving behind. And this is one of those things that the opponent says, hey, I'm going to lean on you. And we'll see that with Doy Yup as well, is he's going to be extremely active. He's not going to ever want to try to take Gote. He is the type of player that is aggressive, and he's going to want to be like, I want Sente, I want Sente, I want Sente, right? And that is what we're going to see a lot here. And we can kind of see it again. White says, I'm not worried about this group here. I'm going to keep taking the initiative here. I'm going to be faster than you. And he says, my pace will outpace your attacking.
I'd be a little concerned
So
about
we'll
these
go
two
ahead.
white stones. I guess they're not in any immediate danger.
Yeah. So the thing about this move is because here's the thing: if white plays away, we might see this. Now we really might see this knight's move, right? And now it's like, do we really want to give up this top side like this because we're losing a lot of tempo here?
Sure.
So white says, I'm going to remove that option, but I'm also going to set up for the possibility that I'm going to be able to utilize this kind of connection up. So I'm not in immediate danger. I am in some danger, but not immediate danger. And so we can see that white is kind of thinking on their feet. They're being very smart about it as well. And we'll go ahead and go forward. And so here we see that black is taking a really nice corner, but this corner has so much Aji in it. So it's good to be aware that there is the possibility of some Aji living in here, but we do want that outside help first.
So
we can see that.
G3, I find G3 a little bit unusual. Like if you really wanted to crush the Aji, wouldn't you just play F3?
So F3 might be a little too close.
Okay.
We have to remember that we want to be as efficient as possible. So one thing we might see if we play one further is that we might see this almost immediately, right? We might see this happen really fast. And if we see this, now white really doesn't care to do this. White will never care to do this. So black is kind of fondling with the idea of, hey, I've still got that Aji left there. I'm being efficient about it. Because we definitely don't want to be inefficient. So white is trying to, make a little bit of eye space, a little bit of safety here. Ooh, I like this move. So black says that I'm going to try to be efficient as well, and I'm going to try to fight. So this can be a little scary because what can happen is you might see a split like this or like this. I'm actually kind of curious. Okay, so he does split it. And so that is kind of the part about this really long move is that we are going to immediately see that split. And that is kind of a tough fight for black because we have to fight on two fronts. However, it's good to be aware that let's say, this very strange variation happens. How does white escape from here, right? And so
Could be difficult.
while on the other side, it is good to think about, white has to think about while splitting black that they don't want to make black too strong here. They want to be able to play and kind of juggle both sides, and that's going to be key for Doy Yup here and the struggle that Sunsu is going to have. And we can see immediately that black is reinforcing this, and white immediately goes, yeah, that's not happening. I'm not dealing with that. I'm going to play here. And so what will
Interesting.
happen now is we'll probably see black, instead of going for this kind of connection, we might see black just branch off in this, towards this top side of the board. Oh, okay, so he is choosing to immediately try to connect up, which is very interesting. But we will go ahead and actually swap games here
Hmm.
to the next one. We're about the 15 move point. I'm still fine.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Oh, okay, very interesting. Oh, cool. That's awesome. I definitely want to take a look at it at some point because oh, nice. I'm excited to see how he did against Mingu. Okay. Um, and thank you for the raid, Nate, Telegraph Go. Welcome, everybody. We're going over 3 amazing tournaments happening all at once, and we're just about to start the review for Duan, who is the defending champion of the, I believe, the Maryland tournament, and he is playing Alex Chi, who is our amazing AGA one-done professional player. And oh, that's
Wow.
awesome.
That is awesome.
I remember some of the tournaments, like the Kotzen Open, when that stuff was happening, and then COVID happened. I wish I was, playing actively in person, and not just online when all of those tournaments were going on, and that I could have, went to these tournaments before before they closed up and whatnot.
Hmm.
But yeah, so we see a pretty standard opening here, and so we can see kind of what we talked about earlier.
Oh,
I actually
wait.
think we might have been muted when I talked about it.
Wait, Chris, I don't think Paige has control on the review.
Oh, yep.
Okay. Yeah, I think
Okay,
now.
there we go.
Great.
Okay, so we got a pretty nice position here. But again, I think we were actually muted when this position came about earlier, and I was talking about it. So this is actually my favorite. This is one of my favorite positions. I love taking this corner. I consider it the strongest corner in the game, and I think it's very easy for white to misunderstand this position. A lot of players don't realize, but this. Um, oh, I think
Something.
something is happening with the stream side. Looks like we're missing the board. One second. Okay, no problem. Is it showing? Okay, there we go. Okay, awesome. Yeah, so
Mhm.
I consider this one of the strongest corners in the game. I absolutely love this corner, and I take it almost every time. And one of the big reasons that I take it is because it's very easy for the opponent to misunderstand how to play this outside. So what often happens when we approach like this is players will look for all kinds of different ways to kind of fight off this stone, but the proper way to actually defend is here. And this is the most proper way to defend locally, but it is not the most recommended way to defend. The most recommended way to defend is actually not to defend it at all. We actually usually will play away here, and we'll take, Sente, and we'll look to kind of give up this area locally with something like this, basically. This is a little bit more of the outdated way of doing it, but I think it's the best way that kind of gives that example. But yeah, so I like taking it, and a lot of players don't really know how to respond to this move here, and they end up being a little bit short on their moves. And we can see black instantly jumps into the 3-3. And so with this, we can kind of already get a sense of what black might be thinking or what they want, right? We can see black already has territory here in the lower left, territory here in the lower right, and now territory here in the upper right. And so one thing that also tells us is that it is very unlikely that white will be willing to give up this other corner here in the upper left. So white will probably defend this corner at all costs,
Right.
because otherwise it's 4 versus 1 in terms of corners. Now white does want to be really fast. So one thing that we could have seen, but very unlikely, is that black might do this. But one thing you want to make sure that you're doing and you're thinking about is, if I do follow this Joseki, because it does end in Sente for black, is that am I okay to give up Sente, right? Because if we do this wall here and black takes that Sente, that's very bad for white. That's a very hard game for white to fight, because what are they going to do with this wall? It's facing a black stones over here, so we can't, jump in here and pincer. And this would be silly, creating this base here on such a giant wall that we have. So it makes a lot of sense to go ahead and take Sente.
So white was probably thinking of this variation back when he was picking which side to block on.
Yeah, because we could have also thought maybe he would, play here, maybe go into this Joseki here. But here we can also kind of see that if we went this way, black has a very strong Panuki.
Mhm.
And we've already talked about how the AI does really like this, as black. And it's towards, these black stones here, which feels very comfortable. And so white was probably thinking a lot about, what they wanted to do. And black is going to pincer. I think this is very aggressive. I think it is probably correct, but it is very aggressive, and so I would be very scared as black. But also at the same time, I'd be a little afraid as white. So we imagine that if black does this kind of variation, right, and let's say white plays away, one thing we might be careful of or think about is what happens if black cuts here or just creates a base here. We're split into all kinds of groups and different positions, and so I would be a little afraid to kind of go into this, because here I might even take Sente as black to try to do this, because I'm not generally too worried about my corner. I've already got 2 corners, right? I've got this upper right corner, I've got this lower left corner. It's okay for me to give up one of my 3 corners. Let's go ahead and go forward. And so we do immediately see that. Oh no, that's my variation. I was like, okay, they did that. That's interesting. It's like I was right all along. Oh wow, what do you think of this move? What do you think of this move?
I think I may have seen this before. If black just blocked at Q4, then it's like white will Atari and then connect on the left side.
That is so cool. I've never seen this before. I'm glad you've seen it, because I have never seen this.
Yeah.
I think this is so cool.
I think black is supposed to come out at 07 to split.
Wow. Okay. So if we see, if we were to see this normal block move, which a lot of players might think of, so my saying, when it comes to DDK players and SDK players, whenever there's a shoulder hit, I always tell my students, your opponent is not just shoulder hitting you, they are attaching to you, because a lot of players don't really understand when they're playing it, what it's supposed to do. And so what often happens is you play these shoulder hits or these armpit hits as attachments, and that can be very misunderstood. And so here we can kind of see that this is a shoulder hit, and the often response is to just extend upward, and you'll see normally extend upwards. However, we can see that this could be a little bit more complicated if white tries to do this kind of split here. And I mean, for me, it looks pretty straightforward. It looks like white kind of just dies a little bit, but I think it's probably a little bit more complicated than that.
Yeah, white can Atari and connect, I think.
Atari and connect.
Q7 instead for white, instead of R5.
Oh, like this.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I see it. Okay, so they're trying to get a really nice shape here. That
Yep.
makes a lot of sense. I can see that. And so to prevent kind of that really, I mean, you can't really prevent the good shape, but you can say, hey, I'm gonna take kind of, the easy connection up that I don't have to deal with this directly anymore. So it's kind of a trade-off, which makes a lot of sense. However,
This is
things get
interesting.
even crazier. Things get even crazier.
Yeah.
White plays the Zatari here, and so we can kind of see that now White is getting split into two groups here. So we can see Black chooses to avoid this ko, because it's a pretty big ko. I'm not sure what's going to be better here. I'd honestly probably play the ko. I'm generally on the side of learning that if there's a ko, I shouldn't be afraid of it. Now that's not every case. You should not play every ko, but that is something that that is possible, and I'm pretty sure it's a fine result. But Black says, I think the game's still early. I don't want to risk everything on this ko. I feel like if White really plays this kind of thing, who cares if they live really small, right?
That should be too small for White.
White, yeah, and so White might cut. It might get really complicated.
Mm-hmm.
However, what's also really important to note, as Jared had just mentioned, that it is kind of too small. So what can happen if we play here is maybe Black doesn't care that White is so low and just goes back to this move, and that defeats the purpose of us playing this, P4 in the first place. And so White says, I want to kind of keep up with what I had before, because if I save this now, I give up my good result and I go, I fall behind. So Black is playing here and they're keeping it, or White is playing here and they're keeping it interesting. But they are going to go back and live here, it looks like, which makes a lot of sense. It is still kind of big. And we can't really play this to kill it. White's just always going to be able to come back over here and kind of squeak out. Ooh, and now we actually see that peep. And so this is a situation where we would connect that peep. And this is because we don't really have a lot of room to make our base. If you guys remember, one way that we would have made our base is by playing this move over here. But now we're really close to these stones here. And so that can be kind of scary. Also, one other thing that can happen is, like, let's say we choose to make a base up here. And now Black's like, okay, I'm going to cut this off first because this will die. And now we can see easily bad result for White. Easy to cut. But yeah, so White is forced to make this connection. Oh wow, okay, this is kind of interesting. But we will go ahead and call this one here. We'll go ahead and take a look at the next game. Jared, would you like to take a 5-minute break? Would you
5-minute break
for a
would be
5-minute
fine.
break?
Yeah.
Okay. Chris, we're down for a 5-minute break while I get some more water. Okay, in 10, 12 minutes. Should we just keep going then
I
and
guess
go
let's
over
just
the
finish her.
finish it then?
Yeah.
Okay. So then we're probably not gonna go. Okay, so let's go to the fight then. Oh, is this one not? Did it not record all the way?
Maybe try refreshing.
Okay, yeah, refresh fixed it. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and go forward, guys, and we're gonna kind of see. Well, let me actually kind of look at the final results so I know what the fight looks like. Okay, so now I know what I'm looking for. So let's go ahead and see. Oh, this is Jay's kind of game, of course. Definitely Jay's kind of game. So as I mentioned, and so one really cool thing about Jay's improvement is that he's no longer directly picking those fights. Jay's big weakness is that he will pick that fight with you directly, and it's very easy to see it coming. However, you can see Jay is kind of building the center of his board, kind of building this giant moyo, and what he's trying to do is he's trying to drag the opponent in. He's saying, hey, if you're not careful, I'm building this really large part of this board, and it's going to be really hard for you to jump in if you keep letting me build it. And so
Yes.
Jay is kind of using his his strength to go, I'm building a moyo, you're not going to expect this, and then I'm going to emit this really strong pressure that you're not going to expect, especially when you play Jay. Jay emits a lot of pressure when it comes to fighting. And so that is something that we're probably going to see here, right? So we can see Black says, I don't want that to happen, so I'm going to try to jump in really early. This is going to go into, I do want to leave you guys with one of my favorite proverbs.
Hello, hello.
Because I can be a little childish with my
Can you hear
proverbs,
me?
but there is
It's
a
okay.
proverb that says, if you are having a house building competition and your opponent has more money than you to build their house, you should invade a lot sooner, because if you wait till they have the house all the way built, it becomes harder to win that house building competition. So you should invest in dynamite. Dynamite right around their house and blow up before they make a really nice house.
That's a great metaphor. I love it.
And so Black is investing in dynamite here, and they're placing dynamite into White's house a lot sooner. However, it looks like it does look like White ended up being the really good about their security cameras, and they must have caught Black on their security cameras before they placed all that dynamite. And we can kind of see that White isn't just relying on all of this territory here, but they're also saying, hey, I'm going to be able to branch off as well and create more strength. Because if we try to attack this right away, it might not be easy to just outright kill this stone. So we're kind of, playing off of these sides as well. And so that's really good. So let's go ahead and, because I do want to see the kill. And so White chooses to attack, and Black decides, I'm still going to be able to easily break out on this side, so I'm just going to go deeper, which can be really risky.
That is
really
pretty risky. Yep.
And White says the bottom is enough. Black still feels like they just haven't hit enough. They're not backing off or trying to make sure of their connection. Ooh, really good use of Achi. So what happens now is if Black plays away, White has this really good move here, or even just this works too, and we kind of get into this really unfortunate position for Black. So White is using this to become stronger before playing this attack here, which is really good. But let's go ahead and go forward. Again, we're fighting on limited time.
Oh, wow.
Wow, that is so greedy. So again, we can kind of see Black is, not defending this group here, and it's like,
So
where's Black
dangerous.
even gonna go? Yeah, that is so dangerous. It's very hard. So it's kind of like Black is almost relying on the possibility of this cutting point, but it's just too hard of a position to do that.
It's all in. This is amazing.
Yeah, and White doesn't even have to worry about this because they took precautions beforehand and making sure that their groups are fine and bringing their groups together. And yeah, it's just really well played by White. And again, Jay's, playing towards his, he's making sure to cover those weaknesses that he has and says, hey, these aren't weaknesses in the same way that they used to be. I am pulling things together. I am improving as a player. And he really showed it with this game. He didn't immediately play that attack. Very, very well played by Jay. Very, very good. Very good.
This is a really good attack.
Yeah. All right, Chris. We went through it. Thanks everybody for, tuning in to me and Jared here.
Yeah, thanks everybody.
Woo! All right, awesome.
See ya.
All right, I'm hopping off. Bye, everybody.
Sounds good. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good, good.
Oh, let me see. OJS. I can click the top one.
Ooh. Ooh.
Ooh.
All right. All right.
All
Hey
right.
guys, how you guys doing? Indy here or Tin, and I'm with my awesome co-host Unkyo, one done professional.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, everybody.
Hey guys, can you guys hear our audio fine? Yes, we're good.
Hi,
Awesome.
everybody.
Okay, so really quickly, we are going to try to get this game underway. It looks like, how do I? Uh-oh. The game is stuck. No.
What?
Yeah, the game is stuck. Chris gave me control, but the board is stuck on the thing. It's not synced to his thing right now. Oh no!
Oh.
All right. Oh man. Okay, we gotta. The board is not updated on the screen. Oh man, Chris just stepped away too. Well, okay, so we're going to be taking a look at the second board in the Chicago Open, and we're
Mm-hmm.
just waiting for the board to update so I can mess around with it. I have control right now, but the screen is stuck. So we are currently trying to get everything to work, but I need our director back in the seat to change it on his end because I can't change it right now. So
So, Tin, there are 3 matches going on right now.
correct. Yes. So we have
Oh.
3 matches. I believe we're doing Chicago, Maryland, and San Diego right now.
Mhm.
And we're currently trying to get the players up and going for the second round. So the board that we're taking a look at supposedly right now is the board that was just being played on. There we go. Okay, so something changed on my end. So do I have it? Control. Okay. Can we see it online? So I moved it out. Can we still see it? No?
Yeah, I can see.
Yeah, you can see, but the viewers can't see it. So
Oh, really?
yeah, it's stuck on the live stream right now.
Oh.
Yeah. Let me see. Uh, so I can see the changes, but the viewers cannot, which is unfortunate because we do have a fun game. This is stuck on another game right now. I believe it is the last game that Paige was Paige and Jared was looking at. So we need to switch
Mhm.
the board.
So, are we going to review the game between Kim Do Hyuk and Kim Sung?
I am not sure.
Oh,
I'm not
they
sure
are.
because it is
Oh.
we're having like 3-4 boards at the same time, and the
Uh-huh.
board I'm looking at is the board that was given to us was Nepon 5 done against Tien Shu Liu 8 done.
Oh,
So
일단.
we're having a mix match. So I need Chris back here. Was round 1? Yes.
Hi, Daniel. Hello. I'm looking at the Twitch chat.
Yeah. So Twitch chat is stuck on the other board that I think Paige and Jared was covering.
Oh, yeah, the game already
Yeah.
ended.
So I'm hoping everyone's enjoying their Memorial Weekend while we are having technical difficulties. But just taking a look at the board, Yunkyo, are you looking at the live board right now on Twitch?
Live board?
Yeah,
Oh,
on
yeah.
Twitch. Yeah, directly on
Yeah.
Twitch. What do you think of this game? This game seems like a very interesting game. Obviously, we can't really make any changes to it, but
I
it's
think
looking.
Black is dying
Black is dying.
in the center.
Yeah, Black was really trying to live in the center right here, huh? Wow. I wish I was able to see the whole game. This looks like a
Mm.
very interesting game, and I think a lot of the viewers were having fun watching this game too. Yeah, the center looks fun.
Yeah, Black has a lot of territory.
Mm-hmm.
So if Black can save the center group, Black is gonna win.
Yeah,
That's
that looks like White's only win condition is taking the big center right there.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, does anyone? I wish we had his number.
So let me see if I can try to. I'm gonna try to change the board on Twitch.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Um, our last name is the same.
Yes.
Are you Korean?
No, I'm not. I get that a lot. I get that a lot, but no. So
No.
I was very surprised that you had the same last name as me. So
You know, my family name is very rare in Korea. So
really?
if you are Do,
Uh-huh.
then we are kind of family or
Yeah, no, my family name is pretty rare
Oh
amongst
yeah.
my background too. So
Mm,
yeah. But we
okay.
are still waiting. We're still waiting. I wish I had control of the board. I wish I'm not sure. Maybe I can screen share, but I don't know if the screen share is going to do anything with this. So we need Chris back.
Can you call him?
Anyways, I don't have his number. No. Anyone
Oh,
got his number on chat? We need him. He's busy working in Chicago's tournament right now. He's taking a look at all the other boards and getting everyone set up. So I don't think anyone got his number. Can we get his text? Yeah, we're kind of stuck here. Yeah, he's back.
oh, he's back. All right.
Chris, we need your help. We're stuck in the Twitch. Twitch is not updating the board right now, so we're stuck on the old board. Yeah. So we're currently on. Everyone on Twitch is watching the Sunsu Kim 5-dan versus Kim 8-dan. I don't know how to pronounce the name. Yunkyo, you can help me with that, right?
Kim Do Hyuk?
Yeah, Kim Do-hyuk.
Yeah.
So we're the link that you sent me is not that game, and so if I'm making any changes, it's not updating the board. Well, currently right now the live stream is on a board that I'm not sure what. Okay. Awesome. Okay. We got it. We got it working. Yes?
Hello.
Hello. Okay. Okay. So we are back, everyone.
We are back. We are back.
Okay. Sound is good. We're good.
Sounds good.
Yes. Okay. All right. So we are back and we are going to be taking a look at board number 3, Nepon 5 Dan versus Tien Shu Liu. This is a round 1 game. Chris is getting round 2 set up, hence why we were kind of stuck in limbo for a bit. And so I am with my co-commentator, Unkyo. Unkyo, hello, hello. All right.
Hi.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to speed through this first game because we are going to transition to the live games very soon. But to take a look and showcase our third board in Chicago right now, we have, let me see if it's working. Yes, it's working. We have a nice opening. Standard opening 3-4-4 openings with an approach, and then we can see that Tien Shu is just taking it easy. He's taking it off, backing off very nicely, following certain Joseki, and then we see Nepon taking a 2 space extension off of a 3-4, and so making a base off of in the corner, top left hand corner. And so as we speed through. And Unko, you can stop me whenever you want. If you see anything interesting, just stop me, interrupt me, okay? Because I'm just gonna go at it. We're gonna have a great time. And so,
Okay.
and what we're seeing right now is Tien Shu taking a look at standard opening. We're gonna go in for a 3-3 invasion, and we're gonna hopefully see some strategy unfold right now. And so, as we're going through this match, we see the dagger. I believe this is what we call the dagger move right here, where we're doing a knight's move into the side of the board, pushing white onto the second line. Nepon, Tien Shu is just going to go through, peep at that opening right there, and Nepon's going to build that border. And so what we can see currently right now is that Nepon, based on the strategy that is unfolding, we can see that she's trying to build. I think it's a she. Is it a she? Nepon? Nepon? He? She? Black.
not sure.
I'm just gonna say black player. Black player is trying to build this top left-hand corner while building a wall right here. So it would be nice to see a black extension somewhere in the middle, trying to build that left-hand corner up. Okay. And so as we're going through this, we can see that the moves are unfolding. We're seeing a cut already happening with Tien Shu within the first 20 moves right here. That cut is going to be really interesting to see, and we can see that Tien Shu is going to start building the right side while solidifying the bottom left-hand corner because he invaded, and we're hopefully going to see a lot of pressure on these 2 black stones over here. And so I'm going to have Yunkyo just put in a couple comments in the beginning right here. What do you think of the opening right now, currently for both players, from your point of view? Is it standard? Is it normal?
So first of all, Black played the knight move.
Mm-hmm.
F3. That is
Yes.
challenging.
Very challenging. So
Yeah.
this move
Black-
right here. Yeah.
Yeah, Black is saying, did you study
Mm-hmm.
this Joseki?
Okay. So this
Do
move.
you know
Yep.
this Joseki? The
Okay.
flying knight Joseki.
Mm-hmm.
So, Tin, are you familiar with this Joseki?
I've seen variations of it, but I don't remember it. So
Yeah, me
Mhm.
neither.
I
Yeah.
just know if it's a knight's move right here, white should respawn. I believe the Joseki is white should respawn on F2, and then
Yeah.
black is just gonna push white on the bottom on the second line, and then black can use the influence from there. That's from my memory of the sharp daggers move. I know Benkyo mentioned it in one of his videos, or is it Benkyo or Telegraph Go? One of them did it in one of their videos talking about this very move here. So, but I personally don't remember it. So,
Oh, yeah. So could you go back? So usually
Mhm.
I play the bump. Yeah, the game move.
The game move right here, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
go back.
Mhm.
So
Here, I'm gonna pass control to you, and then you can show us what you mean.
yeah. Okay.
All right. So here you have control of the OGS.
Okay. So usually, So black is saying, let's do this joseki, but white avoided this joseki
Mhm.
because this is so complicated.
Mhm.
Yeah, something like this.
Hmm.
Yeah, something like this.
Okay.
So white played here. No. This is the game move.
Mhm.
Yeah, I usually play this way because
Mm.
I don't like
Interesting. Okay.
chaos. So,
So
but
just having this move right here is creating a lot of complication in the beginning of the game, huh?
yeah.
Hmm.
So this is user, but black
Mhm.
played this move.
Mm.
Oh, but this is a bit an ugly shape.
Mhm.
So this is user. Then yeah, but we don't have this exchange.
Mhm.
So this is good for white.
Okay.
Yeah. White can just press black down here.
Mhm.
Yeah. Then white is alive in the corner. So white is okay with
In
this
a very good
variation.
position then, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But black connected here with an empty triangle.
Mhm.
So it should be good for white. Mm.
Okay. Very interesting. So, do you want to give me the
So
control
this
back?
is the game.
Okay. So we keep going through, and I'm seeing that black is really trying to live with both weak groups right there. That cutting stone for white is really on a F5 is really important. I feel for splitting the two
Yeah.
black groups up, and so I'm thinking the white invading right here in the center is also a very interesting move.
You mean the split?
Yeah, this the what is it, C11 move. That for me, I feel like my white stone, my cutting stone right here needs a little bit more help before I would pop in. But again, I'm a 5Q, so let me know if that's a wrong assessment right there. Oh,
So
okay. Mhm.
you wanna save this one stone right away?
I would feel uncomfortable just leaving it. So I would put in an extra move there, just to kind of help it out, and then go
Yeah,
from there. I don't know if
me
that's
too.
a little too slow.
I think it's valuable saving this one stone.
Mm,
Yeah, I agree.
okay.
But I'm not sure which direction is better, this or this.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
this
wouldn't
way.
know. I would
Yeah,
love to keep pressuring black on the bottom right there.
yeah.
Just build center influence while pressuring black, forcing black to live on the bottom, and then just uh, then go into the invasion. But
Mhm.
mhm. Okay,
Um,
so let's just keep going several moves and see what happens. What did Tien Shu do?
um, so black played
Mhm,
away. Oh, this looks good for white for
mhm.
me. Oh, this is aggressive.
uh,
Yeah, this is normal.
yeah, it
Yeah.
looks like white's stick is running away right now and is trying to really just have at it.
Mm.
Weakening black, and that C11 stone is looking like it's going to be playing a nice role with the surrounding of the bottom left hand group right there for the black.
Yeah, this is a bit too much.
Mm.
The game of this attachment.
Mm-hmm.
Mm, so white is gaining territory on the right side.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm, wow. Oh, but the shape is good for black.
Yes.
Powerful. Um,
Yeah, so black is still putting pressure on white in the center group right here. Now he's turning, and now he's putting a lot of pressure in the bottom right-hand corner. And so we
Yeah.
can see that back and forth. It's like, hey, how are you going to survive? And as I'm pushing you around the center of the board, I'm going to be building my influence. And it's looking pretty pretty spicy here.
Yeah, what
However,
is going on?
I don't know.
Oh, let me see. So I think black should have saved this group.
So which group are you talking about?
The big dragon.
Okay. So you would recommend poking at M2?
Yeah. Can you
Mhm.
see my stone on the
Yes.
board?
Yes, M2. I see the M2.
Yeah. Because in the game, black saved the lower right corner group,
Mm-hmm.
but I think what happened is black is in danger.
Mm.
The huge dragon. Oh, black is in danger.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's that? Oh, I
I
think
think
so.
it is Liberty Race. I think black is trying to do a Liberty Race on the central white dragon here. So we
Yeah,
have
but
a black dragon against a white dragon, but black is completely surrounded and white is out. So I don't know how much black is able to survive in this battle right here.
yeah, white. I think white captured these three.
Mm.
Yeah, white is gonna capture these three. Yeah, black is dead. Oh my god.
Well, we could see the strategies unfolding, so that's always good.
Oh yeah. So yeah, even if black can capture the left side, it's not big enough.
Yeah. Okay. And it looks like we're going to be going to the SD game next. It's currently coming online right now.
Mm.
So, mhm.
Oh, my idea.
I'll try to digest that too. I'll try to help. All right. Hmm.
Oh,
Yeah, just disable AI review. So on the side of the OGS Unkyo, it
yeah.
should say enable or disable AI review. Just disable it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, it gives James and Jasper. Awesome. All right. Mhm. All right, cool. And so the board is not. There we go. The board is there. All right. So we are now going to be live on the San Diego board. Number one, James Liu, 5 Don, who's playing as black, versus Jasper Liu, 7 Don, playing as white. And so we're going to take a look at the beginning of this game right now. It is currently happening live. And so I'm just going to slowly play the first several moves here. And we can see that we have a double 3-4 opening for black with a 4-4-3-4 opening for white. Black is coming in to kind of press on white's 3-4 opening. It's slightly farther away than what I'm typically used to seeing. But we're going from there. White decides to do a knight's move enclosure into that, and then black decides to do a 2 space build from that position. And then white is going to be attaching in the top right-hand corner, following common Joseki for the opening. And we can see that black is now taking corner influence with white building into the central influence right here. And so on move 15 right here, what we can see is black is developing the right-hand side of the board, trying to really push that territory story. That's what, at least if I was the white player, I'm feeling that black really wants the right side of the board. So I would love to see white doing a enclosure in the right-hand side or left-hand side right here, just to kind of combat the amount of points that black is potentially getting right here. And we can see that that story is happening right now. We can see that white is now getting an extension from its wall, building from its strength, and now I would predict that black's next move is to take an enclosure. If white takes the extension, it is basic to take the enclosure away. But it doesn't look like that's going to happen. So it looks like James is really going to go at the fighting right off the bat, really trying to prevent that wall from happening and potentially trying to connect under. But this is hyper aggressive, especially we're still in the opening. There's still plenty of big moves elsewhere. You already got the right side of the board, and so I'm seeing that this is something that's really helping white in this position. And I'm not sure if this is a move that we want to kind of keep going black, but it's happening. And so Inkyo, what's your thoughts on this? I'm seeing that black is really aggressive in the opening right now. I feel as a beginning player that I feel that there's still opening moves, and that's what we're taught. Corner, side, center. What's your thoughts on this?
How can I access to the board?
Here, let me set it to you. Here.
Yeah.
Okay, I will post it in the Discord right now. Let me see. Okay, here it is. Sorry.
No. I mean the link.
Oh, are you in it already? Yeah.
Um.
No, I don't see yours yet. I posted
yeah.
the link in the Discord. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it?
I mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So white is Jasper.
Yes, Vice
Black
Jasper.
is James. Do you know them?
Mhm. I don't. I think I've done a casting on their moves prior, but I do not typically know them.
Yeah. So the common
I don't.
approach.
Mhm.
So in this board position, we usually go here or here,
Mhm.
but this is another option. Yeah.
Mhm.
So if you attach it here, Q16,
Mhm.
you have less variation. It's easier to
Okay. Now,
follow.
currently, sorry, Yunkyo. So currently, I don't mean to interrupt, but currently, I think San Diego has control of the board right now, and so our movements on the board is not being seen by the live commentary. Okay.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, they need access to the live board, so that's when they're doing it. Hmm. Sure. Okay, I gotta go to eJournal again. Let me... Okay, Josh Lamb and Jay. Josh and Jay. Yeah. Okay. So. Okay. So I'm gonna say hello. There we go.
So we can go here.
We're jumping again. Okay. Yeah, because they need the live. Mhm. Mhm. I mean, we could just go from here on the live board and just commentate our thoughts on it. Now, we won't be able to show the viewers what. Yeah, sure. Okay. I said hello in the chat. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Are we seeing the board? I think the live stream is transitioning. There we go. Okay, so sorry guys, we are having we're trying to get the technical things to work across 3 tournaments right now. And so we're going back and forth and we're trying to get everything here. Let's take a look at our next board here. Jay Donnelly, 8 Don versus Josh Land, 6 on. This is from the Chicago Open. And we're gonna take a look at it. Yunkyo, are you in the board? Yes, yes, I see you. Okay.
Yeah, I think
So
so.
we're gonna go through and we're just gonna we're just gonna talk about the first opening moves here. So it looks like Josh is opening with a very strong move right here, trying to ask Jay which side does he want. Again, this is just common Joseki, and we're going to see that right now. Josh is taking the enclosure in the 3-4 on the bottom right hand side. And then Jay's gonna do a large pincer. Wow. And that's gonna push white, pressing black onto the second, third line right here. And then we can see that white is building that territory up into the center of the board right here. So if we take a look right now, at least the story that I'm seeing, just looking at, we can see that Jay is going to take an
Review
enclosure very
started.
soon into this top right-hand corner. We see that this stone right here was a pincer against this approach onto the bottom right-hand corner. And we see that Jay right here has the territory, or at least the extension here, hoping to do something. But it looks like, at least from the stone placement, what I'm seeing is that white is looking like they're going to be taking a large influence game this game, or influence play this game. Hopefully building an extension right here into the center of the board. And so let's play the next couple moves just to kind of get the game going. And we see an aggressive attachment with white right now into the top right hand of the board. We're seeing black is really taking control of that and splitting black's group into 2 separate groups right here. So one in the corner, one on the side, on the right hand side, and white's also being split, putting a lot of pressure onto black in the top right hand corner. And black is now looking kind of dicey into the center of the board. We have a cut now, but in this position, again, I'm just playing a couple moves forward. Yunkyo, what's your opinion now? I'm looking at it. It's looking like that top right of the board is a huge mess. There's a lot of splits, a lot of weak groups everywhere. And yeah, as black, I would have done 3-3 as well. So
I think
what's your opinion?
White is overplaying. White is too
Right?
much.
Like that dragon in the top right hand corner. Yeah, this one looks to be kind of dicey right here. We do have the cutting stone, and black can kind of put pressure on that, but I don't know.
I mean,
Yeah, white. Mhm.
Q14 is too much. The direction of
This one,
cutting.
Q14. Oh, sorry, not that one. Sorry, that was
No,
one.
go back.
Q14, right? Go back.
Yeah, this cut.
This cut was too much
Yeah,
for white.
Yeah,
Okay.
white can just
Here, I'm gonna
sec-
pass you the controls. You can show us what you're thinking.
So I think Yeah, white has better option. I don't know how. Yeah, what if white attaches here, for example? If
Well,
black,
if white plays there, then we still
yeah,
see the AI. So let me disable. There we go. Okay.
yeah, this looks better. If black answers,
Mm,
this looks better
mm-hmm,
for white. Mm,
mm-hmm,
yeah, but white cut this way is too direct.
mm.
So
So we're gonna push out. Yeah, it just causes so many weak groups, and
mhm.
it's I don't know, to keep track of all those weak groups. That seems really troublesome.
Yeah, so let's go back. What happened here? Oh, J cut this way. Usually black just connects
Mm-hmm,
here, or
mm-hmm,
Atari is here and connect. Then this kind of joseki.
mm-hmm,
Yeah.
mm-hmm. But then those two Blackstones are going to be under a lot of pressure, and I think that's what Jay was kind of worried about.
Mhm.
Was he already did the large pincer into that, so he might be worried about
Oh,
those two stones. I mean, he did invest two stones in that right hand side of the board, so.
yeah. Or white can attach it here. Then this is safer. This way is safer.
Hmm. Do you want to disable the AI review, Yunko? I can still see it.
Uh, no, I turned it off. I cannot
Yeah, I
see.
think it reactivated when we swapped the board.
So I can refresh.
Yeah. No. Just go into the side of the corner and just disable. I think
Uh,
it turned back on when we swap boards to the other one,
oh,
right?
on my end, I can see the AI.
Uh-huh.
Mm, I'll give you the control.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I have the control back. All right. So what move are we on? So we're looking at this move right here, right? And then so just to continue on, the white cut right here is looking kind of dicey. We do see four groups splitting, and we see black trying to live in the center. Now, having a white stone here might be a little troublesome if white is able to extend outwards up here. But again, the three stones on the bottom seems a little bit in trouble, so I would want to save those three stones here. But we'll see what happens because. Oh, okay. No, that's not it. Move 40 is right here, then move 41. So what we're seeing right now is Black Jay trying to save his center group and really putting a lot of pressure on White on the top hand corner. And we see we're seeing White Black really forcing White to take this three stones here. And so now Jay's going to play a Q6. Looking at the cut, I think the cut is up next. But I don't think that's going to do too much. He's probably trying to get out right now because his group is somewhat in danger. And we're just pushing out. And so what we have here is Jay making great shape, making a livable shape, which is awesome. And we see the press onto the second line again. And so Jay's now trying to escape out of the center, trying to do something in the center, potentially getting rid of White's influence right there. We see the approach and then just building. And so this is the current game right now. So we are at move 72. And just my opinion right now is that White has a nice sizable potential up here. We see that White has something down here. It's still not alive just yet. There's still some forcing move that White can play to kind of keep that alive, but it's looking pretty nice for White in that area. We see a lot of influence right here and a lot of influence in this area. Again, these are all potential, but as the White player, I'm feeling a little bit more comfortable than that's just my opinion. Black seems to be a little bit pressured on territorial points. Yunko, am I correct to say that, or is that something that's slightly off from what you're seeing?
I agree. I agree with you.
You agree? Yeah.
Yeah, I think white is doing
Okay.
great.
So, mhm. I would like to see black really take the just some points right here. Just try to get some points. Maybe do a 3-3 invasion. There's a lot of invasion points in this area. You have the C5 invasion point. You can also approach. I'm seeing a lot of nice, reduction that black can do just to get the points back. But right now, if I was to pick who I would want to play, I would play as white. So,
Yeah, me too.
but right now it's
And
black's next move. And so, mhm.
so I was
Bottom
gonna
left
say,
looks invadable for black. Yes.
yeah, even
Mhm.
if black can take the lower left corner, white can attack the
Mhm.
outside
Mhm.
because white has an
Yeah, I'm
influence.
looking at. Mhm. Well, white could also shoulder hit this black group on the bottom right here too, right? Because this black group isn't necessarily alive just yet. And so while white's attacking this bottom group right here, white's also developing. We can see this portion of the map, and so
Mm.
I don't know if that's a thing that is worth looking at.
But what is happening in the lower right
I don't know.
corner? I think black is in danger.
Well, the lore. Yeah.
Can you give me a control, Tin?
Yes, I will. I
I
will. Here,
I
controls back to you.
can. So if black connects, white can push
Mm-hmm.
and attack and push.
Okay. Is this a variation? Yeah.
Yeah,
Is this
I
variation or
think
is this the game?
variation. I'm
Oh,
drawing.
is it updating? Oh,
No.
you're drawing. Okay.
Why always AI shows up if I take the control?
I don't know.
I don't see my AI on my board, but I can see on the Twitch.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, Twitch.
Yeah, this is
Wow, black
a
is looking really tight.
yeah.
Okay.
So what if black jumps here? Push and
Mm-hmm.
throw in. Yeah, I versus no I.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Jay is in danger.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
you have
So now I need to go back to where we were originally. Okay.
mm,
So we were right here on move 72. And
oh
was this the actual move here? 73 is the actual move? Or is this what you did? 73, 74. There we go. Are we synced up again? Okay. I'm assuming this is the current move of the board. So all right, so it looks like white did go in for the invasion. And then yeah, black is playing. White got an eye. Black is in trouble.
mm-hmm.
Blocks, and black is dead. So this is the actual move inside the tournament board. Okay, good. Okay. And then we just keep going. It looks like, yeah, black is in trouble in the bottom right hand side of the board. So is this? I mean, that's a lot of points given up already. This might be a big trouble for Jay right here.
Tin, is this the game sequence? I don't think so.
I don't know. I don't know where the game sequence is.
Oh, really? We are lost?
I know move 72 was the last move. And then from 72 onwards, it is just. Let me refresh. Let me see if that helps. Okay. Okay, so now we're at move 116. Okay, so this. Okay, so here. I think I found it again. So here,
Yeah.
move 73. So 72 is down, 73 is here, 74. So we did go through this whole variation here. Okay. And then it went down to 89, 90, 91, 2, 3, and then cut. Out.
Oh,
This is not your variation, right, Yunko?
no.
Okay, so this is actually happened in the game. Okay. So we're going
Wow.
through. Wow. So, oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so it looks like white is really trying to put pressure on black's center group right here, the top center group. So we can see that white is building into this area surrounding black's group. Again, this is not a true eye. This is a false eye because white can Atari these 4 stones. Black would need to take it right now just to stay alive in this area. I mean, black can take it anytime, right? So it's not super in danger, but it is getting surrounded quite heavily. And we can see that black is pushing white into the corner. White just extended. And so, I don't know. This is a messy fight. This is such a messy fight. I'm getting concerned for this white group right here, the center cutting group right here. Yeah, I'm
Which
getting
group?
really concerned for that group. I don't know why. All right, so as we're moving, chat, do you guys see any other moves that you would be playing as black? Like I'm feeling like black is getting really pushed tight here. Okay, I'm hearing echo, so okay. So it looks okay. All right. So I'm Now if we take a look at the corner right here, or at least in this position, we can see where do I have control? Yeah, I do have control. We can see that these 4 stones is also getting kind of surrounded, but these 3 stones here I think are completely dead now. My reading is not, it's all right.
There is a way for black to save this 3.
Yeah, right.
Oh yeah, Jay is saving.
Okay. Now, I'm not sure about the board. Okay, so it does take a while for the board to update. So we do have the next couple moves here. So right here, yes, the diagonal, right? The diagonal, pushing through. Oh, that is tricky. So right here, if you guys can see, white just attached. What if black did... Ooh, I don't know. No. That sorry, I'm misreading now. Okay, so we have the wedge coming back, and then the Atari. And white should be taking. I don't think white needs to take. I think white can just press in, right? White presses in. Black connects, white takes, and that's Atari, right? Oh no, but then black can save. Oh.
Yeah, even if black can save.
I didn't see that.
White's win.
Here, I'll give you control. I gave you back control.
I mean, even if black captures the 5 stones, yeah, white can just block here. Yeah.
Wow.
Maybe white doesn't need to. Yeah, white can just do this.
Just extend out and really surround that center black group. Yeah. Wow.
And what about this group? Is it alive?
Which group are we looking at?
I mean, black's group, the upper right.
The upper right? You mean the corner or in the center?
In the center.
The center looks questionable. Yeah, the center looks questionable.
Yeah. So
like black would have to play at the N15 move.
Yeah, huge territory for white.
Yep.
Okay.
So we got a question in the chat. It says, "Is Seki on the bottom right? Can Black do Seki on the bottom right? Is that possible?"
I gave you the control already, so you can
Mhm.
show us. So I think
Okay.
that
So if Black was to say that White plays here and Black, takes, right? Then
yeah,
White just fills in right here, right?
yeah. Black is dead. Black is dead.
Yeah, Black is dead. Black can't do much. Maybe Black can try to take the outside liberties here, but then White just plays here or connects. And Black still needs to connect first before White plays here, and that's dead. I think. Yeah.
Black is dead.
Mm-hmm. I versus no, I should be dead. Yeah. Okay. So we do have a dead group. Okay. So let me read. Mm-hmm.
Chris is saying we have 2 more games to
To look at. Okay. So let's
Yeah.
go to the SD game then. We're gonna switch over to the SD game, and then I'm gonna go from there. So let me see. Is the SD game? Is this the new link right here? Okay. New link. Okay. Oh, the game's already finished? It can't be. Really? Is it finished? I'm sorry, Chris, what was that? Ah, okay. Hit and run, hit and run. Okay, so cool. All right, so this is the SD game right now. Do I have control with it? Yes. Okay. 20 minutes ago. So let's just take a look at what Jasper and James are doing currently. And if we take a look at it, we can see that, again, we kind of talked about the beginning of this game already, but we could see that Black is taking the right-hand side of the board. White is taking center influence, that position right there, and then Black is being hyper aggressive. Yes. Yeah. Okay. And then we can see that Black is going for Ko, which is very interesting.
Mhm.
And then that's very interesting that Black is going for Ko. And then White's like, well, I have a lot of Ko threats. I mean, your whole corner is in trouble.
Wow.
I'm looking at this game and I'm just like, really? Okay, so again, this is a game from San Diego. I believe this is board number 1. And we are looking at a very early co-battle. This co-battle is just going at it, and I don't know. I would be inclined to just let Black live in the center right here, right, and just take Black's corner. I mean, I don't know if that trade is big, but I'm just looking at the efficiency of Black in the top middle right here. And I'm looking like, well, White seems to be more efficient. I mean, White has the points. Black had to play like, what, 15 stones just to get 20 points, is it? Or approximately 20, 30 points right here. And White has a lot of other big moves, like, just an enclosure, right? Just taking the corner side. I don't know. This position looks really questionable for Black.
True.
Hmm?
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, the upper invasion was too soon.
Mm.
Black invaded L17. It was too soon.
L17? Okay.
Yeah. At that time, White already had a
Yeah.
solid.
Sorry, I'm gonna just fast forward a little bit here. So it was the attachment that was a little too, I think, too aggressive in this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right? There's so many other big moves that Black could have done. I think that even just taking a 3-3 here would have been nice.
Looks good.
Or F17? Kind of questionable.
Yeah.
The wall is facing, so yeah. Okay.
Direction wise, black can approach from the other side. Yeah, that one.
C14.
Yeah, that's more natural.
And then maybe just build along with the stone that it's already here, maybe on the third line.
Yeah,
something
it
like
looks
that.
good.
Yeah, the attachment seems really aggressive. I think black was
Mm.
really scared for white to get all this territory. But it's still opening, so I don't know. Yeah, I would be
Mm.
I would be very scared as playing that move right now. So we're just gonna keep going, 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 and yeah, this is again San Diego from about 20 minutes ago. Competitive complications. Yeah, that could be it. I mean, just causing a lot of complication, maybe tiring the opponent's mental capabilities out. Maybe. Looks like a lot of professional players there. I don't know. I don't know. These are
Where?
all amateur Dawn players, I believe. Yeah, San Diego.
What do you mean?
I'm just reading chat right now. So
Oh, okay.
yeah. So looks like a lot of players. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, a lot of players. Definitely a lot of players. I believe in the opening for San Diego, at least we have 16 players that are between 2 and 7 Dawn AGA. So, and we have a member of our of one of my Go members in my club competing in the San Diego tournament. So good luck to him. Woohoo! So, just a shout out to my club member there. So, yep. So yeah, 17 members, really high caliber level players, and it's an amazing turnout. And so we should go on to the next board here. Which board are we doing? Are we doing the Chicago board 2, or are we doing the one prior to that? Okay, so I'll transition to Chicago board 2. Okay. So we are going to go to Chicago board 2 with James Funk 5 Don versus Kim Do Hip. Kim
Do Yup.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that. Thank
Do
you.
Yup.
Kim Do Hip.
Yeah.
8 Don. So, and we're going to transition right now. hmm hmm Yeah, top right might not be so easily killed for the San Diego game, but we are now currently looking at Chicago board 2. So let's showcase what's happening so far in this board. Again, we're gonna go through again common Joseki opening. It's looking very decent. Oh, we have a 3-3 opening. Wow, we don't see that too often. Okay, that's pretty cool. So, oh wow. Okay, so this is a very interesting variation right here that I'm seeing. The shoulder hit.
I cannot see your review.
You can't see it? Okay.
You're in the opening?
Yeah. Oh, the control hasn't been passed to me yet. Okay. Okay, I got it. Awesome. All right, so let's go back. So what I'm noticing is that this shoulder hit, I don't, I don't recognize the shoulder hit here. That's a very interesting move. Huh.
What do you mean, Tin?
This one, the
It's not-
Q6. I don't typically come across this. Is this a Joseki as well?
Yeah. This became popular after AlphaGo. I play this move.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's
Yeah.
a loose hit trying to get center influence from what I feel. And
Yeah.
the slide right here, putting pressure. Now this one Blackstone here is looking kind of dicey. We have 2 white walls right here and right here. And this Blackstone kind of looking kind of dicey in this regard. Black is going to ignore that stone for a little bit, but looks like he's really trying to separate. Now Black is coming out, trying to make something happen. I think the cut here is also looking kind of interesting as well. Black is now jumping and just filling in, and we can see that Black is now going in for the surround. We could potentially see an invasion right here very soon for black if he gets a little bit more center control. We're going to keep going, and we are hitting a 3-3, 4-4. Okay, defend, block the extension, and black is extending here. So, Young Carol, is there anything within the first here 50 moves? These are the first 50 moves that you see is kind of awkward. Again, I'm not used to the shoulder hits, so I found that to be very awkward. But I'm looking at the position for black and white right now. I would say that black is somewhat at a disadvantage in this position.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I
Just for
agree.
the center group. Mm-hmm. And so I'm not too sure.
Mm,
Mm-hmm.
I think black was too aggressive on the lower left corner. The attachment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in the beginning.
Okay. So currently, right now, the board is updating quite heavily through.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it's like really going through it. So let's go back just a little bit. Sorry, chat. We're trying to get things kind of working right now. We see that black is solidifying the presence right here in the center and trying to really build something. White has quadrant. That's usually a GG. Yeah. So what we see, white's group is getting kind of surrounded in the center right here. Black is surrounding, but there is a double Atari coming up. I'm surprised that white didn't do a double Atari. Huh. No, it wouldn't make sense. Yeah, it wouldn't make sense because black can easily surround it. So white can connect underneath still. Yeah, this is interesting right here. Huh. Okay. Going through. White's putting a lot of pressure on the black group right here. It is the Liberties 1, 2, 3, 4 to 1, 2, 3. Black looks like it's not gonna survive this attack. So it looks like white is winning. Black is trying to make something happen on the bottom right here. Really trying to take that territory out. Maybe potentially cut white's group right here off from each other. But it's looking kind of, yeah. I'm just taking a look at the game, and it's looking very complicated. Young Killer, do you have anything else that you want to add to this game right here? It's looking really dicey everywhere. I think all the games that we've been casting so far have a lot of complications.
Yeah, but in general, it's a disaster for black.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Ooh,
yeah, black is weak everywhere.
Yeah. And so just surrounding, putting influence right here. Black can't really cut too easily, I don't think. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So if black tries to cut, white can just honey on top. Maybe black does this, right? Something like this, and just kind of keep black disconnected, or white can just disconnect right now. And black has a lot of weak groups everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So, oof. Yeah, we'll see. So black is moving, and we're going through. Okay, so that's it. So this is currently the updated board. Okay, let me refresh one more time just to make sure. We're moved 123, 124, 25, 26, 27. Yeah, black is really. Oh man. So white did disconnect. So black has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 groups that I'm counting. Maybe 4, 5 groups that I'm counting. Right? And if we count white's groups, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's 4 to 5. We're using the ISIS board, the ESIS board, and I think these are the AI boards that are controllable through there, and I think they go for about $1,000, $2,000 each. Have you used the ESIS board before, Yunkill?
Sorry?
Have you used these boards before? The ICs board, ISIS. I think they're going for about 1,000, 2,000.
Oh,
IZIS board. No,
no.
hmm. I don't recall how expensive they are. I just remember it being somewhat pricey. So I'm sorry, Chris. 1,000 each. $1,000 each. Okay, yeah. So these boards are expensive. They're 1,000. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. All
they
right.
are
And
promoting.
so we're. I'm sorry.
They are promoting the board there.
Yeah.
And
So they're. I think they're helping with the sponsorship of the Chicago. Yeah.
I see.
Hmm. So. All right. So should we go to another board? Is there another board that we need to go on while this one's on? Okay. All right. We're going to break and try to recollect our thoughts here. A lot of games happening at once, and we're trying to get everything. So, all right. Okay, we're good. Guys, can we
Yeah.
hear? We have sound again? Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Give me the emoji. We got sound. I hope so. Yes, yes. Thanks.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
there
Furry
we go.
Bitch. Thank you.
I was doing a whole spiel while I was analyzing the game, but yes, awesome. We got it. Woo! Oh, we're practicing. Okay, so so right here we have the stick of doom. Black is trying to do it for a nice round, and White's going at it. So we're seeing that White's going to disconnect right here, and I think this was the absolute last move for board number 2. Yes, you were lines everywhere, etc. Yes. Okay. Cool. Cool. And so I believe this game is now done. Board number 2 is done. Let me refresh just to make sure. Yep. Move 134 was the last move. That's still live. Okay, so board 3 is still live. This is done. So I believe White won by resignation in this regard because White played the last move and there's no black moves after that. So we got White winning. So Kim, 8 Don, Doy Yup, Kim. I can't pronounce. I'm so bad with Korean. I'm so sorry. But we got Kim Doy Yup winning against James Funk 5 Don. This was in a very, very crazy match. There's a lot to keep track of. I can't keep track of this many groups, and maybe this is why I'm still 5Q. So, anyways, we're gonna go on to another board. Unless you can kill, do you have anything that you want to add to this board before we move on to the next board?
Oh, you mean in this game?
In this
Anything?
game, yeah. Is there anything that you saw that was maybe something that they both players kind of overlooked?
Mm, I think in general, White took the initiative from the beginning. Yeah.
White took the
played very
initiative
well.
from the beginning.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm,
White played very well. Wow.
mm.
Yeah, I see. White has a lot of solid groups. Kept good shape. Kept the surrounding up. You know, sacrificed stones when needed to, and just really went at it. So awesome. So let's go on to another board. Chris, is there another board that is okay? Okay. Okay. So I will go into there. It says no users, but I believe we have the game here. I'm going to post the board for Yunkyo here in the chat.
Um,
Yes. Okay. And guys, everyone in chat, I'm going to send a link to everybody here in the chat so you guys can follow along. Is this not the correct one? It's move 121. So, yes. Okay. All right. So, uh, uh okay. So this is board number 3. We had some technical difficulties, everyone. Sound is still good. Yes, please let me know in chat, please. But we had some technical. Okay. So the sound is on, and we're gonna keep it. Okay, cool. And so we had some technical difficulties with this board, but we're able to get at least the first 121 moves. It's still going live. So this is a match with Tien Shu Liu against Shi Yu Wang. 8 Dawn versus 5 Dawn. The 8 Dawn is playing as the Black Stones, and then the White Stones is the 5 Dawn. And so we're going to take a look at the opening right here. Again, we have strong openings, good, nice common Joseki. And we're looking just even the first 13 moves. We can already tell what our opponent or what the players are thinking. It looks like White wants to take this bottom influence right here. Black is trying to disrupt White's Moyo. Black could potentially be moving up here in the next bit or so. trying to take an enclosure, and then putting a lot of pressure on the white on the top left-hand corner. But we're going to keep going, and we're going to see white really wants the bottom, as we saw. Black is, again, putting a lot of pressure on white, trying to build that nice top territory right now, playing Joseki. Great. This extension right here, I feel is a little too slow. Maybe not. Maybe it is good, but it is. I'm not too sure. I'm used to pushing on top rather than taking the bottom right here. We do have the two stones here, and I feel like this could potentially let if white pushes on top instead, black could do something like this. White
Mm,
protects, black takes, and then white can naturally extend here, putting a lot of pressure on the white's black stones. I think that would have been good. Oh, we need to switch the board. Sorry, guys, wrong scene. We need to switch the board. Yeah. Okay. We said mid game. Okay. Chris, I think we still need to switch the board. The live stream is showing a different game. Thanks, chat. Okay. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. This is our first time doing three tournaments at once, so it's really going back and forth and getting the technical stuff out of the way. It's still a lot of work. But thanks, guys. I have to wait for the chat to update. Yes. 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 So board 3 just finished. This isn't. No, this is. Yeah. Okay. So the disregard the title in the stream. That's for board 1. This is board number 3. So for those who are okay, cool. So again, you guys heard what I just said, so I'm hoping that's okay. But yeah, this the extension down here.
yeah,
Yunkyo, is the
if I
extension
were
down necessary? It feels
um
slow.
yeah, I think so. If I were white, I would push and tenuki. Like if
Yeah.
I yeah, or 16, and then
So
if black
push.
answers, yeah,
Yeah. And then we
and then I
Tanuki
wanna
out,
go.
maybe try to take the corner over here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No? Or here?
Yeah,
One of
that's
those?
what I would play.
Okay. So right here at the top left hand corner, right?
Yeah, that's so huge.
And then black would, yeah. And then black does something like this, maybe takes this, and then white takes, and you can see white's building that outside influence right here.
Yeah,
So
I wanted
that
to go
I
there
feel
with
mhm.
R14, even R14
R14 right here.
earlier, even earlier
Oh, earlier.
as white. Yeah.
So uh-huh.
So could
Here,
you
I'm
go
gonna
back?
pass the control to you so you can here, hold on. Let me pass the control to you so you have you can show us what you're thinking of.
Yeah. So I mean, in this food position, I would go here. I would ignore the upper right corner.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, for some reason I still can see the AI, but I don't know.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
so
Just keep going with it.
I would go here instead of answering the right side.
Mhm.
Yeah, I put value on the empty corner, empty 3-4 corner.
Mhm. Mhm.
So, and for this Joseki, we usually go here when we want to attack this group. Because,
Mhm.
yeah, black cannot play away because this is so powerful.
Mhm.
But I think in this case, this group is a bit weak. So white cannot attack this group.
Mm.
So yeah, I would go here and here.
Mm.
So what is the game sequence? White played. Oh, black answered this way. Oh, I see.
Ooh. Ooh. Okay.
This is more
I mean,
forcing.
that's.
I mean, yeah, for black.
Mm.
This is more forcing. I would go here.
Well, especially with the stone, the 3/4 stone on the bottom right there too, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, this is good. Good.
Mm.
Yeah, this way.
Mm. Oh, the board change on the live stream. Okay, now we're back.
Yeah. So this is the game. Yeah, push is
Mhm.
I think more powerful. This is
Mm.
defensive.
Too passive? Defensive?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think so.
Okay.
Yeah, this is low, 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 low.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, top is black style, territorial.
It looks like it. Yeah.
Yeah, black has no stone on the fourth line. Mm, yeah, this is the game. Oh, black played high for the
Okay.
first time. High.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll give you the control.
Oh, I have control back. Okay. So it looks
Mhm.
like black is trying to grow out, which is great. So we saw that. And then, ooh, the shoulder hit. Wow. White does the shoulder hit. Black, Tuniki's out. Okay, cool, cool, cool. And then white is attacking that group. So white's really trying to take that center presence here.
Wow.
Not really trying to let black have anything at all. Oh, that's very, huh. And then we see that black is trying to create a very strong center right here, putting a lot of pressure on these three white stones. Again, 4 in a row is a nice safe shape. 3 in a row is not enough. So black is gonna press. And black is like, you know what? I'm just gonna do that. I have a lot of good shape. I'm gonna now come out and put a lot of pressure onto the white center group right here. And white's like, okay, well, I'm going to press you back onto the third line. And so we can see this back and forth banter between the two players. And black is like, you know what? I'm just going to start breaking out. I'm strong everywhere. I have territory everywhere. I have safety on the closest end of the board. I'm just going to start pressing my way through, forcing my way through. At least that's what I'm getting from black's playstyle right now. And white's like, okay, well, if you're going to force your way through, I'm going to also try to make some sort of base happening. And black's like, well, you kind of let me through, and now I'm completely into the center. Now I'm going to reduce your winning, because I at this point I feel like it is white's win condition to kind of just take the center. Black has the top. Black has a good influence on the bottom. I don't know if white can take too much more on the bottom right hand corner. Bottom left hand corner seems to be black's. So white really doesn't have a lot going in terms of raw points right now, raw potential territory. And I think black knows it. And so black is like, you know what? I'm just going to keep reducing you in the center and
Yeah,
just take whatever I can.
I think white messed up on the bottom side. The cap was too much, I think. The when black played shoulder hit, white covered from the center. It was not practical. Yeah.
Here, let me pass the control to you so that you can see. You can show us what you're seeing.
Yeah. So we can go back.
Okay, let's finish
Okay,
this
okay.
thought up, and then we're going to go to
Yeah.
Maryland. Yeah.
So I think so far it was okay for white, but when black played the shoulder hit, white could have played push. I would go here.
Mhm.
And then maybe we can reduce the upper side. I don't know how, but yeah. If I were white, I would play this way. Because in the game,
Mhm.
the shoulder, no, the cover,
Mhm.
yeah, this was so painful. This kind of stone is
Mhm.
very good shape for
Mhm.
black. Strong. It's hard to attack anymore.
Mhm.
So yeah, what happened was yeah, black had a great shape. It's not attackable. And point wise, white lost a lot. And black is almost alive. Yeah. So from here
Mhm.
on, I think black started leading. Yeah, and this is
I see.
another mistake because this is strong, so no impact.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah, I would block here the center and fight. This is better
Mhm.
shape wise. Yeah, I can do something like this. Anyways, yeah, this jump was so good. Jump, yeah, this jump.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I
white has
love that move. That was
yeah, yeah, white has no point,
yeah.
and this is not working. Why you are
Yeah.
laughing?
No, I'm just admiring the game itself. It's I wish I could play like this. So
So with the black, you like black?
yeah, I wish I had the foresight to play like Black does. I'm reflecting on my own capabilities of playing
Mm,
Go, and
mm-hmm.
even if I was in the same position, I probably would screw up during the first 30 moves. So I'm appreciating the game. So yeah.
Yeah, white is building the center, but it's not that big. Yeah,
Mm,
this is powerful.
mm.
Yeah. Oh my God, this is another point. Yeah. Oh,
White's
black.
getting
Yeah.
wow, that's big.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
Black
perfect.
now has a big influence in the center. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. And
Yeah,
we're
shall we
just gonna
move?
fast forward just a little bit because Maryland is up. So
Mm,
let's just
yeah.
fast forward a couple more moves.
Oh, you wanna
Yeah.
see more? Okay, I will give you the
Yeah.
contour.
Okay. Here, let's just for everyone to see, and then we can
Uh-huh.
go to Maryland. So if we just take a look at the overall game, again, the game ended a while ago. We can see that at this last move, which is move number 121, which is recorded, we can see that white is trying to go for a ko, but I don't think black needs to play the ko at all. I mean, black is fairly ahead at this point. So
Mm-hmm.
we're going to go. I'm hoping you guys enjoyed that. We're going to go to Maryland now, showcase their game. And I believe, where is Maryland? Chris, do you have Maryland's? Okay. Okay, I'm going to go back to eJournal right here. Okay. Awesome. Thank you. I'm going to say hello. All right. Okay, so Yunko, you're going to need to help me with this because Michael Chen is the one playing on this board. And so there's a lot of things
Oh,
that he'll be playing
sorry.
that I won't understand too much.
Oh,
I
this
don't
is
think.
my chance game.
Yeah, Michael Chen's game. So we have Michael Chen.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah. So this is Michael
mm.
Chen playing against Duan. I don't know the first name, but there we go. For those who want to follow, here is the link. And oh, Duan is the defending champion. Ooh, so this is a championship game. Okay,
Wow.
not necessarily. Okay, so let's take a look at the beginning of the board is updated. Yes, the board is now updated, guys. We're gonna take a look at this game, and I'm excited to see this one. I haven't seen a Michael Chen game yet, so this is my first Michael Chen game that I can see. live, and so I'm quite excited. And so, wow, we see Michael's taking a nice territory right here on the right hand side of the board. And Young-kyo, have you played against Michael before? Do you know his style of play?
Not really.
Not really. Okay.
How's his
Okay.
style?
I don't know. I know he does a lot of commentary on his own games on his YouTube channel, but I don't recall what type of style that he likes playing. But it looks to be in this game here very territorial. More influence, but is very safe in the bases that he's building. And yeah, I'm just looking at this game right now. Is there anything that you aggressive style? He is a swindler. Oh man. Oh wow, that's interesting. Yunko, you wanna jump in right here? This one I'm confused at because I'm always taught to push your opponent against your wall, but in this regard, Michael is pushing away from his wall. Michael
Yeah.
Chen is playing as black, guys. So here, I'm going to pass the control over to you, and I don't know how to make sense of this. So this is very interesting to me, and I would like to kind of know more. So why are we pushing away from our wall rather than towards it?
First over, I'm not sure about this move. I would go here.
Mhm.
Here, the left
Okay.
side. Yeah. I prefer this
Okay.
direction. Because this is not forcing.
Mhm.
So I'd say this is good move. Because this made black a bit awkward. So black doesn't feel like doing this.
Mhm.
Because this is a bit
Mhm.
over concentrated.
Mhm. So just a nice pincer then is what
Yeah.
Mike was thinking then.
Yeah. I'd say this is a proper split.
Mm.
Yeah, it's not that ideal either.
Mm.
Because still corner is empty.
Mhm.
Yeah. So
Interesting.
yeah, usually black should answer this way, but this is too cramped, too
Mhm.
over concentrated.
Mhm.
So that's why black tried to do something. Oh,
And we see black
wow.
now trying to, yeah.
So
Wow.
aggressive. So aggressive.
Yeah. Well, the chat is saying that Mike is a very aggressive player. Like he likes to go at it, look for the best moves, attack, knowing that he usually can influence the opponent to kind of make a mistake because of that.
Oh, I see.
So,
But I don't think this group is attack cover.
mm,
It's pretty strong.
mhm. He doesn't like defending. Oh wow, that's really interesting to see. So I guess a great offense is a good defense is Mike's philosophy in his play style.
Uh,
Wow. Okay. And then the attachment for black. Wow.
wow.
Wow. That's aggression right there. Yeah. No, I can see it now. Yeah. Just attack
Wow.
and let the opponent deal with the attacking stones. So split their attention apart. Go for it. Build influence. I'm thinking that's how we're looking at this game right here.
Yeah, you have the control
Oh, I
now.
have the control back. Okay.
Yeah.
So okay. So again, we're gonna fast forward a couple moves just to take a look. Mike now built that Panuki in the center. And Duan is looking to try to keep his stones connected and put a lot of pressure on the black bottom group here. Black sees that he's going to extend out, and White's going to try to escape into the center because White is feeling a little pressure between two strong black groups. At least having an escape route in the center is a nice thing. Now, to kind of combat that, I feel like Black is pushing on the top right here, hoping to kind of build a nice influence wall, maybe in the center right here, to kind of stop White from escaping. At least that's what that push is communicating to me. But right now, we're seeing a lot of back and forth between the two groups here. And this is the final move 76. So let me refresh it to see if we have any extra moves. Yes, we do. Move 77 is now Black taking the corner, or at least trying to take the corner. White can still invade the 3-3, but it's going to be a little dicey for White. Either White, takes middle influence or takes the corner. I don't know. But in this position, let's just take a look at the overall groups right here. I just want to take a look and count. Black has a nice potential right here, which is pretty nice. It looks to be the potential for Black is in this area, but it's not solidified yet. Black has this currently right now. Black really just needs, I think, Black's alive here. I think it's a Miai right here. Black could either play here or force the Atari and then the second eye over here. So I think that's a Miai down on the bottom right there. And yeah, Black looks fairly in good shape. And White, I would say that they're kind of back and forth. I can't tell who's ahead.
I think Black is ahead. I'm not sure, but in the beginning, the way Michael Chen played on the left side was a bit too much for me, but it went very well, I think, as a result. Yeah.
And we have a person asking, Papa Snake, asking, is there anything that Black can do on the bottom right-hand corner?
Bottom
to
right.
kind of limit White or even just take over the bottom right-hand corner?
Bottom right corner is very solid.
Is very solid. So even if Black tries to come in, say that White does this and Black tries to come in, there's not much that Black can do, right?
No, Aji, no.
Not even that. I think this would be a nice shape right there. Yeah.
I think Black can pick P4 before the Hane.
Before the Hane, so right here first, yeah.
No, P4.
P4 right here. Sorry.
Yeah.
Top. Okay. Block and then push right here.
And then extend. S5 is a big endgame. So big.
This one.
Yeah.
Just
without
extend down. No, not even on it. Just extend. Yeah.
Yeah. Because Black has jump later. The follow-up. Jump is so huge.
Jump, yep. Yep. I see that now.
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. That's. Yeah. I don't know. Let's refresh it and see if we have any additional moves past moves 81. No, 82. No, that's my variation. So I don't think we have any additional moves just yet. Yeah, so move 77 is the last move here. Is there anything else that you see that White can do in this position that might help White kind of get the lead back?
What about the 3-3? I would
for White right here.
Yeah. But Black.
Here, let me pass the control to you, and then maybe you can just walk us through what you're seeing.
I mean, before doing this, I was wondering, what if White goes here? Yeah, if White can live inside, it's huge. I'm not sure. Yeah, something like this. Because White has this jump. Yeah, corner looks big. If corner becomes Black's territory, it's so huge. But Black, in the game, White played here. This is what happened in the game. Oh,
I
white played
think
here?
so.
Oh, is
No,
it?
no, 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 no. That's my variation. Yeah, that's my variation.
Oh,
So,
so
I think. Let me see. No, that's not it. No, that's not it.
do we have
No, that's
game
yours.
sequence?
I don't know what the variation is. Yeah,
Oh,
I don't know what it is.
yeah. So
Let me sync it up.
I was thinking going here. Okay, I'll give it to
Okay.
you, the control.
Okay. All right. So we are in our final 10 minutes, and then we are going to be transitioning to the next set of commentators. I'm hoping, chat, you guys are enjoying it, but we are going to go to Maryland board just to showcase their last thing. Chris, are we going to the Maryland board, or are we saving that for the next commentator?
Okay, bye.
We can get started on board 2? Okay. All right. So we're going to go to Maryland board 2 here. Okay. Just to take a look, and I'm going to say hello. So this is board 2 with A Shi, one Dan professional, another one Dan professional. I don't know who A Shi is, versus E Chang, 6 Dan amateur. So this is another professional match, and
Wow.
they're going at it. Wow. Okay. So let's get started on the very beginning of the match. Do I have control of it yet, Chris? Not yet. Okay. And so, chat, I hope you guys are enjoying this extravaganza. We are trying to analyze these games live, and it is very, very difficult to do it live. So I'm hoping that we're doing a good enough job for everybody. Awesome. Yeah. And we're gonna go to Maryland and take a look at their game. Do I have control? Yes, I do have control. Awesome. So let's finish the our session off really quick, just to kind of start this off. And we're taking a look at she is playing as Blackstone's A Shi. Yizhang is playing as the White, and we can take a look at the beginning here, and it looks like White is taking influence in this game. So a very strong influence presence. Black is saying, you know what, I want solid territory. I want my groups to be alive. But in this position, it's looking really nice for White in terms of the wall that White is building right here. So this center is looking kind of big. Now, is it as big as 2 big corners? I'm not too sure. Yunkyo, you can chime in anytime, but we're going at it. Looks like White really wants to kind of solidify that potential area. And
The board has changed on the.
the board hasn't changed on the. Okay, so Chris, we're still paused on the live stream. It changed, but it went back. Okay, so is it going back? It
Not
might
yet.
be because it's a live update, and so what's going on here? Yeah. Oh, it's still on Michael Chen's game at the moment. Okay, it's still at Michael Chen's game. Yes, yes. There we go.
Yeah, now I
Now
can
we
see.
can see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So it's looking like White is really trying to take the center. And again, Yunko, you're more than welcome to chime in anytime to give us your professional opinion of. Interesting. That's an interesting move.
Yeah.
Why Phil? Was that a misclick?
Which
No.
one?
No, that's not a misclick, right? Move 47, just filling in the this to me seems odd. I would expect the Atari first. Oops, sorry, not that. Sorry, I would expect the Atari first.
Yeah. No. Black had to fix the weakness.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. After the Atari, Black has to come back anyways. So
Uh-huh.
Yeah, without
So just fix
Atari.
it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's better. Yeah.
Okay. Pushing out, blocking, and now black is alive in the center where white's big potential was originally.
Wow,
Wow.
very intense.
Yeah. Wow. And now black is trying to connect up with the bottom group here. White pokes, white's increasing liberties, influence, and yeah. I mean, black just totally took all that potential from the two walls away. Wow.
Yeah,
And
I
so
think
white, uh-huh. No,
Black is doing great.
black is doing great. Yeah. Wow. Okay. And so
Wow.
we're going through, we're blocking, and we're pushing through. And so, Yunkyo, I'm gonna pass the control on to you. We have about 3 minutes left. So if you want, or do you have it? No, you're not in. Never mind.
Oh,
Never mind. White got
I
new
don't.
potential on the right side. Yes, but white didn't play the right side. White is white's taking the top. Interesting. That is so wow. Wow. Okay, so this is last move. Move 86 was the last move from what I have.
Black is scathing. I like Black here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Wow. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Joe
All right.
and Laura couple are waiting. Welcome. Hi.
We're done. We're done. Okay, so guys, we are done for our segment. We do have Joel and Laura coming in, Dawn level players coming in to analyze the next set of games. I'm hoping that you guys enjoyed it. Thank you guys
Yeah.
so much for tuning in, and be sure to come again tomorrow because Yunkyo and myself will be back to commentate again, and we're gonna have fun. These are
Yeah.
exciting matches. These are crazy matches, but they're very exciting.
Yeah,
so.
this game is so fun, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyways, take care, everybody. Thanks for tuning
Thank
in.
you.
And
Thank you, Tim.
guys,
Thank
Twitch.
you, Chad.
Yep.
Great. Yeah, so hello, stream. We're going to be covering the next couple hours of these 3 tournaments that are going on this weekend. It's in Chicago, Maryland, and San Diego. My name is Joel. I'm 5-Dan in the AGA system.
I'm Laura. I'm 4Q. I'm here to represent Q players everywhere. Ask all the Q player questions that all of you probably have.
Yeah. We're in round 2 of the Maryland and San Diego tournaments right now, and round 3 of the Chicago tournament has just started. So I think we're going to start by looking at an ongoing game in the Maryland tournament between Mike Chen and Duan. Yeah, so let's hop into it.
Sure. Yeah. So this Maryland tournament, it's always very exciting. So for those of you who don't know, Joel and I are based on the East Coast. We live in New York City, and I feel like maybe we know the strong players, from the Maryland tournament a bit better personally because we travel a lot for Go, and it's kind of like the same recurring strong players, right? That come to all of the East Coast tournaments. So Mike, we know pretty well. He comes to like all of the New York tournaments. And Duan, we actually, I don't know him. Have you ever played him before?
I've never played him, and I've seen his name around, but I'm not that familiar with him compared to most of the players on the East Coast.
Okay.
So,
well, it looks like he's 7-Dan, so this should be a very exciting game. Let's jump into it. So Mike Chen is black in this game, and Duan is white.
Yeah, and so we see a 3-3
Oh, okay.
Duan early on.
Seeing less 3-3 these days, I feel like, since the advent of AI. So maybe a very early signal that Duan prefers more of a territorial style, but we'll see how this develops.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, we didn't see double 3-3. That would have been a true statement.
Yeah, 1-3-3, 1-3-4. Okay. Like, when was the last time you played like a 3-3?
It's been years.
Yeah.
I've experimented with it for a bit, and although I like the territory, I just don't like how much control of the center you can give up. And I always kind of just prefer to take the 4-4s these days. And like, if my opponent invades,
right,
then I'll just start building a big influence on the outside, gain my territory through fighting.
Yeah, I think I've switched to more star points too, because I think I like corner territory probably a bit more than you do. But I like the star points for like the flexibility that it gives. Later on you can kind of change up your strategy. Okay, but let's see what opening they go with.
So approaching the 3-4 is natural because it's the asymmetric corner.
Mm-hmm.
Will we see a pincer? No, we just see a kick. So this is the most territorial approach that you could take to this opening. We're just going to see one space jump. So actually, there was a game at Congress that I played a couple years ago against a famous 6-Dan Justin Tang, where he also opened with this exact strategy against me to try and just claim all the territory early. It's pretty annoying to deal with sometimes.
So usually, for the Q players, I think we all know this kick and one space jump joseki. It's one of like the first joseki that we all learn. But usually you would see black doing, like the 3 space extension, right? Can you go back? Like either along the third or the fourth line, right? Right. So this is my first question for you is this tanuki and then just approach the 3-3. Is this a thing?
I think it's fine because if white tries to pincer it, you can still not necessarily this move, but some idea of the counter pincer, and it's hard to attack to blackstones that effectively.
Mm-hmm.
If you jump down, maybe jump out or something. If you jump out, then there's still a skirt underneath for later.
Mm-hmm.
I am hearing that Enkyo also analyzed this game until partway through, but we haven't seen it yet, so we can at least spend a bit of time just to appreciate the opening. And if there's any new viewers, then they can also discover this game with us.
Yeah, we can speed
Yeah.
through though, maybe.
So
So I mean, one of the things that we also have been talking about recently is you can basically just do anything in the opening. You know, it's just kind of about like style and preference. As long as you're doing something that's not like losing too many points AI wise, like anything is fine in the opening. Okay,
yeah,
so we jump ahead.
so black makes like a 4-space enclosure instead of a 3. It kind of plays well with this stone that they already played.
Right.
So
Makes sense.
we will probably see white try and disrupt this area later, if I can predict. But we just see continuing the territorial focus for white, just invade the 3/3 and take the territory. Pretty normal stuff.
Yep.
And then black plays a enclosure of the 4/4. Mike tends to like to do things slightly differently just to throw his opponents off.
This is a very kind of loose, more center-oriented enclosure, though. I feel like usually I see like one of the move enclosures on either side, much more commonly.
Yeah, something like this one.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So then we see how white can handle this. White just approaches like from a distance, sort of finishing the formation. And black jumps out. This kind of also covers against white trying to come in to break up the extra wide enclosure that Mike made.
This makes sense. I mean, I feel like honestly, if I were white at this point, I would be very tempted just to take the 4th corner, like do some sort of invasion there. Be like, look, I have all 4 corners
Just
now.
go the right way.
You know, yeah, or just I'm ahead in points, and you have to like now have the challenge of turning all of your center influence into actual points.
But you know that Mike Chen loves to fight,
This
and you're
is true.
giving him like all the chance to fight in the future.
This is true.
I'd be scared of going to this against Mike. But
so let's see what happens. Okay, so white chooses to invade the left side instead.
And Mike enters it while also making a bit of a base for his wall.
Yep.
Attaching on top is pretty common. And white will draw back. And then we see black extend towards the center. First makes an exchange in the corner.
Do you think that this invasion point at C10 is one that you would have picked?
That's a good question. I wouldn't know exactly what to do. Like I often think about like the 3-space pincer from the wall.
Right.
Maybe he wasn't so inclined to do this move because then it kind of gives black this easy pincer as well. And so that kind of plays well with the stone that Mike had already played at D14. But this is a common place where I would consider playing. But maybe because he's not happy with this sort of formation, he ended up playing the move that black wanted to play.
Yeah, that makes sense. It does seem like it gives black an easy extension from the 3 stones, though. Like that's kind of where that extension from the 3 stones at the bottom left naturally wants to fall.
You could also consider this move, I guess, if you want to make it annoying. Like if black goes to then maybe you can try something like this, maybe if you think that you can disrupt the wall well enough.
Yeah, maybe. I think this one is actually kind of tricky to respond to as black, because if you push from the weaker side, right, if you push from the 3 stones, then you're only getting a 2-space extension. And it's just not quite as efficient as the game result. But this is the opening, and you can do anything in the opening.
You can do anything in the opening.
Let's see how this fight develops, because there will be a fight now.
Yes,
there will be blood.
Papa Snack says that he's a bit surprised by this sequence because now white cannot cut here, which is true. If white tries to cut, it just gets captured.
I think this is kind of normal looking to me. This attach is actually something that I've been trying out more in my games, which is that when you have a single weak stone, right, like the attach is just a way to kind of settle the group very quickly, right? So Yeah, there's no more cut there, but white, in playing all of these forcing moves, and after this, right, like white is probably going to jump out. You had a single weak stone, and then now you have a group that's quite a bit stronger.
Yeah. So in the game, black first exchanged this and then does not come up. If black had come up, maybe we would have seen white hit play here to make a bit of a base, with the idea that I don't know where black would play, but white would still have this sort of move later to get a bit of a base on the side. So maybe that's why white's okay with attaching on top, even though black can make the extension. But yeah, I don't know exactly what the AI eval is, but it looks natural enough to me. But anyway, so black does not play. Black takes away this spot, which this makes sense to me too, because I was thinking if black plays here, white would approach the corner and sort of make a base at the same time. And then the corner group for black, it's not weak per se, but it's kind of is the weakest group on the board.
It's like you wish that enclosure now at d14 was now the low knight's move, instead of high. And also, I think like when I see something like this, right, to extend up at e7 and then give white that like base, right, it's very opposite of my style. Like now it feels a little bit like, it's very hard to attack this white group. It's already very settled. It already has a base. It's a little like more fun to just deny the base and then just let the fight progress.
Yeah. So I like this move from Mike. But
this is a natural follow-up. Yeah.
White did this move. So we're going to see. So this is a common follow-up from the 3-3 invasion, where you can kind of change the direction of the wall.
Yeah.
So white can either capture the one stone directly, like this, and then either extend on the side or extend here, or white can push through. And so in the game, white does push through. And this is now back to a common intersectie that we see. White just kind of defends the corner. White could also consider capturing this one stone, like this. And if it follows like a normal intersectie sequence, it's kind of maybe black would go for this. I don't know, because this kind of feels okay for white. Maybe black could resist with a move like this instead.
Yeah, this feels like because the white corner now is basically alive and strong, right? Like the black, like those two stones on the outside, right? They're like not looking so great.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know how much time like was spent debating between these two options, but white wanted the corner territory, and so white cuts now. You have to extend, and now white is like not completely settled, because there's still, if it gets completely surrounded later, there's still moves like this to break up the base, but it's at least pretty strong at the moment. Maybe black will take this stone on the bottom, but black doesn't want to do that. Oh, black. Okay, this is very Mike Chen. Just take away the base right away. I didn't realize this was the next move.
Okay.
Okay.
So you probably wouldn't go for this right away, right? It seems a little bit like maybe develop the rest of the board a little, wait a little, see how this progresses. But this is right away. I'm gonna take away the eye.
Maybe I should go for this right away now that I see how Mike Chen handles this position.
But this is definitely a move that it's very stylish. It's like just asking for the fight.
Yeah, it was very much on my radar, but not a move that I was thinking of to play immediately. I was going to wait for a bit,
right?
But I do kind of like it. So we have to Atari, and then we don't need to save the two stones because that's pretty heavy. So instead, we
take the move on the outside.
Yeah. Yep. And this should be sente against the corner.
Right, and similarly for black, it's too slow to capture the two stones because they're not important.
I think black's gonna capture now that they've made this exchange, because otherwise the whole white group is completely settled.
Okay.
So,
Yep.
so now the white group is unsettled again,
Mhm.
and like there's a cutting point for later. There's no eyes yet, so I think capturing isn't pretty important. But black just wanted to make an exchange in the corner first.
Okay.
So cut. This also makes sense because the black group on the left, although it can live, it's not alive already, and so we have some targets. Yeah, and so now the black group is alive because it can either cut here at B9, or it can make a second eye here.
Okay.
And white peeps next. Send to, because otherwise, if you don't descend here, there is this idea of playing like this later, and the corner will be a go.
I see. Okay.
Even if white, well, if white connects here, actually it's just dead, so white would have to throw in. So I like this move. Now black's gonna kind of go on the counter attack. Oh, and
Tanuki.
Tanuki. Interesting. Okay. So well, attaching is kind of demands a response. So I think we won't see white ignore this. White is on top. Black extends, and this board's getting a bit chaotic because there's going to be a bunch of groups that are kind of unsettled. This white group on the left is like the most prominent because it has kind of an ugly like shape here, right? It's like that's not the shape that you would want to have. You gotta be able to move this one stone here. If you could move it to like here, that would be great. But
Right.
I don't know. So
I wonder if that's why Haned on top, on the fifth line instead of just responding on the third line. That would probably be a normal move,
Yeah.
right? But it probably allows black like too much control of the center on this board.
Okay, so yeah, we see Mike's like kind of making potential in the corner while attacking, and then white comes back and sort of this move like both strengthens the white group on the left and also sort of indirectly weakens the bottom black group at the same time with that, because that group doesn't have eyes yet either. Black jumps out to try and split. White wedges. Okay. And then we kind of make a base for the black group on the bottom. Yeah, we got it.
Sweet. Can you?
So we can kind of hear Chris talking in the background. It's distracting, but we'll just turn its volume down. All right. Yeah, so we'll just, so now we've split the two white groups.
Okay. This
okay.
is getting exciting.
Is very exciting.
More fight. All right.
And here, I think this is where the stream was when they switched earlier.
Okay.
So
we're caught up now.
We're caught up now. So yeah, what's going on this board? There's a bunch of groups that are not settled completely yet. There's like this white group, this black group, all these stones. There's still like an invasion here or here. And this black group is not completely settled either, depending on what happens in the fight. So there's kind of a lot to think about when you're trying to form a strategy. But most urgently, I think you have to address this top side and make some sort of sabaki there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's go back. I see Papa Snack had a question in the chat about the initial black. It's like an attach or a shoulder hit.
There's like
an
attach.
This attach, right? What would happen if white just Haned on the third line? So this is kind of one of those like reflex moves, right? Where if this were one of my games and my opponent attached in this shape, I would probably just play there without thinking about it.
So I would then Hane here. And so now if white just connects, then we've successfully sort of split off this one white stone. Maybe, I don't know if we would connect or if we would pincer like this, but either way, we've kind of succeeded in our goal of like breaking up the top side.
Right. Like even if you just leave the two stones without connecting, and you just counter pincer, it's already kind of a good exchange. You've gotten some forcing moves to help with a potential center fight later.
Yeah. So the more pressing variation is for white territory, and then if white connects here, there's a ladder to read out. And what's the result of this ladder?
Oh no! Oh no! It's working for okay.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
It's working for black.
Yes,
right?
this stone that was a like keep earlier is very useful in this variation.
Yeah.
White could also like have chosen to go this way, but then black can counter Tari on this side, and after something like this, we've broken up this side again and isolated the corner.
Okay. Oh, I see. There was like a lag with the board.
Oh, does the board keep breaking?
I think it's fine now.
Okay.
Though. Okay. Right, but okay. So in both of these variations, though, oh yeah, it keeps going to the other game for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know, Chris, if there's a way to fix that. Where, but it seems like. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if we can. Okay, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So we can come back to this game a bit later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll try and get through all the games in this time. Do you want to give us control of this board? Yep. We're in.
So this is Alex Chi versus Edward Zhang. They're both very strong players, and again, they're both sort of like well known on the East Coast tournament circuit. Joel, you've personally played both of them many times before.
I've played both of them at least like 5 times in like official tournaments. Yeah. Oh, okay. Great.
So let's take a look at this one, and in the interest of, as we said before, you can do anything in the opening. Let's try to go a little bit faster through the opening. So Edward is
white.
Edward is white here, and Alex Chi is black. Okay.
So this is like a avalanche variation. I think we caught the end of this one right before our commentary shift started. So.
Okay. Oh, this is an avalanche variation, but much simpler than some of the like more complicated avalanche variations that they could have gone into at least.
Yeah, nobody plays the complicated avalanche variations anymore. AI has sort of said that you can play simply on either side and get a more favorable result than going into the complications. So.
Right. Okay. Wait. So then go back. Did we have an attach?
Yeah, so this attach is like the most common way to approach this formation these days.
Okay.
And we kind of enter a Joseki here as well.
Yep.
This is very similar to the sequence I was just showing, where like if black was to connect here, white could ladder the stone.
Yep.
So instead of connecting, black plays this move to break up the ladder. And then white will extend, and this move extends the liberties of those two stones so that later, or right now, in fact, B13 is going to be Sente for white.
Okay. So this is still kind of in Joseki territory.
This
right
is
now.
Joseki that both of these players will be familiar with.
Yep.
White will probably turn on top at this point, which they did, and black jumps out, and then often white will jump out as well.
Okay.
And now
This is the end of the Joseki.
It's the end of the Joseki as far as I've studied it, but I'm sure that Alex has probably studied much deeper into this line than I have, and so this looks like a
natural
shape point.
right?
And so okay, so this is interesting because white has kind of staked a lot on this left side area, and now black's kind of trying to live in there. There's some, this cut is probably going to become pretty important later because there's not a lot of liberties for white. Okay, so black cuts right away. This is a shape move, and then we sort of press white down. White's not alive, so they need to keep up to the wall or counterattack. And now this is threatening to capture the two black stones here, so we have to defend against that. So that's what this sort of funny-looking empty triangle is about. And then Atari. Okay, so
the shape here is how did this happen for black? It just looks very kind of awkward and uncomfortable.
It does look kind of awkward for black, but it also I also think that this shape looks awkward for white. Because there's a cut here, a cut here. It's both sides kind of have made ugly shape, and I'm not sure who is worse.
Okay, that's a good point. That if you're fighting, your shapes can be bad as long as your opponent's shapes are also bad.
Yeah. So yeah, white probably does not want to go for this kind of squeeze because there's too many shape problems at this point. Black could cut like this immediately and just capture everything. But if white was to defend, then there's no point to that squeeze. So white's going to extend instead.
That makes sense. That's why my cute player brain was immediately like, "Ooh, there's a squeeze there. Can we do the squeeze?" Okay, that would be why the squeeze would be a bad idea.
And so now we see white did have to go back and defend against that cut that we just showed.
Right.
And so I feel like this is kind of working out for black because the black group looks like it's pretty comfortable at this point. And meanwhile, there's still a bunch of cutting stones that black can activate in white shape.
Black feels like it's 90% alive at this point.
Yeah.
Right. So I guess this looks like it was a success for Alex.
I think Alex did well in this fight. Yeah. And now even with this move, we're sort of separating the different white groups so that they have to live independently.
Right.
It also indirectly defends against if something else would happen. White was still thinking about ways to save this stone, but with this move, now white can't save the stone anymore.
I see.
So this I like this diagonal move quite a lot.
Yeah, it seems like right now, after this diagonal, right, the black group in the center we just talked about is mostly settled. White still has this weak group at the bottom. This one down here. There's a shape weakness here that black can try to target. So this is definitely, if I were black in this game, I would be feeling pretty comfortable right now, I think.
So yeah, now black's even connected up with this move while still keeping white separated. So this feels very good for black.
That connection, is that To me, it feels is the purpose of that to split because otherwise white can connect.
I think it's like a dual purpose move where if it was just to connect and nothing else, I don't think it would be good enough. But
Mhm.
white, if black does something else, then white can connect pretty easily.
Okay, and then there's no more attack.
Yeah.
Right on that bottom group. That makes sense.
So with this move, like black is now 100% safe, and white is feeling very weak.
Yep.
So yeah, we see sort of this splitting move. Keep the attack going by cutting your opponent's group, and then like we said, like all of these like cutting stones in white's shape, the black's going to activate them at some point, and white's going to be very busy. I feel like there's a ton of different strategies black could go for at this point, and they all spell trouble for white. So I'd be feeling very good as black.
Yeah, let's just kind of more quickly advance.
So this is a very nice squeeze. Like can't counter obviously because it's
right.
So that means that when white has to play here, black cuts off the stone and is going to get squeezed.
Right, and then also it's it's kind of like the eye stealing Tatsuji, right? Like now white has this dumpling in the center of the board.
Yeah.
And it also just seems like at a certain point, like the dumpling is like too big to fail. It's like it's hard to just like sacrifice it. I don't know. Maybe like is there maybe a way to just like give those stones up, or are they? Oh, they're cutting stones though. That's the problem.
Yeah, white wants to save them because that makes black have to go back. But it's also
yeah, they're cutting stones for like this group, right in the center of the board. So white is really like committed to this.
Yeah,
which is why the squeeze is working.
Yeah, Papa's Neck does point out that like these black stones that we've highlighted are very weak. But it's easier for black to sacrifice them if black wants to, whereas white has to deal with this giant wall that's not easy to sacrifice.
I hear like strong players, they'll often say something like, "Oh, like the 3 black stones there are very light."
Mm-hmm.
Like, can you maybe talk about what that means?
In this case, what I mean by that is just that even if white were to capture them, white doesn't really gain that many points. So if we were to go back before black pulled this out, like white could have tried to capture the stone at some point, like now if they really wanted to, but then they would just be in too much trouble with this other group. So black wouldn't mind if black just lost this one cutting stone. Because it's just not that many points to give up. It's like so that's kind of why I feel like I like black, because white's still got a lot of problems to deal with. Black is getting a lot of territory. White's shape is kind of ugly.
Yeah,
but
makes sense.
White's like fighting back with these hanes. This is a very strong double hane. Now black's trying to like squeeze white. So black kind of sacrificed these 2 stones that we kind of said were light, but it's only about 10 points, and meanwhile black gets like a bunch of control of this area. And then this is getting very sharp. And then a nose Tetsuji. So what is the meaning of this nose Tetsuji? Let's say white was to go out like this, and black was to follow, and then we were to continue, and then oops, now the whole white group is dead. So that would be a disaster. So that means that white is not able to play that way. If white could try and push through like this, but that also doesn't work because that's entirely. White would have to come down, and then we would capture the white group again. So white's unable to turn that direction. if white goes here, is it possible to do this move? Looks like it is possible, and the white group is once again dead. It can't pull out. So this is actually a very nice move, and white's kind of forced to not answer directly. White has to. What does white do? White pulls out here. Okay,
That's
send
it.
it. Yeah. And then white has to. Wait, I did not think that was simple. But maybe. Oh. So what would be the matter with this move? I guess white could go here at this point, and so maybe that's why we are seeing a different variation. Okay, and this is a tie, and if white was to save now, then I guess we could see this move, and then we would see that the white group is captured. So I guess when black played this Hane, Alex was thinking about like if white goes here, I will play this move, and then if white connects, then I capture everything, and this is game over. So actually, white cannot push through here, meaning that this move works. And so when white comes out like this, we play here, and then white had to come out, and black was able to capture the stones.
Wow. Yeah, I think this just goes back to, like the original squeeze and the original dumpling that was made, when white connects here is like, even if it doesn't work like right away, when your shape ends up like this, you just give your opponent all these opportunities down the line to find like the fun Tsuji.
It's a very fun Tsuji. That's a very fun sequence.
Yeah.
So yeah, this feels very good for black to be able to capture those 3 stones. And white's still forced to go back and capture the 2 cutting stones because otherwise, if it's black's turn, black could like do something like this, or even just connect solidly, and the white group would be still struggling.
Very in trouble, right? So it seems like it's very much like a comfortable game for black from here on out. Black is like alive everywhere. Black really has no weaknesses, and white is still struggling in a couple of locations to settle.
Yeah. Maybe we should move on to one of the Chicago games then.
Yeah. Okay.
Chris, if you want to pull up one of the Chicago games for this team. Let's see. Chris, maybe we should go to Kim Doy Yup versus Helen Wang. Oh, let's as Chris pulls up the new game, we can look at a few more moves from this game. White will save the and then just this attack is just very severe. Like the whole white group is not alive.
Yeah. It seems like it'd be hard at this point for white to catch back up.
And now we just kind of switch the attack to the corner. It's Alex is just like having fun attacking this whatever he feels like attacking at the moment. So he's focusing on the corner now. This is a very interesting shape. It wouldn't have occurred to me to like kind of create this like. But Yeah, everything's kind of going well. And this is a good shape to know. This is do you know this life and death of this corner?
Oh no. +1,
Yep.
right?
Hey Chris, I think we're ready to switch to a one of the Chicago games when you are.
Yep. Good. I was not quizzed on the life and
You're not
death
quizzed on life and
status and how to kill that L+1 group.
Yeah. What's the how do you kill this group?
So I think this just goes back to one of the basic shapes that should be, I think, one of the first corner shapes that all Go players study, right? Which is the L group and the status of the L group. Right? It's like the L group is dead as it stands. So oftentimes, like if you're doing life and death, right, it's easier to just reduce it to a shape that you already know. So like if you just don't think about it, right? Oh, it's white to play now.
Yes, but if white ignores.
Okay, let's say white like does I don't know, terrible Tanuki somewhere. Okay. If we want it here, right, it'll reduce to the cell group.
Yes.
And I think, yeah, there's no cut on the outside. So
this Purpose Next says this and J group are the only life and death I know. And also this and J group are the only life and death you need.
Yeah. Okay. I think those are really like the only two that I've memorized at my level. And then I just kind of like feel the other ones out, you know, like as they happen in my games.
A lot of different variations that occur like in practice kind of reduce down to being like an L group or a J group. So
yeah,
it's the most important basic shape. Are we ready with the next game? Okay.
great.
Great.
Okay.
So
this is Doy Yup Kim versus Wang Haoran. So Haoran Wang, he also goes by Harold sometimes. He is a player that we know fairly well. Joel, you've played him a lot. At one point, he was studying in the New York area, and so he used to come to our meetups quite regularly. He was the New York State champion, I think, right in 2022, something like that, or maybe 2021. And he's just like a ridiculously strong player. Like the couple of times, you know, I've talked to, he can just kind of like pull variations like from his head, like just like that, like very quickly.
Yes, I got a lot of lessons from listening to him repeatedly in local meetups. And then Doy Yup Kim, he's kind of traveled a lot. I saw recently that he won the Tigre Alley Cup in Grenoble, France, which is a tournament that's partly sponsored by Insung Huang. And yeah, he's all at the Chicago Open. I think both players at this point have a 2-0 record, and so they're playing on board one. And let's see the game.
Okay, so Doy Yup Kim is black on this board, and Haoran Wang is white.
So we have like 2 3/4 from Doy Yup Kim and 2 4/4 from Haoran, and then we have this 2-space high shimari, which is very popular these days.
I've
I
been
know.
seeing this a lot more. It's kind of like a fighting stance, right? Especially
Exactly.
with the 3-4,
Yeah.
with the open side facing it. It's like you're asking your opponent, like, approach so I can like pincer you, basically.
Exactly. Yeah.
So let's see if that happens.
So so there's two ways to approach, high or low, and in this game, how Anne chose to approach low. So I expect we'll see a pincer, but
Did we get a pincer? Let's see.
no, we
No?
don't get a
Okay.
pincer. Okay, well, the AI is going to approve of just playing this nice move, but I don't know. I like the pincer when I get the opportunity just to create chaos.
I think so. Recently, like at home, we've been studying some of Choi Jung's games together, and she kind of likes to play this way too. Not with this specific enclosure, but with like maybe a different corner enclosure. Like Choi Jung maybe like prefers like a something like here, or like a star point enclosure or something like that. But with the same idea, right, where you do this knight's move after, instead of like a pincer, which might feel natural, and then it's still a fight, right? Like this stone is still weak, and it still like gets pressured later.
Yeah.
All right.
So this is the normal way to follow up in the corner, and then we probably will see black approach the bottom side, or we can also see black play a 3-3 invasion.
Anything's possible in the opening, right?
Anything's possible in the opening. And then we see white close the final corner. So now we could see possibly black play like this move, which might work well with this stone. Could see black split the top. You could see black like play over here. And okay, so black chooses to split the top. And now white has to sort of decide which side to approach from. If you approach from the left side, then it feels good for the corner, but your 3 stones might get weaker. You can approach from the wall as well, but then like black can approach the corner. So what will we see? So white chooses to approach from the corner, and then black gets to sort of weaken the white wall. So this is a very cool looking move. If you haven't seen it, it's a very common shape for this, where the idea is if like black like plays something else, like white will get this very nice looking shape move next. Even if black plays here, then you have ideas of like attaching like this, or you can even tanuki like white did in the game.
If you tanuki though, can black just cut it right away though?
Right. So it's worth thinking about, but in some cases, white might be able to wedge like this, and then if black plays here, which looks natural, white can sometimes counter Atari, and then when black takes, we do this like covering move. If black connects, then like we can defend, and like suddenly the white group doesn't look so weak anymore.
Yeah.
Just my idea that could use. So actually, what we see in the game is white did approach, black attached, and white chose not to go directly for that wedge, although it's definitely like one of the ideas that he has in the back of his mind. Instead, he's going to attach onto this stone and see how the fight develops before deciding how to address the attach that black just played.
Okay. Let's keep going forward.
Okay, and so we have a couple of stones exchanged on the outside, and then
white goes for the wedge.
Okay. But he's going to attach. He's going to connect instead, because he's looking at if black plays here, white can push through like this, and then cut. And actually, these stones might be useful in helping the white group escape. And he might prefer this because he didn't have to give black a panuki to settle. So black plays this move, which might look a little funny, but if you play like this sort of move, then this is an Atari. It's a double Atari. Now, with this move, it's only a single Atari, so there'd be chances for black to pull out this stone.
Okay.
So white probably doesn't cut right away because they're thinking about this move. Instead, white plays this sort of less committal move. and then cuts.
Okay.
And black does choose to pull out the stone. So we're getting a fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks. And then white could of course settle the top, but then these 3 stones would be quite weak, probably dead. So instead, white has to keep fighting. Now, this is interesting because I would spend a bit of time wondering if I could cut like this, but I don't think you can because of this sequence. And now it looks like there's no way to save the 3 black stones. Even if you jump out, there's a wedge and it's a squeeze. Same if you jump this way, it just gets cut. So actually this cut would be an overplay, so white is able to hane.
Okay.
So black jumps out. And now white has to defend the cut because otherwise black would be able to cut now that black's already jumped out.
Right. Okay.
Okay, and then black sort of has surrounded the white group. So white could either choose to settle right now or try and like set up some cuts first.
White just settles. That makes sense.
Counter Atari, take and extend. So this white group isn't alive yet. So white's going to have to find something on the outside to help set up the life. Like just if black was completely strong on the outside, like that's only one eye, and that's one eye. But I don't think white's actually dead in practice because black's just kind of thin. So let's see what actually happens. White sends here. This is, of course, threatening to live because there'd be like this sort of sequence to live. And the corner would also be weak.
Okay.
So black goes for this move.
Black takes away that second eye. Okay.
And not only that, it also like helps connect up these stones here to the stones in the corner because there's like a code to connect. So that makes the black group on the outside stronger. And white tries to break through and cut. Yeah, this is very intense. I would be quite scared as white here.
Oh, I would be terrified as white if this were one of my games. I hate these kinds of situations where you're kind of, I think strong players, like one thing that I'm always amazed by is the grace with which they handle these positions, where you're not locally alive and there's some weaknesses and you're just, trying to find them under pressure.
Yeah, but I'm like scared because of what, like, even if you manage to find some like attack on black, there's always this
Right.
And so it seems like it's like black's fighting this for free. And like, even if white manages to find a way to live, it doesn't seem like black would be in bad shape, even if white lived. But if white dies, then this is kind of a disaster.
Yeah.
So I really like Doy Yup's position right now. So yeah, we see him trying to surround.
Oh yeah, the review is switching back and forth a lot.
The review does
in the current board.
It's back and forth. It seems like it's happening whenever like they play a move. Yeah. So black starts the ko. And white plays a ko threat.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll try and like fix it if it switches, but we don't have a lot of control over why it's switching to the current position right now.
Yeah, let's keep going and see if we can catch up to where they're at.
Yeah.
See how this resolves.
So black can. All right, well, let's spend a bit more time on this one because this fight looks pretty
Yeah,
interesting right now.
let's see how this is gonna resolve.
Yeah. Black jump out.
Yep.
And then white starting to live in the corner with this move. Then from the Kotha, take, move out. Okay, well, so this move, if black was to connect now, then I imagine that we could see something like this to live.
Mm-hmm.
So black connects.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, black has so many Kothats just to break out.
Right.
It's kind of this Ko feels very free for black.
Yeah. Let's see what happens.
Oh, it looks like we've caught up to the game.
Yeah. It looks like the actual board
this
has advanced a lot.
Let's refresh. Okay, now there's more moves.
All right.
Okay, so where were we? We're just taking this, and then white plays this Khanate.
Yeah. Okay, so let's look at how the code resolves.
Yeah.
In this fight.
If you want to follow the games yourself, Daniel, you can search for the eJournal OGS handle, and then you can follow the games there. So white's kind of given up temporarily on fighting this Ko and is just trying to attack the top black group. But black's gonna settle like fairly easily, and now we're back to trying to surround this group. All right, so that's how the Ko resolves.
This looks like a problem. It looks like white is just dead on the inside now, right? And then on either side, black has managed to live.
Yes. So white's hopes lie in like somehow getting a big either surround on the center or attacking the bottom left corner. And so white's strategy will be to develop the left side. It feels like it shouldn't be enough, but we can jump a few more moves. Black's trying to settle their one remaining weak group. And yeah, now white's developing the bottom. So white's putting up a fight here, but I still like black's position overall. Maybe we can jump to the next game in the Chicago tournament. We're just waiting for Chris to set up the next game, so we can jump a few more moves into this one. Black has going to have to break up the bottom somehow. Second. Then, yeah.
Yeah, so let's go ahead to see like what the current board position looks like and where we think the balance has landed. So are we current now?
We are almost current. Or maybe not. How many more moves do we have? Now we are current.
So white did manage to build up quite a big center in order to try and balance out the loss of that group.
Yeah, and there's like a potential capture race happening between these black stones and this white group.
Yeah.
Because neither side is settled yet. But also, this group isn't 100% settled either. It's mostly settled, but if black was to, in some cases, if black was to get this move, then it wouldn't be alive either. But
So it really does seem like white still has a chance
it does seem like white
in this game.
Yeah, well, my impression, which could have been wrong, was that black was doing very well, but it seems like white's done a very good job of like creating this fight and like setting up like this capturing race to try and come back.
Mhm.
So yeah, Chris, if you want to switch us into another game. Which one? Okay. Great.
Great, thank you.
So yeah.
Yeah, shout out to Chris Garlock, for setting all this up and for his tireless efforts. And it's just a full day, a full couple of days of streaming, especially right after WAGC too. So thank you for setting all this up and for all you do for the Go community.
Yes.
All right, so Tianchen Lu 8 Dan versus Zhenshu Lan 6 Dan. So Zhenshu, I think he also goes by Joshua, is white here. Tianchen Lu is black. So you've played Joshua a number of times, right? At various Go congresses.
I've never beaten him.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's very strong.
Yeah, he is very strong. Also worth pointing out that he's about like 20 years younger than you, right? So that is how it goes, in the Go world. Okay, but let's see how this game's developing.
We just need the stream to catch up to our review board.
There it is.
Really doesn't want to stick on our review board, but we'll do our best here. So black goes for the early 3-3 invasion, and we just see a very standard sequence. And then white approaches the 3-4, black plays a diagonal in response. White just approaches the other 3-4, and we see a very loose pincer just to sort of coordinate with this diagonal move that black's already played. So black's not going to push through and cut in this case because the pincer is too far away. See it fall.
So I've heard, I've been experimenting more with 3-4 pincers in my own games, and I've heard, I believe it was like Nick Savicki or someone said in one of his videos, he's like, if black does any kind of pincer here, the knight's move pressed by white is like always a valid response.
Yes.
So when in doubt, if you're not sure like how to respond, like the knight's move press is always AI approved. I mean, whether or not it's Q player approved, is another thing because the variations can get complicated. But this knight's move at E16 is just, it's always an option.
Yes.
Right. So that's what develops here.
The knight's move is always a good move against the pincer.
Right.
And then we see this sort of covering move from white. So this move is aiming to set up, like if black was to place some other sequence, white can then like sort of cover like this, and black gets kind of pushed pretty low. And so white's going to be feeling kind of comfortable with this sort of sequence. The white group is quite settled. So that's why we see black answer with this sort of diagonal move, which might look a bit funny, but this is the spot that white wanted to play. And then we see white continue in the bottom right. It's always a big move to sort of get the next move in this.
Right, and this Hane is like a pretty standard move when you want to like switch the direction of your wall, right?
Right, and so yeah, so we already looked at this cutting move in one of the previous games, but again, like if black was to take this stone, white would do something like this, and then the wall ends up facing sort of into this direction, whereas before it was facing this direction.
Does black have to play S2? What are black's other options here?
Black will normally want to play S2 unless the right side is very important. In such cases, Black could play this Atari and then sort of this tiger's mouth shape. And if that was to occur, White would get this Hane for free. And this is normally considered a little bit good for White, by my understanding. So you don't see this too often, but if the direction is very good to get this sequence, then you might see Black go into this. But most of the time, I think you'll see Black block at S2. And then instead of capturing the one stone at Q2, Black wants to hold on to the corner, so that lets White get this move at S7. And then we just see a very simple way for this to resolve, where Black takes the one stone and White connects. And so White kind of does get a wall in sort of both directions, which is what White was kind of aiming for.
Post AI, this has just become a very popular way to play, a very popular follow-up, because the wall that you get is stronger than you get like just after the 3-3 invasion.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes people will just do this right away, like even after finishing that initial 3-3 invasion Joseki. Okay, so let's keep going forward so that we.
Yep. So we see White move out.
If we try to play a stone. Oh, okay, we got control. We got control of the board back.
Keeps jumping away from control. Yeah. Yeah, and then Black makes a 2-space extension on the bottom. White slides into the corner. And so now Black approaches the corner with pincers, and Black jumps in. This is a pretty standard sequence.
So they've been essentially both players in this game. They've been playing very like nice proper moves so far. You know, like a lot of Josekis, a lot of very kind of like expected things. So let's go forward a little bit. All of this is making sense, but like let's see, you know, like where the fight is going to start.
Speaking of the fight starting, the fight has just started. Okay. So White has invaded, and there's no way for Black to connect directly. So Black has to move out with both groups. And White gets to jump out as well. And now Black has to figure out how to settle with this group in the corner. So he doesn't want to push like this, because this is very ugly and hurts the bottom.
This is very classic broken shape.
Yeah. This shape also feels a bit awkward, but he was kind of forced to do it. Mm-hmm. And then White's trying to split two groups. So this is I like how White's been handling this so far. Mm-hmm. White is Joshua and Black is Tien Shu. So White gets to push through and cut. And this is getting quite sharp. So Black's going to have to save those two stones because they're cutting stones. And then White's going to try and push through and split these three stones from this group and attack one of those. Maybe later White can come back and attack this whole group, but not yet because White needs to break out with their stones first. So and this is this. Black may have considered jumping here, but maybe they didn't want White to keep pushing, and then later White would get this move, perhaps, which is a nice spot. Just jumps directly. Kind of weakens these two cutting zones from White. But now White gets to play this kind of nice move to surround the black stones on the side. And Black just kind of ignores it because Black's aiming at White's group as well. And now Black's trying to settle. Ooh. So, how do you feel when your opponent's cross-cut?
Oh no, I don't like it. I think They can be a little tricky to handle. The first thing that I would at least read out would be right, like this Atari,
Mhm.
right
Yeah.
at C9.
Yeah.
But in this case, it seems like that would let black just kind of break through white's shape,
Mm.
and then black's weak groups would almost be connected.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
connect here now, something like this. So probably not that, but
So maybe you could think about like playing this Atari first, and then if black plays like this, then you can play this Atari.
right. Okay.
There it goes, something like this, where it looks like black has managed to connect at least most of their stones up.
But so has white. So
has
now
white.
both sides are settled.
So this is settled, and this is too easy. So instead, they go for a fighting variation. So if black was to connect like this, then white could actually capture the two stones. So black has to resist. Black instead goes like here. I guess the idea is that if we still see this variation now, black can push through, and they're aiming to just separate these stones from.
So this is what happens in the
this
game.
is what happens in the game. Well,
Yeah.
And so white honey and double honey, and then move out. This is putting pressure on the bottom side, and also the black group in like the center is not settled yet either, so they're continuing to fight. Ooh, wow. So if white moved through, then black would be probably aiming to cut like this, and then white would have to connect, and black could live on the bottom side. So instead of that, white plays this wedge. This, I guess white did this because in some variations, like if black was to get this move, it would make that one eye false, and white wanted to make
protecting the eye.
that eye.
Yeah.
Okay, so now after a few exchanges, now we see white move through, and black has to cut. Then you see the connect, living on the bottom, and jump out.
Okay, so let's take a step back and look big picture at kind of now that the fight has kind of died down some. What is the life and death status of like all of these groups? So this is we have this triangle group on the bottom, right? This is now alive. We have this group by white. This is now also looks like 100% alive.
Yeah.
Right, because there's the eye here, and then there's going to be another eye. We have this other black group in here, which does not look completely alive yet, but seems like, I don't know, maybe like 70% alive. What do you think?
Oh, that's more alive than I would.
Oh, okay. How alive do you think this group is?
I would probably call this the weakest group on the board at the moment, and so it would be what the group that I would want to be playing from.
I guess in my mind, right, like black has this jump here to make an eye, or this push out in this direction.
Yeah, so I would be wanting to try and push out in that direction so that white doesn't feel me as black.
Okay.
Because the move on the left at C13, like it's not 100% clear that's going to make an eye.
Okay, maybe just my cue wishful thinking, because I see that and I'm like, oh, that's plenty of space. There's got to be an eye in there somewhere, right? Okay. And then we also have this white group, right, which has captured these 2 black stones. So I think this group was alive-ish.
Yeah, this group is alive.
Right, okay. So we have alive. The black group in the middle is unsettled. This white group next to it is alive because it's out.
Yeah.
And this is just, it's so many groups.
There's also this black group in the center that we haven't talked about.
Right.
This group only has 1 eye.
It only has 1 eye, but it has very resilient shape, and it's also out in the center. So I would judge it to be, at least at the moment, like pretty okay.
Yeah. So I think when I think of this group, I don't think it's as weak as the other black group in the center, but it's not a group that I consider like to be like fully alive yet. So I think black's going to need to add moves to it later.
Okay, so let's see how the game develops. But at the moment, we're thinking, yep, and in fact, like black realizes that this black group in the center is the weakest group on the board at the moment, and so that's why they're playing the move to try and reinforce the weakest group.
And so you see, like, as this fight develops, like the other black group in the center that we were talking about, like white's getting more and more moves around it, so it's getting weaker as a result.
Okay.
Meanwhile, black has to keep dealing with this very large dragon, and white's setting up some attack against this.
Yeah, I mean, I think in these kinds of games, you know, it's like a study in, especially for Q players, you know, in like the strength and weakness of groups, because at this high of a level, right, these players are constantly evaluating, you know, like how strong are all of these groups of mine, you know, relative to like all of the opponent's groups around it.
Because there's actually a group we didn't talk about that's now having its life and death questioned.
Exactly. So like we weren't even thinking about, you know, like the weakness of like this white group, you know, like 20 moves ago, but now all of a sudden, like as this black dragon is getting stronger, right, like all of the white triangle weak groups or the white triangle groups on either side of it are now getting weaker. So let's go forward a bit and see you know, like how this ends up resolving.
White was surely expecting black to play here, and then white was going to do something like this. So I don't know exactly what move, but something to threaten the bottom group and help white make resilient shape. So I don't think white was expecting black to play here. It's very interesting. So we're getting sort of a life and death study. So white's captured those 4 black stones because white has 4 liberties and black only has 3. So can black do anything with this group? Looks difficult to me, but let's see if black finds something. This does connect, so it wasn't that difficult for black after all. I still think
this makes sense though, because I think when white does this push, right, a couple of moves back, I think oftentimes, you know, we make these kinds of exchanges, like thinking that our opponent is just going to respond right away. But these 3 black stones, right, are actually not that critical, because if white captures them, we already said earlier that this white group is 100% alive already.
Yeah.
So instead, it makes sense to try and like counterattack the white group, which is like actually weak now.
Yeah. So black does connect, and if white manages to live in here, then it could be good. But if black has killed white, as they have in the game, then suddenly that's a big profit for black. So that kind of, I feel like it backfired for white. If white got these 4 stones, which is not nothing, but like when you consider like all these stones dead, like, and if we look back at this spot, like we thought white would get points here, but instead white just died here. So I feel like this attack does not feel successful to me. And so
Mm,
it's a very good job by Black to like
to counterattack.
counterattack, use his weak group to and like use it against his opponent.
Right. Okay, so it looks like they're getting wrapped up. So let's actually go. Let's go forward and try to get a sense of the big moves for the rest of the game.
Yeah, so we have one more game. Yeah, great. So we'll try and finish this quickly. We have a co to.
But I do think that this game, this middle game fighting that we just covered, this is a really nice study, especially at the Q level, because it is about like how to manage multiple weak groups, like the relative strengths and weaknesses of groups and how they like fluctuate as the game continues.
Yeah. This is
I know, like in my games, what happens a lot is like I end up dying because I judge that a group is strong, in the early middle game, and then I kind of forget about it, right? And then I don't reassess later, and it's kind of like that white group at the bottom right that it wasn't even on our radar as like one of the weak groups in the initial fight, and then as a result of that fight kind of spilling over onto the rest of the board, it ended up dying.
Yeah, so you kind of have to reassess every move, like
Yeah.
what and this is what we've caught up with the game, I believe.
Okay.
So yeah.
And this is where
this might be where Joshua resigned. I don't have confirmation of that, but there's a few more moves now that we've refreshed the page. So let's just jump ahead. Did this go to counting or? This is where it seems like the game ended right here.
Yeah.
So maybe it's likely, I think, that Joshua ended up resigning at this point.
Okay. So yeah, let's switch over to one more game.
Yeah, let's jump to the final game of the Chicago tournament that we have for this round.
Or we could do San Diego. We probably have time for. Oh, okay. Yep.
Sure. Oh yeah.
Mm.
Okay.
Great. Okay. So this game is Yi Hangua as black and Al Tang as white. Joel, have you played either of these players before?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Al Tang, so obviously, I'm 4Q, I haven't played him personally, but when I was 6Q at Congress one year, his little sister, Della, I played her when she was like 5 years old or so, and I lost to her. And it was just like one of those, moments where it's just, I feel like it's a very common experience as a Go player, like.
There's always some kid that will.
Right, yeah, the children are strong. But I think at that Congress a couple of years ago, I remember her brother Al being like 2 or 3 Dan. Then that was in Colorado a few years ago. So now he's 5 Dan. So he's also rapidly improving.
Next year he'll be pro.
Yes, next year he's going to go pro. Good. We love to see it.
So Al is white and Ihan is black. You can see. We have another avalanche developing. And yeah, just like in the other game with Alex and Edward, we see this descend, which is like the sort of trendy AI move to avoid all the complications. And this ends up looking pretty much like exactly the same as that Alex game. I think maybe in that game Alex might have jumped, but either way, it's like this is very similar for Seki. And then we're going to see another trendy AI Joseki with this peep. Nobody would do this before AI.
Now it's like the most common response
Yep.
to this the high one stays jumped by black.
And yeah, we slide and black just tanukis.
A very normal opening so far.
Oh, a pincer. And like you were saying, against any pincer.
Against any pincer, it's the AI approved move is just do the knight's move. When in doubt, just knight's move. Hope for the best.
And then after pushing a couple times, white splits. It's pincering both black stones. Pretty good spot.
Okay.
Black jumps out, white jumps out, and black attempts to cover. But white's going to fight to get out. Double honey. That seems pretty strong. Like black, if white cuts like this, one way for black would be to do this double Atari and sort of cover and build center influence. Maybe black could consider this, but it might. Yeah, this is also maybe an option, but I don't think white would actually try and go into either of those variations. So instead, white plays this other Atari and tries to break out this way. Black could consider like this Atari, and they do. So white's gonna. But should white connect or should white take?
Oh no. What would I do? I would take and just take the Panuki.
Yes, always
Yeah.
take. If you go here, your opponent's still going to spend a move, and then you have to fix anyways.
Okay, and then that that extra triangle move right at N15 is sort of not
like,
a useful stone.
If we saw something like this, you would never play this move now.
Right.
So you should always take in this kind of position.
Okay.
Black plays this Atari, and I don't think white has to connect right now because white already has kind of a nice shape on the outside. If I was white, I would probably play somewhere else, but I'm wrong, as I often am. I was thinking about just this move or like over here, but I suppose there's like enough Aji that black will be motivated to spend another move anyways.
Yeah, I think if black responds to the connect, right, by capturing the 2 stones at the top, by playing the move in the game at M17, right, that connect feels good for white.
Yeah. So then, white develops from the corner.
Yep.
Black tries to push through. We just see a jump into the center. And black's jumping. And then this is like sort of developing the bottoms, putting some loose pressure on the black group too. This is black group is starting to feel a little bit weak.
So why not, instead of the jump by white, why not just block when black pushes?
White is probably thinking that black would hane
And then cut.
and then play this move. And if you have to connect like this, you have a very bad shape. And so white didn't want to form this bad shape.
I see. Okay. So better to just jump directly.
Yeah. So now white's formed a pretty sizable corner and avoided getting weak there. And then black's going to try and target this group on the left because it's also not looking that strong, especially since black is very strong over here. These stones are going to be much weaker than they would otherwise be.
I see. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so white is settling the shape here.
And so this is like an armpit hit, which if black was weak over here, you wouldn't want to do an armpit hit because it makes your opponent stronger. But when your opponent's already so strong, it doesn't really matter if they get a bit stronger by blocking. So, jumping here. So I think this is white's trying to still set up some like pressure onto this group. But it's interesting because like if I was black, I was thinking that I was attacking this white group and I expected my opponent to respond.
Right.
So when I see my opponent ignore like this, I get a bit angry and I'm like, how dare you? And I'd be like, no, we're going to play over here.
Yeah.
We're fighting on my terms.
Okay. Let's see what they do.
But that's not how Ihan plays. He's a bit more sensible than me. He's plays like properly and just connects up his group.
Right, and now black is just super strong.
Yeah.
Okay, and white still has to come back.
And now white has to come back here. Okay, so this is like a pincer to break up the bottom. White just calmly connects. And then this move makes a lot of sense. Like, imagine that if white had played over here, black was at least thinking about something like this, or maybe here. But when white ends up playing here, then black wants to take profit and also make the white group on the bottom weak. And now we see sort of, we don't really know who's the weaker group. Is it the black group or the white group? Because like, if white wanted to be safe, white could have played like this kind of shape, and black would get down pretty easily. But now this, it's like if black moves down over here, like or here, who's attacking who?
Yeah, capping looks strong here though as white.
Yeah. Okay, so it's kind of like a negotiation, but now there's like a cut. White can go here, but then maybe where black's looking to play like this move. And so, yeah, they've kind of like negotiated, and both sides are now pretty strong. So black can play this diagonal move, which develops the left side, and once again is aiming at like how this is the weakest group on the board. So black can attack it for profit. White has to defend. And that looks like more keeps that white has to enter. Why not? So if black pushes through like this, is there some oddity here? It's hard to say, but maybe white could just play this Hane, and then there could be like some follow-ups afterwards.
Right, or at least like there are ideas of connecting the two weak groups up.
Yeah. So white pushes through, and then black doesn't push through, or they peep, they instead Hane.
Right.
Yeah, and so what's happening in this fight? So there's a cut that black is aiming at. There's still this move which hasn't been answered. So black has to be thinking about playing there at some point. There's also like the question of who's going to get this left side territory. But like all the black groups feel pretty strong, whereas the white still has a bunch of like weaknesses to answer, and black doesn't feel that bad on territory. So I kind of like black here.
Yeah.
Just that personally.
Yeah, it feels like one of those situations where black is pretty strong everywhere, right? And black is just kind of like lightly attacking white's shape while taking profit, but like black doesn't even really need to get that much out of this attack.
Yeah, that's my feeling. And finally, black gets to come back and play the move that white didn't respond to.
This is awkward because that white group in the center is still not fully alive, right?
Yeah, it actually hasn't really made progress towards eyes yet. And black's just kind of scooping up profit. I like how black has played this personally. Yeah. And so looks like white might also be feeling like they need to shake the board up a bit with this cut. If white was ahead, I'm not sure we would see this move.
What is this cut aiming at?
So if black was to Atari this way, I think white would be aiming to like play like this.
Let's see.
Let's say here, we can maybe have this move now. And if black connects, white cuts. If black connects this way. Not clear that this is that important, because black can still just live, but maybe white's kind of reduced the potential territory. Also, maybe White kind of realized that there wasn't anything directly to go for, so they played this exchange. So yeah, it does feel a bit. I wonder if White just didn't know what to do, and so they made this exchange, and then after they thought about it a bit more, they came up with a different plan. And yeah, so White is trying to just make eye shape, and Black just surrounding points in the center.
And now it's just moving into endgame.
Yeah, now endgame. And so let's do a little estimate score. So according to the ODS score estimator, Black is currently ahead by 17 points, which I didn't know it was quite that much, but it did feel like a pretty comfortable game for Black, just because Black was able to successfully use the attack to get all the territory on the left. White had to spend a lot of time managing all these groups only to get maybe 5 points in here.
Yeah. So where do you think Black started to pull ahead in this game?
That's a good question. Let's see.
So this all seems normal and fairly balanced.
I can't really say for sure. If it was me, I kind of wanted to get this move, because even if a fight breaks out on the bottom, maybe later I could get a counterattack going against this. I'm not sure this is really where it went wrong, but it's just kind of a place where I would have maybe tried to handle it differently.
I think, okay, if we go back to, again, the strengths and weaknesses of groups, right? So at the moment, White has these two kind of triangle weak groups, right?
Yeah.
And these. And Black has this weak group.
Yeah.
White has a group over here that is kind of weak. But it seems like at this point on the board, right, because the Black group at the top was able to settle so early, Black is managing this one weak group at the bottom, and White is managing a couple of weak groups all over the board.
Yeah, it does seem like that. Black only has to manage the one group that they're fighting with, whereas White has all these groups that's left on the board.
Right. Yeah, I think that's is maybe a good way of thinking about it, because while the two white groups at the top, aren't immediately threatened, when Black goes back there later, right, and just kind of starts lightly attacking them, Black is just able to build up a lot of profit, and the burden is essentially just on White to strengthen these weak groups and live these weak groups, and Black doesn't really need to try that hard. The points just kind of materialize when your groups are strong.
Yeah. So yeah, that's gonna wrap up Laura and my coverage. But if you stick with us, Satya will be joining for more commentary in just a few minutes. So we're looking forward to that. Thank you for listening.
And these are, it's a very exciting weekend, very exciting, just 3 large major tournaments. We've personally gone to the Chicago Open and the Maryland events in past years. We weren't able to make either this year, but they're always just very large, very well run, very fun events. So we're excited to see the rest of the games.
Yeah, and we'll be back tomorrow for more coverage of these tournaments.
Thanks everyone for tuning in.
My name is Satya Singh, Fordon with AGA, and we are coming to you live with coverage of the Maryland Open, boards 1 and 2. We're a little bit behind. I'm a little bit behind due to some technical difficulties. Thank you for y'all's patience. The game is pretty far underway, so we'll just hop right into it. I think it's the 49th Maryland Open, and on board one we have Alexander Chi, one done professional playing black versus Michael Chen, the same rating. And we should be good to go. So we have 2 star points versus Komoku, and a classic approach and a very calm diagonal move. Another approach, next like an answer, and then this classic Joseki, I say classic after the advent of AI. The double Hane here is a bit odd, and white tanuking it is maybe uncommon. I haven't actually personally seen the double Hane very much, but let's see how it progresses and where it comes to, because they are quite forward in the game. Yeah. So because of the double Hane, it leaves behind an inherent weakness on the right side, and so it's interesting. It makes sense to me that after the double Hane, you know, the cutting point that black tanuki from this approach in the corner to extend that weakness. And then black comes back to cover. This makes sense. Double approach, and then this attach on top is a normal progression, right? We're trying to keep white stones separated, and this kind of not prevents white from coming into the corner entirely, but it's focusing more on the right side towards black's thickness. So white attaches, and black Hanes plays here, bumps, and the extension and the cut. And now we can see that the stone here makes it such that it's not really sente for black to like cover. Of course, the cut can be made and not made, but now we can see there's no threat of white descending to D2 to capture the stones. And black extends again. White expands and pincers the stone. Black tanukis. White plays this cover move. There's still Aji left in the corner here. It's not 100% white's territory yet. Like if you know, in Feng he gave a lecture about moves such as these that can be quite difficult to kill if there are any kind of like outside stones. Of course, it should not be played immediately, and so we see black tanuki. White comes in and then attaches. So there are multitude of ways that you can play from here. White you can play this and just accept that kind of being attacked, depending on the shape. But there's a myriad of ways, and the white does this kind of submarine move. Black responds to stop white getting into the corner. Locally, you can often see something like this, but right now this would make this group a lot heavier. So instead of this, white just directly attaches, sorry, that's my variation, directly attaches to the K17 zone by black. Also, I forgot to mention in my second introduction, if anyone has any questions in chat, please let us know, and we will be happy to address those. Okay, so white attaches. Michael's playing in a very dynamic way. The Hane to a double Hane. You'll notice that like this stone can easily be captured, but it's not really good for black to do that because black's relatively over-concentrated and white's strong on the outside. So the gains for black are limited. And in the game, the target is made and then the hanging connection, because the capturing one stone, it's not big enough. So black would rather attack the entire group than cash out. So white extends and black comes out. Again, that theme of cashing out is normal. And so as I'm going to toggle on the AI here. It's the only move is to play the empty triangle. If we're wondering why this won't work, you have this kind of squeeze available. extent. And this is generally going to be a messy fight, and I'm not immediately sure why it's not playable, but it seems like the simpler, more straightforward way for Black to play is this empty triangle. It's definitely less all in, at least to me. Is there an echo? I'm not sure if there's an echo. I think chat just asked. And I don't think there should be one. But give me one moment. Okay, let me see. Testing. Okay, so hopefully this shouldn't be any more echo. But I'm sure chat will let me know. Thank you, Learning Balance, for that input. It sounds better? Okay, awesome. Thank you. So after white haunts, black makes an empty triangle, and white turns on the outside, and black makes shape. Black still has the... Actually, I'm hearing that too. Oh, that's because I have stream unmuted. That's on my end. But anyway, so black still has the onus of making life. So white makes the exchange in black blocks. And white comes into the corner again. That's a kind of asking probe. And after white plays the clamp and black connects, and white connects underneath. Black is basically saying you're not going to make life. And white is pushing on the second line here to make a ko in the corner, because that will secure one more eye. Okay. All right. So thanks again, Learning Balance. So it seems like there's still an echo, and we will briefly go to break in order to fix that. So give us one moment, and we will be right back. comes down here. The meaning behind that is basically if white comes to capture, then white's going to have a harder time to locally make life on the left side. So it's not letting white capture an extra stone, it's actually attacking the entire group. And so when black descends, white decides to back off and play a hanging connection, and black comes back to capture the stones. Okay, so we see that black has gained, just a brief recap, quite a sizable corner considering it was white's first 3-4 point. White has gained like unconditional life and strength on the bottom side, and white gets sent there to play elsewhere. Okay. So black now protects his weakness because there was an opportunity for white to capture the one stone, right? Like, that was this move, sorry. If black connects, then of course white's going to play like this, and then you have to like protect this side as well, and white can come out on the top side. And if something like this, then something like, I don't know if white can play or if black can play the turn here, but you know, even something like this will owe another move. Even this will owe another move, something like that. So when white plays like this, we're threatening to make that shape, and then white comes back to capture. So white comes back to the open side. Generally, if you don't know where to play on the board and you don't have a super aggressive personality like I sometimes have when it comes to overplaying, the calmest and most reliable way to go is to in Japanese it's called oba, which is like the open area, right? So this move cannot be called a bad one. And black approaches, and white defends the corner, and black peeps at the strength of the hanging connection group on the right side. And so after these exchanges, we can see that black has once again made a group, and it's a relatively solid group, but it's helping white to solidify more territory. And this is kind of corroborated with AI, who puts white ahead by about 13 points. I'm going to disable AI right now. I find it a little bit distracting when I'm trying to think of moves and AI is just telling me how bad I am and showing me all the right answers. So I like to take it as like a benchmark to see, where are the important points and where like the life and death may occur. Okay, so black has paid a lot, right? White has solidified the top side quite heavily. So black has to catch up and defend his reasoning to make such a strong group. And so he'll try to use that group to attack. And that was what we can see here. And basically the game will rest on the decisions that black has made to give away territory. Even from the opening, right? We saw a lot of moves on the 7th, 8th, 10th line. And a lot of that basically means if I'm not going for territory, I have to go for an attack. And white has made good, solid groups around the board. Of course, gave away a corner, or traded a corner, I should say, but for another safe group. And so white peeps, comes back to capture the stones, and we're actually mostly in an endgame from white's perspective, depending on, and black doesn't want to allow white to have that kind of flow into endgame, if that makes sense. Like black needs to make a comeback, because if it goes into endgame and each player is individually matched, then you only get one move at a time, right? So that unless there are some tragic mistakes in endgame, that difference isn't going to shrink. So for black, it's very much not a life or death moment, but basically a life or death moment in order to catch up on points or complicate the game. So here we see black attaching and trying to just scoop out any amount of points, make any exchanges, and trying to complicate the game. And white's job is to basically lose as few amount of points as possible while like battering off um, Black's attempts, right, to come back into the game and smoothly progress into an end game. And so White has now widened that lead, probably due to the shenanigans in the center here, the exchanges and the solidified White territory. There's probably some Aji that AI would have liked to ask in the top side that probably Black ended up erasing. But again, lest anything die, this game is probably gonna end in White's favor. Not well, I won't say knock on wood. I'm not trying to jinx any player. I have no horse in this race necessarily speaking, but yeah, from here it's all basically what is the biggest end game on the board. For Black, there's not enough areas on the board now to cause a ruckus. Everything is pretty much decided. And even if there are a few points lost here and there, White can afford to give that up in order to make a more assured victory. Even here, this is like a really calm way of killing the corner, probably the most accurate way. I would have wanted to clamp and then extend down, then play the Atari. There's no need for any of that. Just make this simple shape. And honestly, that's about it. Okay. And so I am now getting, because this is coming to you, breaking news, chat, that as we somewhat predicted, White has won by resignation on board 2, which is to say Mr. Duan ended up eking out a victory. I wouldn't necessarily use the word eking, but it was a intense game to be sure. A lot of, especially the bottom side, I'm not really sure even how to analyze it. I think it would take several hours by myself, and I realized that they have a relatively limited time control. And in board 1, I believe that the game ended by White winning by time, which is to say Mr. Michael Chen won on time. I have only up to move 107, and I'm not sure if that's a bug or a feature. Honestly, they're probably like, hey, we are only going to give you 100 moves because you couldn't even fathom the rest. But let us now jump over to board 1 in Chicago, which is, I will get a link for here in a second. One moment. Okay, and this is going to be a game featuring Doy Yup, who is a really strong Korean player, versus Tien Shu. And this, I believe, is top board in Chicago. I myself would have been at this tournament, definitely not playing against these great players, but trying my very best, mind you. But unfortunately, I have a conflict. I have a wedding to go to this week, and unfortunately, don't tell the bride and groom I said that. That would be remiss of me. But it looks to be an intense game right from the get-go. And once I have control of it, I would love to show you guys. One moment. I also only have up to move 107. 2545, let's see. 2545 seems to be fewer digits than what is necessary. 2545 has fewer digits, like I think. Oh, okay, 147. Yeah, okay, so 189 moves have been played. Okay, interesting. I think Dusk Eagle currently has control. Perfect. So we are where we are meant to be. Isn't that beautiful? Hopefully in chat everyone can hear okay. There's no technical difficulties. Okay. Do you have the links for all three? Yeah, post them in chat. Okay, so we're gonna speed run because the time control is quite fast, and we have 3 games to get through. My life, and so we have Doy Yup playing black versus Haoran Wang playing white, and here we have a much more traditional opening. And so I will kind of zoom past that because the opening is, a little bit discretionary, as I mentioned before. But all the shapes have been solid. White Tanuki from this black follow-up move at R13. And so we can theoretically look for some kind of cutting or pressuring in the future. Even just coming out is enough because black already has a group on the top. Keep those links open. Okay. Okay, and so white approaches and black again attaches here to say, hey, white, you had a big knight's move and I cut it, and what are you going to do about it, right? White plays a couple of exchanges and then wedges. Black connects, and white does not cut, but white rather fixes the weakness at the top side. Black Ataris once, and now white comes back to cut. And black extends and white connects and black turns. So black is basically saying, I have a solid corner. My top group is not fully alive, but it's strong enough to attack you. And now you have 2 groups. And here we see them coming to I would say like some kind of compromise where black lives and white lives, but black's really going to make white work for it, making this ko. But of course, it is a ko, and whoever wins the ko will likely capture a significant chunk of it, of the opposing stones. And so white jumps into the corner, trying not only for more ko threats, but no, I think it's probably for ko threats because normally we wouldn't see it like that many exchanges played out. And so we see white making use of said ko threats. Black connects, white captures, black pushes out, and white has no choice but to respond, effectively speaking, because winning the ko doesn't give white life, and so white must continue this kind of attack. And the idea is that even if white ends up dying, the hope is that the compensation will be enough. But the bigger that I see this kind of group, black group extending from it, the more difficult it will be for white to make the case that I can throw those stones away and have enough of a moyo on the outside to compensate for it. So this is, of course, threatening the double Atari, and black extends, and then white honeys on the outside. Locally speaking, white is captured on the inside, right? There's way too many liberties for black, and white has nowhere else to run, but white is saying I have this massive moyo and it should be enough. I don't think that's the case, and we do see that corroborated with AI saying that black is ahead by almost 20 points. So let's kind of zoom through here because we have 2 more games to get to as well. But again, remember, when you're ahead, the goal is to simplify, and when you're behind, the goal is to not simplify. So we see black here. This is not a threat, right? Because you can always Atari, which is to say, and then the group is going to be captured, right? Like this. So there's not an immediate threat, so black can play the Atari and connect once. And so when white Ataris, black will connect, and now white has to kind of make black weak, right? Because white has the strength on the outside to attack. And black needs only to live wherever being attacked, which is, of course, easier said than done. I've accomplished it maybe 5 times in my life. But we see here black double honeys to separate white and to get at least 1 eye. And here the shape, of course, the L3 is a false eye. So black will have to cut on the outside and try to make another eye towards the center. White is adamantly saying that everything that black is doing is only making false eyes, right? Like you have a false eye here and you have a false eye here. but black is basically saying, if you're really that intent on killing me, you better do it properly. So black also cuts white Ataris. Black makes Ko, and black has multiple local Ko threats. This does not seem to be a Ko that white will easily be able to win, which is the case. So black again has basically one eye at the very least. It's technically a half eye. White can throw in to make Ko, but it's not going to be an easy Ko for white to win. And if white loses the Ko, then it's like 75% alive. It's hard to give a percentage to this, but at any rate, black is pushing through, and now while not locally alive, the kind of hidden dagger reveals itself, which is to say that, hey, it's a semi-eye. And from the way that I won't pretend I've analyzed this in the interest of time, everyone's tanuking from it. It seems like black has more liberties than white. It'll become some kind of co-shape that white owes first moves to. And so we can see that white spent over 3 moves to, sorry, when I say co-shape, it means like there's a semi-eye not only with this bottom group, but there's a semi-eye with this top group too. So if we see these moves now, that's where the real kind of where it comes down to the wire, where we know that white cannot play a move here because it'll be a self-Atari, and has to capture here and then connect once. That'll owe a couple of moves, and there's a co-shape to be seen as well. Meanwhile, at the top side, white has, if white connects, white has, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 liberties. Black has 1. Sorry, I should make a new count. How do I erase? Beautiful. Okay. And black has, let's see, 1, 2, 3 is a Ko, 4, 5, 6 liberties, including 1 Ko. So it'll definitely be a Ko in the end there. And I think we are caught up. Let me see if I refresh. Yeah, so this is the current game state. White does not play self-Atari. Okay. So let us move on to the third game here. And I will get control from Dust Eagle. And this is with Yihang Guo versus Al Tang. Both 6 done and 5 done respectively, with Yihan playing with the black pieces. Okay, so let's take this from the beginning. Let's see if there'll be any kind of crazy opening. So far, so good. And then we get into an avalanche situation. The descend here, there's multiple moves, of course, this way, connect. Tien Shu, that is the one I just. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yes. So we have. Sorry, my apologies. We have board 2. That is Tien Shu versus Zhuang Shoulang. And that is the game I'll be covering first. After the heated battle of the Doy Yup game. So we see in a moment that let me actually play through this briefly while I get control for this one. Don't worry, y'all. This is a very reasonably normal opening. Nothing super surprising. And the game is still being played, which is exciting. and this is the last game of the round, round 3. That is potentially wrapping up as we speak. So this will be a. It seems like the TD has been brought over. There's a discussion happening. We're not exactly sure why at the moment, but the clock is being picked up. I just want to confirm that I do have the owner of the game. I am sorry, which is say on the review board. 1472546. Okay, perfect. So let's. This also seems to be the game that this is the game that I believe Joel covered beforehand. We see the Doy Yup game. Currently, is that the game? It seems like it is. Sorry, it's a tag team perfect storm on this current stream. That's fine. It's good. We can definitely see the Doy Yup game. And let me actually, since we have time while they're figuring out why a TD was called to the board, I don't think there's any kind of scandal or anything. But Chris Garlock went to the scene. He's on premise at the moment. Let's try to get caught up a little bit more about with the Doy Yup Harun game, since we have it up on Twitch. And again, thank you so much, Learning Balance, for all of the feedback, the input. Okay, so white double hanes and black extends, white wedges, black connects, and black connects here. And if black doesn't connect here, of course, then white can push through. This would be a failure in the corner. And of course, if not, then there's a cut that leaves another cutting cut at S3. But it is a little bit curious. But yeah, so black connects and white plays the hanging connection. Black Ataris and white Ataris. So if black connects, or if white connects rather, black is saying that I'm just going to cut the shape, and then anything I do here is going to be intrinsically value for me, because the studs have been separated, and I think that makes sense. So in the game, black doesn't allow that clean cut to happen, and jumps and covers, right? So what crazy eye, this co-shape, this is just so much. I would be so afraid. I'm sure that's the point, right? I would be both afraid to play black and play white here. I think black may be slightly. Let's actually corroborate with AI. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Learning Balance. Yeah, I think the OBS scene hadn't been switched. I think Chris was maybe a little bit distracted by the hubbub at the tournament hall, the venue itself, and so that's why I was talking about an opening that you guys may not have been able to see, which is not me being schizophrenic, I swear. But anyway, since we're here, let's really get into the meat and bones, but actually using AI here. Yeah, so AI really just inherently likes black in this fight. So I want to know where white specifically went wrong. Was it Tanuking in the first place? That seems okay. Attach is reasonable. The Hane, so this wedge is a little bit suspect, but 0.2 points doesn't mean anything. Connect is right. Hanging connect is fine. All these moves are fine. The Hane might be in the wrong direction, but again, it's not crazy. This again is a small loss, but where is the actual massive mistake that white? Okay. White cannot block at Q18. White's Q18. Yeah, the code is definitely less risky for black. White's block at Q18 seems to be the problem. But I'm sure that white doesn't want to play Q18 either. But it's definitely hard to like read what this cut and wedge would look like. Even now I'm tempted to capture And this is nothing easy to read for white to say, oh yeah, I have to make all of these exchanges first and then come back to play Q18. And somehow this is, I mean, so the obvious thing is that black can't capture white, right? Like that's the main difference, is that white got to make 014 and Sente. That's the whole point of all of these exchanges. But to read all of that from here is difficult, right? Like, of course, white wants to play 018 in Sente, but if black, I mean, I can't imagine black straight up playing here, but if black does, then it's not immediately easy to see, or at least at my level, it's not immediately easy to say. Exactly. It's skip die and Sente, and apparently even playing it this way is not inherently bad for white. So suffice to say, my reading is one thing, but my life and death is another. And both are terrifying in this situation. But like as white, it's hard to play this move. It's a very committal kind of move. And so I believe Chris is back, and so I should be able to get an OBS scene switch to the other games, because it seems like on stream we were only able to see the Doy Yup Haran game. But if we can get to the Yihan and Al Tang game, which is okay, it seems, chat, that there was a clock issue. It's Yihan Ghoul versus Al Tang. Yeah, is the thing. Sorry, I'm not talking to myself, I swear, chat. But and yeah, you're right, Papa Snick. Hey, long time no see. White's outside seemed to be improved a little bit. I agree with that. Definitely compared to the game, but again, L13 is such an intense move to find in the beginning of that fight, because it's all or nothing. I guess every move, even blocking in that situation, was all or nothing. But I think now our board has been switched over on OBS as well, and I'll wait for chat to corroborate. Okay, yeah, I can see it as well on stream. Okay, so I believe this game is wrapping up soon. I know there's a clock issue, but let's delve right into it. I was speaking earlier, chat called it out. I was like talking to myself about an opening that they couldn't see. This is the opening I was talking about. And so we have Yihan Ghoul, 6 on is black, and Al Tang, 5 on is white. I believe this is board 3 of round 3. And yeah, let's get into it. So yeah, I was speaking about the avalanche, right? There's a few different ways this can be played. And this one is, none of those 3 are what was played in the game, but this was. And this basically says if you extend up, then later or now I can play the turn, or later I could play like something like this, or after the right side's been settled, of course. Like it's saying that white or black doesn't really get to close off the bottom side, not even for territory, but for strength as well. So in the game, we see white turns immediately and pushes and ends it there in Sente. So white gets the thickness with a capital T and at least 2 N's, 1 S. I can't spell. And white approaches the corner on the bottom side. All very AI-esque and black tanukis, as is fashion. I'm always like hesitant to play this peep. Actually, I'm not. I do it a lot, but I'm always afraid of like my opponent playing something like this, or just like resisting because I haven't memorized the Joseki, and that's the danger. Don't play stuff you don't know or understand, even if it's cool. Lesson from crying in Gote death sigh. Anyway, so black tanukis and white tanukis, because we all know that approaching a 4-4 point is lame sauce, and if it's not a 3-3, it's not Sente. Mostly sardonically said. So we approach the much more ignitable 3-4 point, and black does in fact pincer here. And as we know, when we are pincered, we must press. This actually, one moment, sorry chat. I believe this is the game, if I'm not mistaken. No, I am mistaken. I'm just mistaken. Okay, so let's go back to it. One moment. I will go back to here. Cool. Okay, So white approaches, black pincers, and when we pincer, as was covered by the previous commentators, Joel, and so what was said, excuse me, is that we just approach, we press rather, and so white presses and then counter pincers because life is pain, and what is go if not creating a bunch of fights around the board? But in all earnest, basically, there's a lot of ways to respond here, and the pincer is definitely one of them. Like responding in the corner, jumping out should all be fine. White wants to semi-respond, like halfway respond to the previous approach move made, and so white pincers, black jumps, white jumps, black shoulder hits, and white is now saying, I don't want to let you connect, effectively speaking, which makes sense. The double hane into here, and then I feel like this was covered because I remember Joel saying or giving the question, what would you do in this move? Would you connect or would you capture? And the idea is white should capture, because if white plays here, then even when black responds, if black responds for a reason, white still has to owe a move to capture here. So thank you to my predecessors who kind of covered this briefly already. So white captures and black puts another move and white captures. It's a very thick shape and there's still plenty of Aji left in the top side. So black comes back and covers and white tanukis. And white doesn't want to, like, a lot of people will see this turn and immediately hane in response to it because they're like, hey, look, this is like a hanging connection, right? Or a farmer's hat. I don't even remember what we used to call it, but I have a vague recollection of like going to a Go Congress when I was like a wee little lad, and it's called like a farmer's hat. I don't know, it was like on a card and everything. It's wild. White, I got a question if white should connect. That's a fair question. I think that I don't think it should be. I'm going to corroborate with AI right now. Apparently, white lost points by connecting, about 6 points. But I don't know. Okay, so AI is basically saying white has enough to fight the ko, and by fighting the ko, white can make some. I don't know. Is it better shape? Let's see. I'm going to play out the AI moves and see if I can understand them. Okay, so white is basically... interesting. Okay, so white is basically saying I will like attack the right side, and even if you descend to cut my stones, they're not fully dead on the left. Chat is saying that... well, first question is why N16? Why N16? I'm not sure. Let's see. Oh, like why connect the ko? Is that why? If you can give a few moves on the tail end or after learning balance, I will be happy to. Oh, AI recommended it. I'm not sure. If you can give a move number, does that help? I guess you guys can't see the move numbers. Because there's a slight delay. If you give like the previous two moves or the following two moves, then I'll happily come back to it. When black has M17, okay. When black has M17, so after white connects, and so when black has M17 after white connects, YN16. Oh, it's just an exchange, which is to say you're asking black if are you going to play from here, and if so, I can get some moves on the top side to ask about the possible connection of the two stones. And if you don't play this connection, if you come here to capture the two stones, then there's Aji left with the cut through of here. So it's not an inherently ununderstandable move. It's a hard move to see and play in the game, for sure. But if I see this move and I can understand why it would be played, it'd be a very sharp move, timing-wise. Okay. Chat also says that even if you see the AI move is M17, you wouldn't connect. Okay, that's a harder one for me personally. So even if you don't see the AI move, so let's do that, you wouldn't connect here because this move for this move is not worth it to you. Because the white center group becomes heavy. I can see your logic. I can't see this as heavy because it's not heavy is the word I would use if there's an attack happening. Like I understand it's bulky, it may be slow, but I wouldn't see these white stones and say they're heavy, because I wouldn't consider them thickness straight up either, because like it's annoying that I would have to add a move here to make it like real thickness or something like that. But I wouldn't call these stones heavy either. But yeah, bad exchange, I can get behind a bad exchange. I might agree with that. But it's also hard to see this shape and not play anything locally. So if you're not gonna make the ko, and you're not gonna if you're not gonna make the ko and you're not gonna play this Atari, which I guess is making the ko, then like I don't know if I would Tanuki from this shape either. If that makes sense. Please ignore that stone. That's not at all where I would Tanuki to, but something like this either. Sorry, I should probably play on the top side, right? But so I understand it. If after seeing AI, I see it's a bad exchange, I can agree with that. But yeah, let's go back to the game. But yeah, feel free to question, comment, concern at me in chat. I'm happy to take questions and learn myself. But okay, so in black turns, we might be tempted to play here, but we don't. I guess the idea is to not give black. I'm sorry. This is the game. This is the game move. And white is basically AI is saying make this exchange so we know how to respond, because it also takes the liberty from the 3 stones. Again, it's like a Kikashi. But I don't know if I would immediately agree with the jump in the center. I think I still like I also don't like this. To be fair, I had this instinct is to crosscut. Even if the shape is like really bulky, this was my feeling, because this stone can still be connected to one of these groups, but I realize that the corner is also open, so it's difficult. It's not an easy thing to make a group so bulky, but I also don't. This jump does not come naturally to me, for sure. Let me disable AI review until chat asks about it, to be fair. And so white jumped out and black jumped out, and so white is saying I'm not really worried about keeping the points on the right side, because you can invade the corner and turn here. So the more important area for me is going to the open area on the bottom side. I think this is a little bit close to thickness, and I don't like that the top side hasn't been settled at all. And it feels like black can get a lot of value from like a Tanuki. Let's see. Black AI is saying black should attack from this side as opposed to this side. But I think it's probably a point of personal preference, but I think that it's probably reasonable to say that you could probably grow more from the bottom. But let's see how the game progresses. So white approached these black stones, this thickness, and black is having none of it. Black doesn't give a hoot and says, hey, you Tanuki'd me earlier. Don't you feel a little bad? And so white's like, yeah, my bad. Let me go protect this corner real quick. And then black's like, that's what I thought. Let me attack your other weak group because you played M3, which is close to my thickness. This is like a known shape exchanges, right? You're giving black the solidity of the corner territory, but you're getting a little bit more eye shape, a little bit more flexible play. Black blocks. It's like an armpit hit. I again overheard Joel's commentary from this position. And an armpit hit, similar to a shoulder hit, an inverse shoulder hit called an armpit hit, makes both parties stronger. But if you can imagine some kind of beautiful continuation like this, we can see that white is gaining eye shape, and black didn't really gain too many more points for it. So black blocks once. White does not continue locally, which I would have been tempted to do. Let's see what AI says. Yeah, I would have been tempted to continue locally, something like that. Yeah, but at the very least, I don't think this area is super important, because these stones are not easily killed or attacked. Well, I mean, yeah, they're not easily killed or even really easily attacked. And inherently, you're not going to attack this group unless they're aiming for this double peep. But even then, the top group is completely solid with the capture of the 2 stones. So this doesn't seem like the urgent area to me. but black responds and white connects, which also doesn't inherently feel super valuable. So this is where I start to think, like, am I missing something important here? Why is that connection, like, why is this area important? I guess I can, like, psychologically understand that once you play one move, you'd want to follow it up, but okay, yeah, and I guess AI likes this move too. That's interesting. I guess because the one move has been invested, but this is something where I would have to go back and kind of study is, why is this area super, super important? I guess the idea is, even though I literally just said I'm going to not be too worried about being attacked as black on the bottom side, it's still important not to let black live super easily. I'm not exactly sure, if I'm being fully honest with you. So black connects their stones, and white continues on the top side. Okay, so at least there is a continuation from the top side. I was genuinely getting slightly worried there for a second. And white connects their stones underneath. It feels like this is kind of white's right. White can connect this way at any time. So as white, I would kind of want to come out a bit, but at the same time, if you come out and black caps you, for example, now you have to eventually come back and move here. So it somewhat makes sense, but it still feels a bit passive to me on the face of it. But black comes back to protect their points, and now white starts to by capping black in the bottom side. My idea is that white's going to try to settle and gain some kind of, somehow do both settle, make points, and gain some stones in the center to help his floating group in the center, the dragon, if you will. And black is asking about white's cutting points and eventually makes these exchanges. Again, I'm not exactly sure that these were beneficial. Like, I can understand if black wants to make the outside thicker, but I'm not sure that all of these exchanges needed to be played as such. But it looks like the important point is who gets to play the first move on the outside. Like, this is the true, how do I say it? Like, this is where the future of the game rests, right? Like, the important part of the game now is how white handles the center group, and how black basically separates these groups and kind of keeps them separated in attacks and then builds the lower side. So locally speaking, I have no qualms with capturing these stones. Like, they're not, points wise, they're not 0 points by any means, but they're not also the most urgent place on the board. That's a fun word to remember. So black makes the first move and white hanes. And now black is coming to ask some questions of white's shape. Like, I think Papa Snake mentioned earlier, now it seems that the group is a bit heavy because now the surrounding stones are, black. This is black's influence. So now white has to kind of respect that fact and now has to kind of do their best to connect on effectively dominant points, while black makes this very thick shape in the center and kind of outlines not like a true area for Moyo, because again, white, it's open on the bottom side, right? But this would be like a very Honte kind of move, I guess. Like, AI wants black to kind of come after white and build the left side a little bit more versus focusing on the right side. Because again, with the territory open at the bottom here with the stone at M3, there's only so much territory or so much benefit black can make in this area. So AI is saying basically switch that same attacking spirit, the same attacking mentality, but switch it over to the left side so you can actually make some points there. It's AI variation. Black turns and white jumps immediately. Does not jump immediately. Haha. That jump is available. But white limits black's growth on the left side. And then this was an exchange. Black. So theory is that black turned thickly to prevent a wedge cut. Let's see. So if black did not turn thickly and played, I won't use the AI variation, but like just for the sake of something, let's just say, hey, look, they played. I have no moves on the board. Let's say they played here. It's not a good shape, but we're saying that the wedge cut would be possible. But yeah, but am I so terrified of being cut? I mean, if this is the cutting shape, it might be a little bit scarier, but at the same time, this isn't easy for white to play either. But it is true that white can somewhat get out here. Of course, with, well, is it true? Who knows? Let me ask AI to help my logic here a little bit. So we're saying that if black plays something like this, and if white plays this wedge, then I don't think white can. I see. There's the turn. How does the turn affect it? What is the capturing race? Let's see. So black connects here for liberties, and then this cut directly instead of connecting. L11. Oh, L11. Okay, like the wedge, and then from this side. Interesting. But now we're on this. Let me ask AI. It's beautiful. Otherwise, why not place from the side? You can go. Yeah, I agree. So if it's kind of guessing to what the players wanted, I wish we kind of had a after game interview. But apart from that, yeah, I can't imagine a reason that black would play so thickly here, inviting white to naturally erase the left side. But yeah, we definitely want to ask after the game. I say as if that's possible. I don't know if that's possible. I can't make that happen. If only I were like a mind reader. This is an odd exchange. Yeah, is this move? What is this move for? Is another question. But and white answered, right? So the idea is that if you get it in Sente, it's profit. That's not true. Don't make bad exchanges. It's not worth it. But in the situation when it comes to reviewing, oftentimes I often take my games to stronger players, and I'd be like, oh, this was bad, but my opponent responded, so it's fine. Not a great mentality, right? We're trying to understand and not make those mistakes. But in the game situation, from a results-oriented perspective, because his opponent answered, white answered, then it was fine. And to be fair, if someone plays that move against me, I would be tempted to think it was Sente as well. So it's not fully unreasonable either. Okay, so white is still not technically alive at the top, and black is making some points on the left still. So it's not at all a complete wash. So white makes his exchange once, and then doesn't have a continuation, so comes back to the top side. This is kind of like a really annoying move, because it's saying like white's not really expecting to live with these 3 stones at the top, but it's a pain in the derriere for black to kind of capture them easily. But black did get this kind of vital point at g15, but it becomes like a squeezing of liberties. And just for those of you wondering, white can't like connect underneath like this. In this variation, white can, but the idea is that black can play this Hane, and then even if white Hane is black can connect. So white cannot actually link back. Okay, so white jumps in the bottom side to erase the territory, and black is making these endgame exchanges. This is very much now an endgame because, is white fully alive? Yeah, white's alive with this move, certainly, because we have an eye at the top that can't be easily erased. I'm saying that, but I'm also like kind of doubting myself a little. Where is white's complete life here? I guess there's a connection. So if black plays here, there is no problem white can Tanuki. What am I missing? I'm always feeling like I'm missing something. Throw in capture connect here. Throw in. I'm not fully sure, actually. it's kind of disheartening, right? Because I'll play against AI, and then I'm like, this move is Sente, and AI is like, it's absolutely not Sente. You're completely wrong. So, okay, in the interest of time, as we propose into this endgame that all groups are totally alive, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. There's no doubt about it. White is making these kind of endgame Tetsuji to see if white can connect underneath, and therefore like capturing the black group on the left. Absolutely, white cannot, but it's just a and it's a good exchange in Sente for white, because normally you can't play a monkey jump from such like a weak just a one space stone. Like you normally want some more strength, but because of the extra Aji here, we can get that exchange. And then white comes back, white plays the Atari, which makes sense, and no one's dying, which makes sense. And white makes the shape inside here, so that's definitely a living shape. Okay, so black Hanes, these are big endgame points. This is like the dregs of endgame. White is making unconditional life here, and black plays to cut off those stones, which I'm not sure. Yeah, black. It seems like black can play a little bit more actively in this area, and in fact, because then this capture becomes possible, right? White can't connect here. It's a connect and be captured situation. But in the game black plays here, I'm not exactly sure about the time control, but I'm probably safe to say that most players in Byoyomi. Okay, so it's about yeah, that's right, because I did play in the Chicago Open a few times now, and it's pretty fast time controls. I believe 25 minutes with 5-second Fisher, something like that, which is really fast, especially if you play slowly in the opening like I tend to do. 25 minutes plus 10-second Fisher. Thank you, Pulvisnik. Yeah. So yeah, I have no doubt that, so I won't say Byoyomi, but like it's coming down to the dregs, and this is the board state as it stands. From my eyes, it looks like black is slightly, and by slightly, I totally mean 19.1 points ahead. I counted that to the last decimal. Don't ask me how, don't ask me why. But I think we're caught up, and I believe that this is the last game of round 3 that's currently going on. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so it seems like, yeah, 19.1, 19.2, perfect. Yeah, so it seems like board 3 has been concluded, and I believe that board 2 is wrapping up for Chicago, and we should be getting some Maryland games in just, sorry, not Maryland, San Diego. Forgive me, one game from San Diego's top board coming down the pipeline as well. So can we go back to, yeah, we're on it. Okay, cool. So this is the game currently. Okay. And that is for the San Diego game or this current game? Okay, perfect. Sorry, you might be wondering who I was talking to. I was talking to Chris Garlic, who is the voice in my ear, the guardian angel to the stream, really. But it seems like after a lot of, like, again, this is board 2 of Chicago wrapping up currently, but it seems like they didn't get all the moves in. They're playing this on those electric smart boards, right? Like the really cool, like, flat pieces, very smart, like OGS integrated, but there was an issue, so we don't have the full game, but we do have this piece of it. So picking up, yeah, so like the board integrates directly into OGS, which is an amazing feature, and I would definitely purchase one myself. if I played over the board go as often as I used to, and that's a travesty that I don't, honestly. And I had, an extra cool $1,000, give or take, who knows, and that I like single convex stones. But now I'm just talking about everything that isn't the game. So let's get back into it. So we don't have all the moves, but we have some. And so to briefly recap, let's get caught up here. We needed to be even briefer recap. This was like the most intense, quick, like rapid fire fighting game. And I remember Joel covered this beforehand too. So feel free to like rewatch the stream as well, up until a certain point. But they were actually just speaking about how this move, when you see it, when white plays the push through here, you're tempted to block, but that's not always necessary. So in the game, we see black play here and then calmly sacrifice these 4 stones, plays this move in Sente, and then connects. And now white has the onus of actually living here. But it's not going to happen, right? So they kind of traded this area. White captured these 4 stones plus some points here, which is like a lot, but black did end up being successful in cutting off white. And so currently black is ahead by approximately 15 points. And so white is the one now that has to really make something happen, but currently it's kind of spiraled out even farther than that. Black's now ahead by a significant margin, provided that nothing else dies or nothing dies in this like co-fight. We should be. And so this is I'm being told like one of the most critical games, because it is in fact game 4. Both players have a lot to lose and win. If you guys could see the live coverage here, there's about 15,000 spectators. Jokes aside, there's like at least like 6 spectators, but they all have like these really intense like facial expressions, so you can really tell that everyone is counting this in real time. So like AI or no AI, it's fun to see that like humans still have a vested interest in counting the board so specifically as it comes down to the wire. And what better way to come down the wire than all these co-fights? So as this co is being played out, it's really just a matter of, especially with time trouble, it's just a matter of who can find the next co-threat the quickest. I remember playing against Loving Sun in the Chicago tournament, and he just had more co-threats than me, and I just fell apart and I crumbled, and I didn't have enough time to read it out. So oftentimes you'll see like professional games where they have these co-threats or these co-fights, and they have like, hey, I have about 17.4 co-threats and you have about 12, so this should be fine. But when it actually comes down to it, it's not always easy to see who has more co-threats. So the result of this co-fight is that black has made life, and white has not. So black is probably going to win by resignation here, because the co-fight here, there's no resolution for white, which is to say they're going to be they're captured. There's no Aji. There's nothing else to be done. 6 spectators is the Go equivalent of a 60,000 football spectator. You'd be surprised, but I've actually seen. Granted, these are like Asian tournaments streamed on YouTube, but like they've had like 3,000, 4,000 viewers at a given moment. And I used to stream on Twitch. For those who didn't know, I used to stream on Twitch, and like I always thought like 100 viewers is a lot, or even 300, 500 viewers. But like people are out there like Hikaru or other chess streamers or other gamers, and they have like 20,000 people watching their streams, and I'm like, that's more people than I went to like college with, or was in my college town or whatever. So it's kind of like crazy. Over the board, it'd be harder to get that number. I agree. I think six people. The feeling of pressure that I would feel is at least equivalent to a football stadium. Okay, so let's see where this kind of went awry here. So here, like black is ahead by 5-ish points. So it seems like even though black was ahead to Yeah, black was always leading. So this, like, white cannot afford to basically lose the group on the right so I won't say easily. White made a conscientious choice to exchange them. But I wonder if there wasn't like a cross-cut opportunity to be had. Let's see. Let's go a little bit forward into the game. So here, what happens if white... Oh, so of course if white plays here, then it's just the Atari first, and then what I imagine is an easy cut. But if white plays this Atari, is there like a desperate attempt for a double kill? I guess desperate is like the easiest word for it, but I can't imagine. But I mean, like, if it's literally you have no other choice, so I guess white must have seen something like this and said that there has to be something better. Is there drama in the camera feed? Is a question that I'm getting from chat. And it seems like some stones are being taken off the board, and there are definitely wild gestures being made. But beyond that, I can't tell you more than what my guardian tells me. I believe that we're gonna get yeah, a little bit more in, what's it called, context. Okay. Oh, sorry. My apologies, chat. Apparently, so this was board 3. The players on the screen were previously incorrect. It's not Tien Shu, because it is board 3. This is in fact Yunzu and Tang. Apologies, but yes, Chris is now going directly to see what the commotion may be about. And again, the board did have, I wouldn't say a malfunction, but we only did have up into a certain number of moves on the board. But I think if these are the correct moves that have been relayed, then the game isn't really close at all, because there was a death, and when things die, a certain closeness, kinship, I don't know what the right word is lost. I've been talking about. I need some water. Please excuse this ridiculously large water bottle. Okay. So black is ahead by 17 here currently, and it's seeming like the most vital point on the board is coming out with these stones, and because black was able to play it, so white is saying the AI is basically saying that the ko is always going to be there, effectively speaking, until it's not in this variation, and that black doesn't need to fight to keep the center. Because what black has captured the bottom side. So black is the AI is basically saying it's not a clean capture. There's still a little bit of a code depending on the outside liberties of the 3 white stones. So stop putting effort into capturing it. Admittedly, like in the actual situation, I wouldn't be so quick to throw away a code. This is not something that is easy to grasp, at least at my level, and presumably at the players' levels either. So it seems that somehow black should not have won the ko in the way that black did. Like this kind of winning of the ko. So this seems to be the losing move is S13. Like before that, black was ahead by like 25 points, but then it spikes to 45. And the reason is because of this Atari. If white connects and black comes out here, white has to come back and fix, and then black can capture the top stones, which are quite massive. So instead, white had to extend here, ask the connection, and then cut through, and which would then force black to come back. And if black didn't come back, then white could play like this. I say very casually, but this is an intense fight. I could not imagine reading this with Fisher time, which is to say, if it was like even 1 minute on my clock, I would not have the courage to play like this. But that is at least where the AI review says, hey, this is where white made a losing move. Because presumably if white plays this way, then the problem again becomes if I respond here, you can get cut. And that's already chimisho, like a, how do I say, a critical wound. So yeah, there's not an easy way to read this for white. It seems like you have a very narrow path that you must follow, and then even if you follow that path, you're still behind by 25 points. So a little bit disheartening, but at the end of this review, the moves that we have on the board, it seems like it's going to be over. But we have Chris back. He's going to be in my ear in just a second, and I will let you all know what I've got. Tell us the news, Chris. Did Black win by resignation? Ah, okay. And that is on the board that we're currently reviewing, right? 1472546. Sure. Okay. 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 I see. I just wanted to check real quick. Sorry, Chris. Did you want to be like the voice coming through on stream? Oh, but it's not. It's not coming through on stream. I don't think. Okay. No, no, no. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Okay. Interesting. Okay, and just to confirm, that wasn't the game that I'm currently reviewing, is it? It is. Okay. Okay, so let me bring chat into this because I think Chris, you might have meant to come off mic for the stream, but the stream, like Twitch couldn't hear you. So basically, what happened is like with these boards that they're using, and correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Like, please let me know if you didn't hear Chris and if I'm re-explaining all of this that you guys just heard. But the boards that they're using are those like $1 grand, really beautiful, kind of smart, directly integrated with OGS boards. But there's like a small, yeah, you didn't hear them. Okay, so there's a small delay apparently between when the stone is placed and when the kind of move is actually captured. And there's like a small little beep or like something like a little click or a beep that happens that lets players know that the stone has been correctly identified and relayed properly. But what can happen? Oh, sorry. If there's no sound, then you're good. And if there's a beep, it says, hey, there's a problem here. Make sure, like, re-put your stone or adjust that. But it gives you like a heads up, right? Apparently, what you guys saw in the center, let me start with the results first, because it's probably like the most shocking given the game we just reviewed and all the talking I just did and the AI score that we see. But apparently, Black won by 4 points and not 124 points, which is the AI estimation, given that the group was dead, the white group. And that alone is a shocking enough, but apparently what had happened was that there's a really intense and I guess the stone was misplaced, and the AI kind of didn't understand what to do with it and just kind of went off the rails. So and Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, but all of the moves we saw were correct, but where we see no more moves on this board, that's where the input didn't come through properly. Is that accurate? I see. Yeah. So the players are much more focused on the actual game going on versus the recordability and kind of. Right. It doesn't matter about the result, but it does affect the commentary. Oh, okay. So, wow. Okay. So we're going to really run the gamut at the US Go Congress. So just to relay this information to chat, apparently I'm in Go journalism as well. Serves me right for having so many audio, video, technical issues. It's just run-of-the-mill block, right? But apparently we're going to be using some of these smart boards. Maybe not the best showing of it right now, but hopefully we'll get some more, like the King's Raids out by the time of the US Go Congress. They'll be used for the master sections, but I'm also hearing that for some of the Dawn level games, they will also be used. And even Q games, we're really going to run the entire gamut here and put this board through its paces, so to speak, and really hammer out that investment, right? Right. No, it is. It definitely brings. I made a joke, an offhanded joke about the investment portion of it, but like what goes to be shared, as Chris told me, right? It's really about sharing the game with people that want to see it and taking out the human kind of needing the human to be there to like input the moves is a big boon, so to speak, and it really helps the game, be a lot more accessible for the people at home that want to see them. So especially with the US Go Congress, and I'm sure we'll have live coverage of that too. But in the meantime, yeah. So we hit up Central Time Zone, but as you know, California, they experience a different pace of life. I always make a joke because I just came back from Japan where the time difference was like 14 hours. So they're in the past, and the past is the present. So let's get into San Diego's top board, their final game of the day, and we'll just get the board open. And I'm in here. Their game. Right. So it seems like okay. So we're gonna remember that thing I made, the quip about being a Go journalist. We're about to test that live because I will be sharing this screen, which previously presented a problem. That's a fun thing to say. Try that, saying that 5 times fast. But because we don't actually own the game review, I'm going to be sharing it, and we're going to have Chris edit it in, and I'll be commentating on it live. So I can actually post this for y'all to see as well. I don't think it'll be a private game. If it is, I apologize. If it is, I don't think it is. I don't think it is. maybe.
So we have
Ju versus Jasper Liu.
Ju versus Jasper
I have
Liu.
some background
Jasper,
information
I
while
have
we
some
get
background
this,
information while we get this
pulled up on stream.
Jasper is the
two-time defending champion for the San Diego tournament. So this year it's kind of like if you can repeat, do a whole hat trick. Big echo. Interesting. All right. It's definitely getting echo. All right, bear with me, chat. Yeah, we can take it offline. What comment you want me to commentate? But they're saying I'm muted on stream. Oh wait, I can kind of hear it. I can hear it. Yeah. What was the fix? I guess it doesn't matter. I guess I should commentate, but that's what I was saying. Okay. Cool. We should be good, or so they say. I'm tempted to believe them. So we'll have Jay on standby, but we're live with the game. So perfect. Let's dive right into it. So like I said, sorry about the duplicate echo. Again, journalism, AV work is clearly in my future. With the amount of troubleshooting on the fly, kind of problem solving we're having to do. But to reiterate, this is San Diego Go Open, and White is the defending two-time champion. Back. Wait, unlucky. I don't know. Okay, so just spam in chat if there's a problem. Otherwise, I'm going to keep going with this beautiful introduction. So we have Jasper, the two-time defending champion, going for the win, the three-peat, fun turn of phrase, versus Yunzu Ju, playing black.
Okay, so without further ado, let's delve right into it. Okay. So we have a fairly mirrored, relaxed opening. And white immediately comes to ask for the base of black stones. Normally, we don't see this immediately played. And so black also is like, I don't see this normally immediately played, so I'm going to Tanuki for now and take a corner. These are like, I can actually telepathically, so I have audio video issues, but like, I can telepathically communicate with players that are at least 3,000 miles away. So Chicago might be just outside of my radius, but San Diego, easy peasy. Okay, so fairly standard opening. And now we have white approaching this enclosure from the top. And black pincers, and white plays this attachment. This is Joseki. It rhymes with Dos Equis. And this, some people might be surprised to see this nose hit attachment. What is this called? But it is in fact a Joseki. And white jumps, and then black claims the cache for certain, and captures the two stones solidly, getting rid of any allergy, but giving white a move on the outside. So white is a bit weak, so wants to make the exchanges to strengthen their group. Actually, let me go into Zen mode. Does that make it better? No, I don't like that. Okay, so white is gaining strength, but the problem with this is that black is getting a little bit more cash than what is normally expected from the right side, given the Aji. But then again, black did also invest a move at N5 here. So it's not unreasonable to say. I don't I don't think this is like too good for either player at the moment. If it were me, I would slightly prefer black. Would I be nervous as heck? Absolutely. But it seems like the move at H18 is just a little bit off timing wise. I mean, black did respond very solidly with like P15 instead of a jump, for example. So that might have lost a couple of points vis-a-vis our AI overlords. But let's take a quick gander. And I can't see I can estimate the score I see. So it's about even. So I wonder what it would be like if black played here. I guess it would also be similar. White would actually be better. More you know, more you know. But is that true for this move? In fact, I gotta double check here. Oh, nope. I click buttons. Good. No, white's still about the same amount of points ahead. So both moves are definitely playable, which makes sense. So right now, this is just a playstyle preference. I will say I did commentate earlier this morning another game for San Diego, surprisingly without audio issues. So again, it must be the time of day, honestly. But I did notice that Jasper, playing with the white pieces, has a more I don't know if refined is the word, chill, mature kind of play style. He makes like thick shapes and isn't easily like carried away by flashy plays, which I guess makes sense at this level of play. But sometimes you get like the Mavericks, like Michael Chen, right? That is a professional player, but definitely has one most people might call a very dynamic play style of Go. So in this opening, so there's not really much to be said unless chat has any questions specifically, but there isn't a lot of conflict. Like white does have to kind of pay the piper here in responding to this move by black. It'd probably be a little bit too painful to accept, like just crawling on the second line. Oftentimes we'll see a move like this, but it can get kind of complicated after the fact. Let me see here. Okay. So sorry, that was my thing. Hang on. Okay. So instead, what had happened was, okay. Okay, so the game is now progressing while the recorder kind of catches up. But so white actually tanukis from this move, because I guess it's too. How do I answer that? Like, it's really scary, right? If I were playing against someone and they played this move and I tanukied, no matter where I tanuki to, it feels like kind of painful to give this. But if you think about it, it's 2 moves invested for what amounts to be like 10, 12 points. And on the surface of it, I guess it's too small to immediately respond to. Definitely fights my greater instincts. But if someone were to tell me, hey, this is bad because 2 moves for 12 points, that's basically 6 points per move, and the opening it's worth more than that, that would kind of make sense. So I think that's probably the logic. So white tanukis and black tanukis and makes this shape. This is also a joseki, but like now that black is invested here on the bottom side, it feels like letting white make any kind of moves here or even like save the group makes it kind of points the finger at this group on the bottom side as well. So like if you imagine if white's alive here, something like this shape, right? I have stones for this. Something like this shape, right? Now white has like 2 solid groups and black has, a Kema. And of course I gave white like 4 moves in a row. Definitely not realistic to expect, but like everything starts with an imagination, right? You have to kind of envision what the board state might look like, thematically speaking. So if I have 2 strong groups and my opponent has a Kema and a weak group, that's kind of where I would want to play towards. I think this because there are fewer rounds per day, because the Chicago tournaments are quite grueling. They're very, very hardcore, like 25 minutes and 20 seconds, I believe that chat was saying. This time control, I think, is like 40 minutes with 10 seconds. So it's definitely a little bit more relaxed paced. And it also helps that the Pacific time zone is 2 hours behind where I am. So it's currently only 4 p.m. for them. So yeah, as we expect, black does invest another move to capture the white group firmly. I say firmly. There's still some aji, but as opposed to something so rigid, oftentimes AI will be like, "Why don't you capture it in a little bit more, active way?" I wonder if like black can't play something like this, and unfortunately, I don't get to see. Oh, you know what? I might have to start a review. Oh no, I am in the review. Interesting. Okay, where's Okay, so it seems like I can't create my own review of a review, which makes sense. I guess that would be kind of insane. But basically, I kind of wanted to see what, what would be like. I mean, this is not super easy to kill. There's still like plenty of aji there. Like you can't really say, I'm gonna kill you like with this kind of shape. Yeah, there are 3 tournaments happening at the same time. Hey Siva, long time no see. And they're all in different time zones, and America is large, and so I guess Canada's equally large, so it makes sense. But we have we had some on the East Coast, the Midwest, and now in the West Coast. So okay, so where are we? So black captures with L2 instead of M1, and white tanukis to play the pincer. Thematically speaking, white did get 3 moves in a row effectively here. I wouldn't say 3, maybe like an additional 2, because after white played the first one, black did tanuki in the opening. But at the very least, black wants to ask the question, right? Like black had the 2 stones and white kind of separated them, so there's not really more damage that's happening. So black gets to be a little bit more creative in the ways that they ask the questions and potentially even jump into the corner. Was this mine? Okay, sorry. because it's a live game happening currently, I have to keep track of what is the actual game line and what is my unhinged goblin posting. If any of you are Reddit connoisseurs, but so Black makes this exchange, and now the question is, how will Black continue from this group? There's a few different options for Black to play. I don't even know that jumping into the 3-3 is really good in this situation. Yeah, if White were to push through, yeah, I'm not exactly sure, but it doesn't really feel like Black got a lot from that peep. So I'd probably pull back here or play the hanging connection, or sorry, not hanging connection, maybe a Kosumi. But let's see. I wonder if I refresh the page, does it get rid of? It does. It gets rid of all of my review variations, which is good. Cool. That's an easy way to kind of to wipe the board. But so Black does jump into 3-3 directly. And so it should be interesting to see how Jasper handles this. I'm certainly going to learn from it, which way he cuts. Like, I can't imagine him playing such a calm and solid move like this. I feel like this is just too easy for Black to get everything that Black wanted, considering White already committed some moves on the outside. So I'm expecting to see probably this cut directly. Let's see. I wonder if I can. You played Jasper recently? When were you able to play Jasper, Learning Balance? Out of sheer curiosity. And I'm wondering. It's so weird because like I play a lot of Correspondence Go. It was online. Oh, okay, cool. I play a lot of Correspondence Go, and I obviously don't use the AI features during my games, but certainly after the games to show me exactly where my overplays were too ambitious by every stretch of the imagination. But I did not expect there to not be any AI to use as a fact check tool, because like this is a complete like tangent, right? But I watch a lot of Gotham chess. I used to be a chess player, and one thing I really appreciate in his specific style of commentary, and a lot of like chess streamers, Hikaru and everyone, is when they have the evaluation bar. I don't like it showing me like, you know, the recommended move in real time. Like I like to be able to like toggle it on and off. But with chess.com's one, like you can see the next like few moves through notation, and I don't suspect will as Go players be like as fluent with notation, right? In terms of like if I see like E18, D18, you know, D17, F18, like I wouldn't be able to visualize on the board very easily. I know some people absolutely can, but it's an easy way to see like a 3-move sequence that can like give you the moves immediately to kind of like analyze the board state from there, as opposed to here where I'm currently like limited to my own brain. Believe it or not, it's terrifying, no? But 416 notation, as opposed to the alphanumeric, you want the double numeric. Some people are meant to just be wrong, and in this situation, Learning Balance, I think you're just wrong. No, jokes aside, sorry, that is me being frivolous. I realize I'm actually streaming on the AGA channel and not my own. It's been a hot minute since I have, so please know that is 100% in jest. And I'm sure everyone took it that way, but just in case, let me go ahead and qualify that. So White ended up playing the Sagari at E18 instead of F18, which I thought was already lax. And I'm not also 416, right? But using the characters. Okay, so we do see that Black plays this Kosumi to connect with life. It feels so calm, White's response, and I'm really wondering if White didn't have anything better. Like, is this So much worse. I guess now you're saying I don't like. I guess now it's a running fight, but black. Like, white already has moves. White is thick. Like, where am I messing up, right? Like, what am I missing that black didn't like this variation? Is it like this? Can black play this bump? But then white can play Sagari, right? So I'm not sure why this move wasn't played. Is it too easy to... I won't even say the word easy, honestly, but if anyone in chat has any ideas of what may be the reason or like any variations they want to share with me, by all means, please do. I guess I can also theoretically pull this up in Katrin. Actually, let me let me see what I can do on my own. It's been a hot minute that I have used my own Katrin on my own device because I love Go, but it's been hard. I'm moving. I got a job. It's, you know, why are you streaming? You might ask. That's a good question. No, I genuinely love Go, and I love reviewing the game, especially with like strong players and to an extent AI as well. But I really like the discourse and communication around it versus like playing through variations, discussing of ideas. It's really how like Go brings the world closer together. If you need Hallmark cards or Hallmark writers, if you know anyone in the Hallmark business, please let me know. Back to Go journalism. But let's see. Okay. So we have made some more moves. So after black connects up, white pincers again because white has this newfound strength. Black jumps and white jumps. So the thing is that black's group on the right is like supremely thick. And I'm not exactly sure about the approach that black is taking at the moment because there's not a way to I mean, there's a painful way to connect his stones if something like this were to occur. Something like this. And I guess it's not super painful, but like white did get a bunch of points. So let's see if that's what happened. It's what's happening. This is happening in real time. Okay, but white does not connect, but white captures instead. It makes sense vis-a-vis earlier in this commentary and previous commentary. So now it's black who owes the move to finish connecting his stones. And then even then later in the game, there's like endgame opportunities here for white as well. I'm assuming black's going to connect. I will periodically refresh to get rid of the non-canonical branches. And so we see that here, black does come back and connect his stone. So in the end of it, what happened was if you compared this board state to this board state a little bit later, maybe this board state, the trade-off is that black was able to get into the corner and white subsequently kind of erased the black potential at the top side. But the thing is, in my view, this wasn't a lot of potential in the first place. Like at any point, white could probably play. I mean, there's audio, right? This doesn't work directly because like you have peeps and things that can theoretically disconnect the stone. But the idea is that like this was still relatively open in the first place. So I realized that I could be way off base here, but it feels like white didn't get as much as black took away on the left side, considering that black is still thick. Like it's a lot of points because black had the potential to make that territory and white actually made territory there. So that is a pretty big difference, but the same can be said for the left side for black, the corner, scooping that out. White added another move at like E18 and like the two stones, there's already like 3 moves played by white, including like 4s, including the kick, to kind of, and even now they're not fully dead. Of course, that doesn't mean like run away with them immediately, but there's still plenty of life to them. So I'm like, for my personal playstyle, I'm probably flavoring. No, not that kind of stream. I'm personally favoring black, but I'm sure AI is favoring white because of Komi, and I value Komi at 7 points and not inherently being advantaged in the game, because that's my current play level. But let me see here. Let me refresh. And we have a quick word with our sponsor. So let's see. Okay, we have some more moves being played. So white does make one exchange and then attach, and then comes out to erase black's potential on the bottom side. Which, again, this is such a peaceful, I mean, I say peaceful, there's not really a lot to do when your opponent is so solid, right? There's not a lot of attack targets for white to really, well, attack. And so, realistically speaking, this game should, if there's not any fighting in the game, I've heard a lot of people say it's boring or whatever, right? Like, there's not action, there's not a huge co-fight. I think every game I've reviewed today, bar none, have had some kind of crazy co-fight. But I actually really like these kinds of games because I'm a really aggressive player. But at this level of play, you're going to see some amazing endgame. And then also at this level of play, because nobody's going to just accept a loss, right? So even if it's a peaceful game and there's a lot of endgame, there has to be some kind of fighting, because the players are not incentivized to play, a 3-hour game or a 2-hour game and then lose by like 15 points without doing anything. At some point, someone's going to feel behind, rightfully so or wrongfully so, and start a fight. So let's see who that player is, because it's going to be hard for black to make any more points on this board. I should say it that way. To me, black looks comfortable, but what comfortable means is that they don't have a lot of weak groups, except for the 4 stones here at the bottom. I guess I can actually use the tools that OGS provides me. And immediately covering that weakness, right? So it's kind of a blessing and a curse, right? So black has effectively made all of the points that they're going to make this game. Like, black's territory is not going to reasonably, materially increase by a lot, theoretically, right? If this gameplay continues. But white, on the other hand, has to be accurate enough in counting the territory that black has, and know how much that they have to make in the center. Because if you look at the board, I mean, the corner is pretty big. Apart from the corner, white has to calculate how many points black has, and then basically make those points in the center. And so currently, black is ahead by 6.5 points. I think you'll be able to see that on my screen. And white, and this is giving Komi, giving 7.5 point Komi. So, I mean, I can click a button. Sorry, I keep dropping my ring. I have to fidget with something at any given moment. So we know that we have a beautiful magical button that will tell us what the point difference is. The players do not have this. And it's going to be really hard to estimate what the center is going to be. So we can say black by 6.5, but we don't know what that is, honestly, because we don't know how the AI is counting the center. But it's still a close game. It's definitely within Komi. How about J3 instead? I know that was sent a while ago. Sorry, Papa Snick. Let me see. Luckily the board isn't so chaotic and there's not a lot of like specific fighting happening that I can't figure out where you meant to say that. How about J3 instead? Okay, so it's a good question. I literally mentioned before, right, how actually I'm going to take a sip of water because I'm going to pontificate. I don't even know if I'm using that word right. Hang on one second. Okay. I know I went on this little spiel about how boring games can only be boring for so long at a high level because there has to be some fighting when one player feels behind or is actually behind. This is literally going to go against what I'm saying right now because J13, you said the Aji of the Panuki, I see. That's the fantasy. So, or J3, sorry. Yeah, so the Aji of the Panuki is not nothing, but unless there is like an actual like follow-up, the thing is, right, so just like no, yeah, I know pontificate is actually like lecture. I like to like, you know, playfully verbalize these things, but I'm just saying, like, imagine this happens, effectively speaking, just something like this, and imagine both groups don't die, right? Like, that's the main point. So if you imagine such a peaceful scenario, I mean, Black's ahead by 0.6, so Black actually did lose points. But what the point I wanted to make was basically like White is kind of pushing back towards Black towards like the area where White wants to make territory, if that makes sense. Like yes, White is invading. I don't know about the specific ology with the Panuki here, but like it's what I wanted to talk about was basically like direction of play, right? So if this isn't going to be a lot of points, like in the game we see here and here, like this is already undercut a little bit, right? We can see like there's definitely endgame here, and White's likely going to be able to push here. And I say incente, I kind of say that a little bit lightly because if White pushes right now, I would want to like come out like Hane and then Hane here for like, sorry, I can just show this. White pushes out, like I'd almost be like tempted to do something like this, to be honest. But my point is like this is already not going to be a lot of points, so it's like a direction to play thing. Yeah, exactly. I mean, apparently White in the scenario I showed, the variation I showed, apparently White caught up like 6 points. So White did gain something, but like it's probably my lax play, of course. But yeah, it's just I don't think it's impossible to invade J3. Just my understanding of Jasper's playstyle and my understanding of my limited understanding of Go makes me think that the direction of play might be wrong. But I want you to know, and I'm not just saying this, I would probably play J3 in a game like 7 times out of 9, whatever that fraction is, decimals. Okay, and so Black understands the plot. Bro has got the memo. Dude understands that he's going to play J9 and say basically it's not Tengen, but the idea is the same, that I'm not going to let you make points in the center. This stone is not there to fight anything. It's not even what I'd really even call an attack on the right side of the group. Okay, 77% of the time I will play J3. But yeah, so this is basically just saying, hey, I'm not going to let you make points in the center. And like, hey, if you, I don't know, this is a hard move to explain beyond that, but like if you have a really vivid imagination, like something like this, and like, oh look, oh wow, you're getting surrounded. Wow, don't be like this, kids. Stay in school. Stay safe. Don't get enclosed on the go board. Don't know where I was going with that, but basically, if Black had like a myriad of moves, like a few moves in a row, maybe there can be an attack on the stone. And so I'm assuming that's why White played the way they did in the game. But this is also saying, hey, buddy, oh pal, this is like 5 spaces away from your nearest stone. So you got to come back somehow. You got to make some kind of connection, or attack my group on the right, or like, I wouldn't call them dominate points, but they're kind of dominate points, which is to say like they're not going to be White's territory, but they're not really going to make Black any territory either. But basically, run home. And if you come this way, then, you know, maybe we'll have a real fight on our hands or something. So let me actually sync up. So it looks like Black did, sorry, I double refreshed. So Black did come back with a 2-space jump. I guess something like this, white might directly cut. I'm not sure because white's been pretty patient, and white is behind, and white is a strong player. So all of these things make me want to think that white's gonna not go gently into this good night, if you will. And so that's what we see. I made that sound really cool. I actually saw this move before I said all of the previous statements, so I totally did not expect white to immediately like cut in this shape. It's a pretty intense shape, and I also didn't expect black to pull back here without making any exchanges. Like I did say that this gave black some thickness on the outside, but I also think that giving white 2 moves in a row, like I understand not wanting to commit to this kind of cut because I'm actually not even sure about not committing to this kind of cut, to be honest. It's not easy by any means. Like I don't know what this kind of fight would look like, because black's like safe. Sorry, that's not a move. None of these are moves. So black can't. White probably plays close to me or something. I'm not sure if white even. I'm genuinely not sure. I would probably want to play this at least one time because like these stones are not super important at the top either. Like they're big points, but like they're not like super vital. If there's like a bigger attack, don't just give them away for free. But so in the game, black just comes out here immediately and is like preparing, I think, to push and cut an Atari through. But I was gonna gamba all in on Jasper. Black peeped J17 and white connected. H17? Oh, wait, am I behind? Let's see. J17, H17. What about that peep and connect? So those stones are the cutting the Panuki. But the Panuki isn't really cut. I mean, it's kind of cut, but it's not really cut because at any point you can make sente exchanges and then make live. Even you can even start with this one first or something, right? Like this isn't really going to die unless you are saying I'm going to play here, and then even then it's really not going to die very easily. So it's cutting a Panuki-esque, but it's not really, because obviously like this you can like, as ugly as this shape looks, it's not disconnected because I can count liberties real good. Nice, totally read that out, easy peasy. That's why I'm covering this stream. Okay, let me refresh the page and get rid of all this nonsense. Okay, okay. So white attaches and black says I'm gonna live the chill life, and white's like, are you sure? And black's like, wait, I don't actually want to be cut for no reason. And now white has an attack target. And I would be a little nervous as black here. So I don't think that. So let me because now I got to figure out like what is the real scare about this move. What are my options here? Like, while I'm willing to sacrifice the 3 stones, I don't want to just give them away in like this kind of sequence either. Well, I mean, it's not really even giving them away in this situation. And there's also no reason white can't just push here first. And then shapes are hard. I don't even think that's a good exchange. I don't actually. I can't ask AI directly, but what I can do is press the estimate score. Wait, let me refresh the page and then try again. Oh, cool! A different thing happened. Cool. So let me go back to this point and say, what is the score here? 6.8. That stands to reason. And what's the score here? 6.9. Nice. Okay. And then what's the score here? 6.7. Reasonable. Okay. And then what's the score here after black backs off? 2.1. Okay. So certified mistake. Because presumably the reason is because of what happened in game, where black kind of gets cordoned off. White captures and black connects. So not black connects, but like black jumps. So it's not for nothing to say that black is threatening to cut here, but this white group isn't in like immediate danger. What about after white plays L14? L14. L14. After L14, still 2 points. Still 2 points? Did white punish correctly? Oh, I see. You're saying is it still? That's a good question. I think so. Yeah. So the point is that you're cutting off black, right? Like that's the point. Like you got 2 moves, and black has 2 cutting points to defend, and you can't, like, even with black getting another move, you can see like this shape is not super connected either, and this is like dangerous because I don't play this way, of course, and I'm just making like super cut the Yomi, but like this is like kind of super scary for black, right? So J13 is more severe in the center. Yeah, of course. So oh, you're saying instead of playing here, you should play J13? I think you have to block K7, right? Because if you let black get K7, it kind of defeats the purpose, unless maybe you meant a different timing, in which case I apologize. Let me refresh and then back up, because I think we're a few moves in now. Okay. So black is cut off by white. But black is like, the irony is funny, right? Like it's really interesting that white's probably not going to try to capture this black group. I keep saying like cut off, and it may be technically true eventually, but like the goal isn't really to kill black at all. It's not even really to super attack black. It's like to make points here, right? Like that was the whole point of white's like press from the bottom from H5, and the reason that black played J9 is to stop white from doing that, right? But let's see how it ends up progressing. Like there are some times where it does become like an all-out killer be killed, kind of capture be captured kind of fight. So checking on the score, let's see. I do vibes based scoring first. It definitely doesn't translate to tournament play, so please like at least 7 grains of salt when you use this. But like the vibes to me are that it's, I mean, I I know we saw the score estimator, but the question is it less or more than 2.4 for black's favor? I think it's, so the question, which is like, did black make any real mistakes, or did white really gain a lot of big things? This feels somehow not bad for black after the Hane and extend. So I think the question is like, black doesn't have like that much. Can black Tanuki from the center, right? That's the question effectively, like apart from this ask, because like white invested a few moves here to make the center, so of course white's going to block here, but can black play here, for example, is the question, without suffering a lot in the center? Sorry if you heard that sneeze, I apologize. I've always been a loud sneezer. Anyway, the question is, can we get into endgame without being punished in the center significantly? And the greedy lying guy Sai in me says yeah, but I've also played a lot of games even recently in Japan where I played by that, and then they punish me like so much, like starting even from like if I Tanuki and white plays Hane, which is bona fide Sente, and I play I don't know, let's extend for the good shapes, right? Like this is gonna be properly cut off, and I don't really have any kind of guarantee or confidence that I can live with this in the center. Now, if you ask me to kill it, I also don't have a lot of confidence, but I also don't, I mean, because this, like, you can always get away with this stone, but like the question is, can you play here? And like, I don't know. this is a nonsense variation because I can't read it, and I don't think I'm playing it from the best, right? Like, of course, you want to start from the outside, even from the situation. So let's just say, white has to actually. Can black connect? Stuck. Stuck. Yeah, black can connect with the Kosumi, right? Yeah. So white should respond something. I don't know what the response should be. And then if black plays here, it looks dang alive to me, but also maybe not. Not that I'm saying that white should try to kill it immediately. That's not what I'm trying to say at all. But at the same time, I don't think like black has the yoyu, the easy pace of life to tanuki. F5 seems so painful if black tanukis. F5. Oh, yeah. I mean, F5 is pretty big too, but like it's still an endgame move, right? Like I'm talking about the. Actually, it is pretty massive, honestly. But I was talking more like just from the safety of the group. So let's see. Black point one. It's a dead even game, dead to rights. So I'd say it's all about the end game now, but there is a weakness in black's strength of groups that will play a big part in how this game is handled. Let me refresh. Okay, so we're still at live. Again, the time controls are a little bit longer on this one. So if I were black right now, of course I want a Hane, but can this even be played? Should it be played? Like my first instinct was like something like this, right? But then is this real and viable? Seems like white can play this attach. Because of course this shape is a shape, something. It's certainly something. So I think black can play this. Black is going to struggle to play this Hane. Or at least after the attach, it's not easy to continue. Like even this, I wouldn't really want to exchange, right? Because you're losing so many liberties. So I'm not even sure what the local continuation would be. Sync. Nope. So new moves played. But it's also okay. Let me test my own and chat you as well, right? Like throw in a move and we'll play it because we know what the score is right now, which is basically dead even, like 0 points, and what the score would be after a move is played. So, for example, I'll be the silly one first, and I'll say if I randomly tanuki in this board state and played B11, how many points did it lose me? 2. It lost me 2 points, which to me, that's in my margin of error. I'm only human. I'm only 4 or 5 done. That range. That's not the worst I can do with one move towards the end game. But like if we're talking about like bigger end game, this would be like obviously bigger, like kind of double sente. Nope, that's worse than the other one. I don't know how that makes sense if it's like double sente, unless it is not double sente, in which I'm just having fun saying double sente. F2, let's see. F2, F2, F2. F2 is big, and it kind of solves a lot of things. I don't know. Hey, that only lost 1.6 points. So hey, better move than mine when it comes to like point values for sure. Good job, Papa Snake. Flex your endgame chat. What about something like S11? Just what on the second line can we play? S11 also seems big, but also that kind of gets 0.5. Okay. So we lost 0.6 points. So that's big. We can Atari next. White's making points here. We can Atari next. That should be a wrap. White's making points here. We can Atari next. But what I'm trying to say, I guess, actually, okay. So let me do this, right? Let me add F6 then. Oh, you're saying F6? Okay. I'm assuming G6, but let's see what F6 is first. white by 2.2. So this loses a little bit over 2 points. 2.1 doesn't count. But if white responds, then it's a 4-point swing. So I'm pretty sure white has to play this move. Nope, it's the wrong move, chat. What? So okay, I was pretty convinced that at G6, but that was cut the Omi. So what can white play instead of G6 that's even better? So we were flexing our, so this is the fun part, right? We were flexing our endgame muscles, and now we got to flex our reading, like Tetsuji muscles. Can we go from this way? What about this attach? Because if black plays like this, and if like this, then we have this one, right? That's again cut the Yomi as heck. But let me. If weapons black connects, then we have this one. It is so gross, Aji wise. F11. Yeah, we'll test F11. Just give me 1 second to see. Okay, so this is the correct attach. So if you play G6, you lose 2 points. If you play G4, you keep 2 points. Sorry, if you play G6, you lose some amount of points. I can't remember. F11, F11, F11. So F11, F11. Because you're saying if I cut, there's like some Aji here. Cut. If I play, let's test it and then understand why. So white by 0.3. Okay. So this is about even, yeah. Similar to the Kosumi here. But I don't know what the follow-up would be, right? It's really easy. So here's the great thing about AI, right? It's massively, maddeningly confusing about follow-ups. Like you can play a move and then you'll get to, like you can, okay, how do I explain this? So in older professional games, back in the times of the Sword of Muramasa and other Joseki that would take up like 40 moves, you can get to an even board state, but the end position that you get to might be so confusing or unplayable for your own personal skill level or style that you're bound to lose anyway, even though it's a on the books like even result. And that's kind of how I feel when AI is like, this is the best move, but only if you know the follow-up, or like this is even, but only if you can walk this like razor's edge thin line to figure out why. I'm not saying this move is one of them per se. I just would be like with this move, you have to be, you know, able and willing to deal with this kind of cutting shenanigans and be sure in the result that it doesn't like break like it's not, I mean this is pretty nice, I'm not gonna lie. Is it pretty nice? I don't know. This seems like Kateyomi. I feel like I'm Kateyomi all over the place. Kateyomi responsibly, because this is giving so many, because I want to cut off these 5 stones, right? Like that's the goal. But it feels like, what am I sacrificing to do it? Is it even feasible? Like, who even knows? Is it even real? Did I make up everything? These feel like pretty forced moves, but maybe I can play anti-triangle. But now maybe this Hane is working. But then also, what about the strength? Like, what about the validity of this group? Like, I don't know. It's so much. It's so much to risk on this move, which is why you have to be able to like read it or read the possibilities before it's played. So that's why I'd be scared to play the Hane if I didn't read or know for a fact in my heart of hearts that there was no like insane counterplay, if that makes sense. Like it seems like it'll just spiral really hard one way or another. So I would also be sorry. I would hesitate to play the Hane, but I would also hesitate even more to play like G11 because it's a pretty committal move given the Aji here. But like even if I don't play G11 and if I play like, if I accept or whatever, and let's say black plays a move, like does that mean suddenly this move? Oh wait, black connected the thing. I don't know. Black plays a move. I don't know. Does that mean suddenly this is like Sente against like here and this cut? Like I don't know. What does it mean? So it's just so much. Does that make sense? I don't know if I explained that well enough, but There's just so much that like is based off a single move. Okay, they've played 0 other moves so far. I don't know what the time control is like, but you know what? I have a man on the inside. I have the TD. So let me message this guy. Let me see what Enrique has to say. Do you know the current time standings? Time control, time left on clock for the top board of San Diego. Okay. Totally have everything planned in my head. It's fine. How bad is it? Can black play push and cut at R13? Sorry, how about J18 was the first comment that was asked. Okay. J18. How bad is J18? Oh, you're asking about AI, right? Let's see. I would say that doesn't matter. It's 1.3 bad. So not the worst. It feels like if you're gonna play J18, you'd rather play this one, but this is like 2 point something worse. So who knows really? I guess, sorry, let me explain. I think I can probably figure out why. It's because white has this move, which actually leads to points. So that's probably why it's bigger to start from this side as opposed to this side, which is good to know because I would definitely play this one in a game thinking it was double sente and I'm like some kind of genius, but no. Okay. Then you asked about can black play push and cut at R13? Oh, push and cut is a good question. You can definitely play push and cut. Well, I mean, it won't really be push and cut. White will. What will white do? I'm pretty sure white gives up the 2 stones. Although, I'm not sure. I feel like this is probably bigger, but I don't like giving this Atari. Yeah, I don't like giving the Atari at Q or at T13 though. I'm like kind of greedy. And so like if I play like this, can I still cut? And I think so. But also, is there something better I can do than cut? Like, can I just play here? And then if here, can I play like something really annoying? Sorry, this is me reading chat. This is how I read. This is the exact pose I read in as well. So if we say this is some kind of sente, let's just assume the most basic variation first. Can we say that this is a fight? I don't think so. But Go doesn't care about what I think. It cares about the reading. And also black can like play here, right? But I don't want to call it. I don't know which one's better. I don't know. There's too many things, chat. Like, yeah. I don't know that it's necessarily wrong, but I'm not tempted to play the push and cut. I'd rather like aim at the push and cut and let white make like 2 points instead of and keep the points on the right side if that's what you're asking. But let me prove it by showing this score. Of course, we saw this before, 0.6, and the push and cut becomes 3.5. But I'm actually really curious, is the tiger better? 2.9, or is the connect better? 0.9. Okay, so the connect is worse. So I guess white captures. That's crazy. I mean, I don't know if it's crazy, but like I definitely, as you guys saw, did not give that variation. Is that? There has to be something more. Is it this threat? Let's see. So even if we just assume is a strong word. Okay, so like this is already sente, right? Like black can't let white play this, because they'll capture the 2 stones. So if this happens, then it's really easy to read this capturing race. And if black does say, hey, I'm going to capture your stones, then you can make these exchanges first if you want, and then come back and sorry, you can still capture the 4 stones with this, and then also the 2 stones. So yeah, okay. So then yeah, I guess there's too much. So maybe the push and cut is not good, not only because of the loss on the right, but like the loss of the right and the points, the territory loss on the upper side too. More you know. I didn't even consider that. Make I first? Okay, you gave me another thing to look at while they're still taking their time. 1 second, let me just make sure I can get a Discord message. I don't know their time controls left. Okay. Make I first. Make I first. Make I first. When? Oh, you're talking about like this variation? Here? I mean you can, but then you don't get the extreme benefit TM of like messing with this Aji. But I guess it's not inherently bad. Okay. Near the end after the cut. This is why with T15. There you go. Heck yeah. Oh, I see. You're saying no, I don't understand. I need 3 moves. Give me a 3-move sequence. We're in no rush, my friend. All the time in the world. I just need to know the before and after bits so I can understand exactly what you're talking about. Okay, so we've touched on some Endgame. Is it crazy that this is like the game I've enjoyed reviewing the most, because it's mostly like Endgame, and there's some like thematically, like there's some choices made that were like more playstyle oriented compared to like someone like Michael Chen or like Edward Zhang, where they're just very strong, skilled, bloody fighters. And I'm just like, how do I review this? This is just like an actual war. This is like not even like a basketball game where the coach is like, you should use this formation. It's just like bam, bam, bam. So okay. T12 captures. Oh, okay. You're giving me a full sequence. Okay. T12 captures. T11. Okay. Sorry. T12. This is my bad, because I'm sure I showed a variation and I don't even remember what variation I showed. The one you were showing. Which one? I don't remember. I've already forgotten it. Okay. This one? You're gonna scream. I bet you're screaming at your monitor. I have nothing for you. I'm so sorry. S12, not T12. Okay, S12. Okay. All the T's or S's? Come on. You're killing me, Smalls. Okay. So S12 captures. Okay, we're on the same page. S11. Okay. S16. Yeah. S17. Okay, and then what was the question? Make an I first. You're talking about S16, right? Okay. And Chris has joined me, so I'll say this is my own private conversation with him. But I asked Enrique about remaining time because it seems like there hasn't been much progress on the board, and I'm wondering if there's anything happening or it's like a really special move, because it's been about 15 minutes or so. Okay. R9 cut. Here. Oh, okay. R9 cut. And then I showed, what variation did I show? I showed like this first, right? Like that was some supreme cut Naomi, right? So you're saying instead of this, I should do what? I guess it doesn't really matter. Like, I don't think white can do any wrong here. Like, even if white gets captured here, like this was originally not really black's territory, but it wasn't really a lot of white's territory. But black's going to lose all of this territory, so it's like inherently T16. Okay, so you're saying play T16 first? Don't hate me. I'm trying my best learning balance. Okay. I mean, when white, black T17, when black T17, then what makes 9? Oh, I see. Okay. You were saying, like this, you're saying basically I can make this I first instead of playing Sagari here. But I was saying like, even if, okay, you're saying like this, right? Yeah, so black can play here, no problems. But I'm saying like even without, I understand what you're saying. You're saying if white played T15, maybe like white could capture and everything, maybe. But I'm saying like white doesn't even need to capture anything. Like this is enough. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is enough. You've broken everything you want to break into. But yeah, of course, if you could play T15, that would be ideal. But like even even me playing this out to the end where I made like black play all these exchanges, like that was dumb. There's no way this would ever happen in the game either. So let's see. Yeah, so there's been no real progress on the board. And that makes sense because black has 12 minutes and white has 38 minutes. And that's why we've been sitting here for a hot minute doing some endgame exercises and some Tsuji exercises. But I will fully admit to you on stream, as record is my witness, that if a move is likely not played in the next like 5 or so minutes, I might have to call it because I do have another obligation that admittedly is a little bit more flexible, but I also there is also okay. So I'm getting a direct feed from the TD of the San Diego Open. It seems like his connection cut out, so part of the OGS game didn't record, and he's going to do his best to recreate the game after this move at 112, but some bits might look a little bit weird. And honestly, a massive shout out for a TD also, like what's it called? Not narrating. I don't know why I have the word analog in my brain, but like inputting moves, I guess analogly, right? Compared to like the smart board. So like massive shout out to Enrique as a TD, like going through this Herculean effort of keeping everything. He's also doing like post-game interviews. I think they're streaming on Baduk Club in general, another Twitch site. But like big ups to them, big kudos. But at the same time, he did say that the moves after this point will look a little bit odd, and he apologized in advance. And to that end, I'm not. So the thing about this is that, okay, we do have moves being played, and it was the Hani that was chosen, which, hey, whoever called it in chat, that's massive. Okay. So this is where I can imagine, yeah. This is where I imagine the moves might be out of order, because there's no way white would connect at F9 without an Atari being played somewhere. So, chat, I am making the executive-ish asterisk decision to cut this commentary short only a little bit, and not because there we go. A cut makes more sense. Wow. Dang, it's so exciting. Is this real? Hang on. This is a variation ice. There's no way. This can't be real. Hang on 1 second. But maybe it is. I mean, he did disclaim that the moves might be out of order, but this... Man, I was trying to do an outro and everything. Give me 1 second. If this is real, then it changes effectively nothing on the score, but it does change a lot about how the game's going to be played. And that... makes more sense why Black has 20 minutes fewer than his opponent. But I will have to call it here for tonight, my friends and gentle folk who graciously tuned into the stream and was patient. Sorry, I just see moves like R9 being playing without any context, and I'm like, sus. But thank you everyone for your patience and for the participation, for the live, AV sound checks, and please feel free to, as the game gets updated, have it in the background tab. Co-working is cool, hashtag post-COVID norms. But we want to see, I'm voting for everyone, right? I'm rooting for everyone, but of course we want to see White defend his title for the third year in a row and pull through. But we will see if that happens. But at the very end of the day, I believe, if I'm getting the nod of approval from my guardian to call it good. Wait, did I mute you? Are you muted? Is that what this is? I can't hear you if you're talking, Chris. For chat, I can't wait to like cringedly look back on this video and just see what kind of how this looks on screen. But I think we will probably call it here for now if I get the nod of approval. And this is something, is the nod of approval in the room with you now? Yeah, absolutely. Only I can see it though. But this is pretty significant. The capturing on the right. I'm stalling for time, but I'm also trying to provide like actual commentary as well. Black does come back and protect weaknesses and make life, and White did erase some potential for Black on the right side. This actually seems like White is clinching it in the end game, but no one is playing. Sorry, hang on. This can't be real because no one's playing. Why is F3 not played? I feel like F3 is missed because if White plays F3, it's over. So I think it's mostly real. But if I look at the AI score right now, it's going to be like, well, why is no one playing F3? Yeah, White by 23.5. Why? Because F3 exists. So there might be a little bit of a input, variance there. But let me message. Okay, I think we are good to call it. Okay, sorry, 1 second. Okay, I was told y'all to remind you that we start up again tomorrow, bright and early at 9:30 Eastern time. If I'm not mistaken, we will be covering probably not San Diego at that time, but we will definitely get more of the East Coast and also Chicago, if I'm not mistaken. I say that a lot because I'm often mistaken. We will also, I think, start up bright and early with Paige Lemaster. She will be bringing some really, really stunning commentary. She's really strong. So, you'll see a lot more like deeper kind of fighting analysis. It seems like we'll start with the Maryland games because they're the farthest east. It makes sense. Then Chicago and then San Diego. So yeah, Paige in the morning. Then we have Yixiang, Zhou Yixiang, Miss Bear, and then probably Joel and Laura will be back later in the afternoon as well. So bunch of commentary, a bunch of crazy games, no doubt, to happen, and not only that, a bunch of tournaments to conclude, and that's when it really gets exciting, right? So when you can see who's going to win the prizes, the glory, the honor, and yeah, I think at the very least, and yeah, and then Paige brings us back home. So at the very least, I want to appreciate and properly call out everyone. Thank you for your time, your patience, your input. It's always more fun to review games with friends, right? With community, and that's one beautiful thing about Twitch is that it makes the world a smaller place, right? We see EGF tour, we see EGF streams, we see like AGA streams, we see individual streamers, and it's really beautiful thing. So thank you all for joining me, and we will see you bright and early at like 8:30ish Eastern. This is Lion Guy's Eyes signing off, but from the AGA channel. Thanks, everyone.